Xuening and Sukan naturally couldn't enter the main ship. The main ship represented a different meaning. The main ships were all people. From the Inyang world and the Waterwood world. To put it bluntly, they were all Han Fei's own men, so they were most trusted. Even if Xuening and Sukan had made a great Dao oath, who knew if they had a few great Daos? After all, Han Fei could make a great Dao oath at will. To create the second Avenger, Han Fei just needed to pick a random ship from his origin sea. His current origin sea had developed into a world of half land and half sea. Here, there was the sky, the mountains, the rivers, the sea, the forests, and the orchards. The only things missing were probably the sun and the moon. Han Fei was not in a hurry. Now he could send as much chaotic qi into the origin sea as possible. In fact, Mad Fourth King was wrong about one thing, which was Han Fei's origin sea. In the past, under high-intensity battles, Han Fei could only hold on for less than 10 seconds. However, it was different now. Han Fei's origin sea was huge. After hundreds of years of development, Han Fei didn't expand his origin sea but studied with the old turtle how to make his origin sea more like a real world. Therefore, Xia Xiaochan and the others were very surprised when they entered Han Fei's origin sea. So was this why kings were called sea establishers? The origin sea could accommodate people. This was beyond doubt. In addition to accommodating people, the more real this world was, the more power of great Tao it could produce. And this was the fundamental reason why Han Fei could maintain his state. At this moment, Han Fei was in his origin sea, putting the ultra-quality spiritual stones he looted from Mad Fourth King into his ultra-quality spiritual stone mountain. Some earth vein spring water was injected into the ground veins of his origin sea. Spiritual spring was poured into his spiritual heritage. Spiritual fruits and other species were planted into the spiritual fruit garden. Yes, Han Fei was no longer robbing just to consume resources. Now, he had basically arranged all the renewable and nurturing resources he had looted into his origin sea. Mad Fourth King had the properties of tens of millions, which greatly satisfied Han Fei's need for resources. As for the demon purification pot, after absorbing Mad Fourth King's origin sea, Han Fei discovered that his origin sea was already extremely firm and seemed to be showing signs of continuing to expand. Han Fei looked back at his information, which appeared in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 90, Sea Establishment. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 980,006th. Chaotic Chi, 9,896 wisps. Spiritual Power, 588,869. Perception Range, 600,000 kilometers. Strength, 1,668.06 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, unknown. Second Spiritual Heritage, unknown. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, level 82. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 87. Main Art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King level. Divine Quality. In the 10 years in the Yin-Yang world, Han Fei swallowed the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, and his life level ranking finally made it into the top million. However, Han Fei discovered that the further he went, the more difficult the higher level bloodlines to get. And he couldn't use any of the bloodlines he had gained. Therefore, the matter of bloodline swallowing was temporarily put aside by Han Fei. As for the chaotic qi, Han Fei hadn't focused on it all these years. In the Year he came out, he had hunted 2 kings in a row. The demon purification pot had taken the initiative to swallow their origin sea, so it had grown so much. However, the demon purification pot shouldn't be able to entirely swallow the origin sea of others. Otherwise, his chaotic chi shouldn't be so little. At this moment, Han Fei was just here to take a look at the chaotic chi. If hunting a king could only increase more than 2,000 wisps of chaotic chi, the growth of the chaotic chi would be too slow. Han Fei had complained to the old turtle about this question, which almost angered the old turtle. The old turtle said that Han Fei didn't know how lucky he was. Now, looking at his own data, Han Fei couldn't help sighing. Mad Fourth King is already so terrifying when he unleashes his limit. If I really fight the one from the undead pirates, I wonder what my odds of winning are. The old turtle said, your current strength is not weak at all. Even if you can't enter the top 10 of the raging sea, you can at least enter the top 30. What you should do now is to figure out your great Tao. Han Fei nodded slightly. That's true. The Green Jade Bridge is getting harder and harder to walk. If this goes on, it will go downhill. Another important reason why Han Fei left the Yin-Yang world this time was that he discovered that his combat power, which could have increased by 3 times, showed signs of declining. Now it was only about 3 times to 2.8 times. Han Fei soon understood the decrease was because his understanding of the Great Tao itself was not enough. As his strength increased, the enhancement provided by his Great Tao became lower and lower, unless he could comprehend his Great Tao more deeply. However, this kind of thing couldn't be figured out just by thinking about it. Therefore, an important purpose for Han Fei to come out this time was to try to comprehend his Great Tao deeper in the raging sea. While Han Fei was silent, most people had already begun to chat spontaneously. As many as 20 of them were seriously injured and most of their resources had been used to rebuild their bodies. Han Fei came back to his senses and didn't treat them immediately. Instead, he asked, have you seen it for yourself? This is the power of the predators. Even if only some middle-level predators are left, it will be difficult for you to kill them. This represents the gap in strength. This means that the resources you snatch are not enough, and that you are not strong enough. In the next half year, you don't have to do anything but continue to train yourselves. On the other side, Xuening and Sukin seem to be trying to make their presence known. Xuening said, King Han, the Medicine King has a big event. This time, it's said that Granny Chiu refined an 8th grade divine pill. This time, in the 36 mystic worlds, many people are going to the Medicine King world to compete for that treasure. We can go and do something. An 8th grade divine pill? Before Han Fei was surprised, the others on the Avenger were dumbfounded. What is an 8th grade divine pill? Many people looked at Han Fei, but he had never eaten an 8th grade divine pill. How could he tell? Anyway, it must be something good. However, the better the thing was, the more difficult it was to get. Not everyone could get it. Han Fei said, don't think too much. Think about it when you become half kings. Now, let's continue the 5-year training plan. Han Fei's words dispelled everyone's expectations. Han Fei secretly said to Xia Xiaochan and the others via voice transmission. Hey, you guys continue to gain experience. I'll go with Xiaochan. Zhang Xuanyu asked, why not bring us with you? Han Fei asked, are you a half-king? Zhang Xuanyu Han Fei had long known that the Medicine King world had refined an eighth grade divine pill. Besides, Song Kaiyuan and the others had also told Han Fei this news. However, Han Fei knew that a large number of strong masters from all the heavenly palaces must have arrived there too. If he ran into any trouble there, he wouldn't be able to escape. Although Han Fei's current peak combat power was indeed extremely strong, he couldn't underestimate the strong masters nurtured by the raging sea over tens of thousands of years. Not long after Han Fei killed Mad Fourth King, the entire raging sea was shocked. Another king died? This was the second time in this year that a king had died in the raging sea. The next day, new news came from the Martial Emperor city. It was said that the predators had become a thing of the past. The Avenger pirates had become the fourth place of the top 10 pirate teams. As soon as this news was out, the people stationed in the Martial Emperor city were in an uproar. They would never have thought that Han Fei's first target was the predators. Immediately, intelligence was sent back. Within half a month, the entire raging sea was stunned. Was the Avenger pirates so powerful? Also, Han Fei's strength was completely mysterious. The predators were ranked fourth among the top 10 pirate groups for a reason. Being in this position meant that they had the strength. But now, they had been taken down by Han Fei. This meant that Han Fei's strength far exceeded Mad Fourth King's. In the end, the basic conclusion of the Martial Emperor city was that Han Fei had undoubtedly become a king, and his combat power was ranked 39th on the sea establishment list in the raging sea. This position was originally Mad Fourth King's, but now it was Han Fei's. Half a month later, in the non-route area thousands of kilometers away from the Medicine King world, Han Fei said, "Today, I will allow you to enter my origin sea to cultivate. However, remember, you need to bring your own resources. When your resources are used up, you can borrow resources from me. But you'll have to return them. Do you understand? Enter the origin sea?" Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Luo Xiaobai and Xia Xiaochan looked at Han Fei in surprise. Xia Xiaochan asked, "Are you going to expose your origin sea to them?" Luo Xiaobai asked, "Didn't they say that the origin sea can't be easily exposed?" Han Fei smiled and said, "I will set up barriers so that they can't see through my origin sea. In the future, they will be the strongest force of the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world. As for the Medicine King Waterwood world, many strong masters have gathered there recently. Therefore, it won't be safe no matter where they are, so they can only come to my origin sea." Different from others, Han Fei's origin sea carried a lot of great Dao luck. The people who entered it added up wouldn't be able to shake it. Han Fei considered whether or not to expose his power of time acceleration. The time dragon Carp once said that the great Dao of time was different from other great Daos. This great Dao involved the river of time and might be detected by the time temple. The old turtle also said that once the time acceleration exceeded 10 times, it would be a forbidden technique, which the time temple wouldn't allow. Han Fei pondered for a long time and thought to himself, "I can make a small bet." Xue Ning and Su Ran certainly didn't have such an opportunity. Han Fei wouldn't allow these outsiders to enter his origin sea. Han Fei certainly believed the people from the Thug Academy. As for the others, it was hard to say. He couldn't believe them completely. Therefore, Han Fei directly reduced the speed of time acceleration to 5 times. Compared to the time acceleration of 10 times, 5 times was still extraordinary. 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 5 days of Cultivation in the outside world. It was much better than cultivating outside. Right? Buzz. Hanfei adjusted the level of time acceleration, but he didn't tell these people. The Origin Sea could accelerate time. There was no need for him to tell others such private matters. Even if he did, it would only arouse other speculation and curiosity. Hanfei said, "This cultivation session will last half a year to a year. You've been fighting for a year. You need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. I'll give you this chance. When you come out, don't be at your current level." Hanfei didn't care about his oppressive training method. These people were all heavenly talents. Whether it was comprehension ability or resource utilization efficiency, they were extremely high. And they had their own determination. What Hanfei wanted was for them to become stronger as soon as possible. On the Thug Academy's side, Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan said, "We've been in the half-venerable realm for a long time. It's time for us to make a breakthrough." Luo Xiaobai said, "It's okay to make a breakthrough here. Your senior brother still has some resources. By the way, don't tell anyone about the time thing." Chu Jinnan, Xing Yu, and the others nodded. They were certainly not stupid enough to tell the secret of senior brother Han Fei's Origin Sea. In fact, there was no concept of time here. The people who came in wouldn't notice it. Even if they found something abnormal one day, so what? Outside, Hanfei didn't take Xuanning and Su ran in to forge the universe. He didn't take Song Kaiyuan and the other 5 in either. At this moment, Hanfei looked at Song Kaiyuan and said, "You said that you could give me a suitable identity that could let me sneak into the medicine king world. What is it? If it's just an ordinary identity, it's useless to me." Song Kaiyuan said, "Of course I know. Although the divine deceit technique can simulate the identity of anyone, the identity is the key. As far as I know. This time, the Medicine King Heaven refined as many as 7 8th grade divine pills. Without an identity high enough, it's almost impossible to come into contact with divine pills. I heard that 5 divine pills will be sold to the public this time. The competition must be very intense." "Oh?" Hanfei couldn't help but ask, "What identity can you provide me?" At this moment, Jian Hui, who had been silent, suddenly said, "My junior uncle, Wang Yijian. This person fell into the demonic path 6,000 years ago and betrayed the sword god world. We told the outside world that junior uncle had been in seclusion for many years, but in fact, he was killed by the sword god. And his body was still buried under the sword pool." Hanfei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. "Why did you tell me such important information?" Song Kaiyuan said, "Captain, I think the Yin-Yang world and our heavenly palaces should be allies now." Jian Hui said, "Junior Uncle Yijian's death has long been suspected by the outside world. Back then, he fell into the demonic path because he tried to establish the Sword Palace. I think you can use his name this time." Hanfei asked, "Establish the Sword Palace?" Jian Hui, "It's similar to the sky opening." Hanfei understood. He could use this identity because Wang Yijian needed this level 8 divine pill, desperately needed it. In this way, Wang Yijian could openly compete for this level 8 divine pill. Hanfei smiled. "You seem to be prepared." Song Kaiyuan smiled and said, "Captain, after what happened in the medicine king world, even if you don't use this identity, our 4 palaces will arrange for someone else to use this identity to compete for the divine pills. Hanfei was lost for words. Do you think you can get them? Song Kaiyuan said, with the strength of our 4 palaces, we should be able to get one. Hanfei thought to himself, in terms of wealth, it seems possible. However, aren't you too naive? Last time, the sword god helped me. Why would anyone still be willing to give face to the sword god world? Besides, neither Song Kaiyuan nor Jian Hui understood Hanfei's personality. Was he the kind of person who would openly compete with others? A 6th-grade soul pill could be sold for 5 million. It was said that 7th-grade Dao pattern pills were priceless and no one sold them. No one knew how expensive an 8th-grade one would be. Anyway, Hanfei would never take out a single cent. However, the identity of Wang Yijin was quite useful. Hanfei said, "Okay, I'll use this identity." Jian Hui handed over a jade slip and said indifferently, "This is junior uncle Yijian's information." Hanfei nodded slightly. Jian Hui and the others also disappeared in front of Hanfei and were taken into his origin sea. Hanfei focused his attention on the jade slip. After scanning it, he was shocked by Wang Yijin. This guy was a genius. He became a king at the age of 802 and failed to establish the sword palace at the age of 3002. His sword shattered and he became a demon. Then he was killed by the sword god. This person was a maverick and didn't have many friends in his life. He traveled on non-route areas all year round. He once opened 3 routes for the sword god world alone. He had fought countless creatures, but almost none of them could block his single slash. This character fit him perfectly. The only thing that puzzled Hanfei was that the person prepared by the sword god world was too suitable for him. He had created all great Daos in one sword, and he had once pretended to be Shuizhan, so he could be extremely cold and haughty. His current peak level strength was so strong that he could be ranked in the top dozens of sea establishers in the raging sea. Wasn't all this too much of a coincidence? Hanfei subconsciously tested his luck with the 9-palace luck ruler and was slightly relieved to find that the result was flat. No matter what, from today on, he would measure his luck with the 9-palace luck ruler every day just in case. 10 days later, Hanfei refined a red long sword with a king's bone and the sea quelling bizarre treasure fragment he snatched from Mad Fourth King. This sword was extraordinary because it was made of 49 broken pieces. There was still some distance between the pieces, which made it look like a broken sword. But this thing was still in the shape of a sword, standing behind Hanfei. Under the surprised gaze of Xuanning and Su Ran, Hanfei's body became slender and lean. Hanfei's hair grew longer and turned pure white. Hanfei's face looked very gloomy, and his eyes were full of indifference and death. As for the clothes, Hanfei casually took out a pure black robe. With this change, people knew at first glance that this person was very strong and wouldn't dare to offend him at all. At this time, there was still less than half a month before the 8th grade divine pills were refined. Most of the people from the heavenly palaces had already arrived. This was because in addition to the 8th grade divine pills, there would also be a grand spiritual pill auction. At that time, a large number of 5th and 6th grade tribulation pills would be auctioned. In fact, these level 5 and level 6 tribulation pills were the main reason why so many people came. The Medicine King Valley stretched across the mountains in the Medicine King world. At this moment, cultivators were coming and going at the entrance of the Medicine King world. The disciples of the Medicine King world were mostly pill refiners. Therefore, Its city was extremely small, and the mountains here were suitable for the growth of various large medicinal fields. In the Medicine King world, there were most spirit gatherers, because spirit gatherers could nurture medicinal fields very well. It was for this reason that there were actually many strong masters in the Medicine King world. Even the strong masters produced with medicine were definitely no less than any other heavenly palaces. In terms of number, they were even comparable to supreme clearness and infinity. In the past few days, countless people had entered the Medicine King world. But not many could enter the Medicine King Valley. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the Medicine King Valley, Xia Xiaochan mumbled, "I'm still not used to it. You made yourself like this. However, you're really handsome. You can even compete with Zhang Xuanyu in appearance now." Han Fei said with a black face, "Be serious. You are now my personal sword. Attendant. Hold your sword well." Xia Xiaochan asked, "There's a sword floating behind you. Why am I holding 3? Han Fei said, "What you're holding is not a sword, but money." Han Fei said, "The people from the soul-sealing world haven't appeared yet. I don't think they will participate in the event. Let's go." As for Shui Ning and Su Ran, Han Fei didn't take them with him. They were left on a route millions of kilometers away. They could run or wait, which was a test for them. Xia Xiaochan asked, "Aren't you afraid that others will recognize me? Once I'm exposed, your identity will be exposed too." Han Fei grinned and said, "No one would expect the princess of the mermaid royal family to become a village girl, right? Ah. I'll bite you to death." "Who are you calling a village girl? Believe it or not, I'll bite you to death." Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan went to the Medicine King Valley talking and laughing. However, this time, Han Fei didn't take Xia Xiaochan out to spend time alone, but to lure the people of the soul-sealing world out. The soul-sealing world was a special heavenly palace, which Han Fei felt had been controlled by the Yin family. From the last trip to the land of King Death, it could be seen that many strong masters from the soul-sealing world were deployed just to kill Xia Xiaochan. This made Han Fei wonder why they were so obsessed with killing Xia Xiaochan. Even if the Yin family was a terrifying force, they didn't have to send so many people from billions of kilometers away, just to kill Xia Xiaochan, even at the expense of the lives of countless strong masters, right? When Han Fei was in the Martial Emperor city, he wanted to buy this information, but he couldn't afford the price at all. If the strong masters of the soul-sealing world were willing to send their heads over, Han Fei didn't mind collecting a batch. And he could try to fish Chen Huangdian by the way to see if this person would come to the Medicine King world for Xia Xiaochan. A moment later, at the gate of the Medicine King Valley, there were sea establishers here, with 8 half-kings, to verify the identity, strength, and resources of the visitors. Not everyone could participate in the Medicine King Valley's grand event. This time, the visitors would be famous people from the 36 mystic worlds. Almost no low-level people would appear. At this moment, at the gate of the Medicine King Valley, some people were being examined. From hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Han Fei saw a sea establisher arrive at the gate. The person only paused for a moment before entering the valley. If one wasn't a king, he had to be checked carefully, and his identity had to be confirmed. Only then could he enter the valley. Therefore, in front of the Medicine King Valley, many people couldn't enter immediately. After all, it took time to verify their wealth, arrange for them to use the great techniques of their respective heavenly palaces, and answer some questions. The people of the Medicine King world didn't mind the trouble and insisted on verifying them one by one. Han Fei and Xia Shaochan said, "Ignore them. Let's go straight through." Han Fei was confident. Wang Yijian from the Sword God world was once a peerless heavenly talent. At least, with his sea establishment realm strength, he could pass the gate of the Medicine King Valley easily. At the gate of the Medicine King Valley, a middle-aged king was sitting cross-legged on a limestone platform beside the mountain gate. At this moment, two women bowed to the middle-aged man. Gu Yuan and Gu Yul. From the Sanskrit music world, greet King Zhong. They were powerhouses from the Sanskrit music world. Among the people waiting, someone said, "It's these two?" It said that they obtained a great opportunity in the land of King Death. Now it's said that their strength has soared. However, Gu Yuan and Gu Yul waited for a long time but didn't get a response. Immediately, a half-king of the Medicine King world said with a smile, "Please follow me. I need you to verify your resources and confirm that you do have the wealth to participate in this event." Gu Yuan and Gu Yul's faces changed slightly. "We're so recognizable. Is he going to pretend not to recognize us?" The two of them couldn't help frowning. The Medicine King world rose to prominence with medicine. Were they so arrogant now? However, the Sanskrit music world was a heavenly palace in the outer domain. After all, Gu Yuan and Gu Yul had no choice but to let them check their money. Suddenly, someone said, "Look, the one from the Supreme Clearness world is here." Everyone turned their heads, only to see Wu Duishu walking up the stairs. Behind him, there were 7 or 8 half-kings and 5 or 6 peak-level venerables from the Supreme Clearness world. Wu Duishu was leading the team because a king of the Supreme Clearness world had already entered. Indeed, how could those famous kings be willing to be with a group of half-kings? Many people were surprised. Are the heavenly talents of the Supreme Clearness world also here to compete for pills? Someone said they may not be able to get the 8th grade divine pills, but 7th grade divine pills are possible. Not long after Wu Duishu went up, he saw Wu Hao from the chaotic world, and Li Xinghen and Bei Tangxian from the infinity world. Li Xinghen looked at Wu Duishu. "Brother Wu, you came really early." Wu Duishu said lazily, "Of course. Otherwise, you'll beat me to it, right?" Li Xinghen smiled gloomily. "What are you talking about? Supreme Clearness and Infinity are the same. Brother Wu, don't forget that we're your ally." Wu Duishu said frankly, "Yes, but there must be a winner on the path of invincibility. I hope Brother Li can get the divine pills this time. Otherwise, it will be a pity." As soon as the two of them appeared, they were at odds with each other. Of course, the premise was that there were no opponents here worthy of their attention. Even if there was Wu Hao, in their opinion, Wu Hao's strength was not enough to compete with theirs. As soon as Wu Duishu and the others arrived, they greeted the middle-aged man. Wu Duishu from the Supreme Clearness world greets Uncle Zhong. Li Xinghen said, "Li Xinghen from the Infinity world greets Senior Zhongyu." Wu Hao from the Chaotic world greets King Zhong. "Okay, come in." The middle-aged man didn't even open his eyes. Zhongyu was a smart person. He scanned them with his perception and let them in after confirming that there was no problem. After all, they were the top 3 heavenly talents. If he really stopped them outside, it would only cause unnecessary trouble. Seeing this, Gu Yuan and Gu Yul couldn't help but frown, thinking, just because the heavenly palaces are different, the treatment is so different? Wu Duoshu turned his head to look at them and smiled faintly. Oh, I seem to remember these two. Brotherly, who are they? Li Xinghan tilted his head and glanced at them. I don't know them. Wu Duoshu shrugged slightly. Well, maybe I remembered wrongly. Seeing this scene, Wu Hao frowned. They were heavenly talents of the Sanskrit music world after all. Why were they belittling them like this? Wu Hao said, you two are too much. Wu Duoshu tilted his head and glanced at Wu Hao, making a disdainful sound in his throat. Humph. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt that King Zhongyu, who was sitting cross-legged beside them, attacked the sky. Zhongyu shouted, how can you just enter like this? Do you think I'm blind? Many people looked at the sky in surprise. Who was this guy? How could he be so arrogant? He crossed the void in front of a king and tried to directly enter the Medicine King world? When two figures appeared 100 meters high in the sky, Han Fei's face was already black. F***ck, do you have bad eyesight? Do I look like an ordinary person? Are you kidding me? How dare you stop the second sword god of the sword god world? But Han Fei had to show up. If he didn't, it would only attract more attention. Buzz. When Han Fei appeared, countless people looked up, only to find that they didn't know this person at all. However, although they didn't know this person, the sword floating behind this person was too conspicuous, the broken sword. In addition to the strange sword, the white hair, and the temperament like a sharp sword leaving its sheath would only appear in two places in the raging sea. One was the supreme clearness world. The other was the sword god world. This person was obviously not from the supreme clearness world. None of the strong masters in the supreme clearness world were like this. In fact, it could be told from the frown on Wu Duoshu's face. Then, it could only mean one thing, this person was from the sword god world. No one could see through this person's strength at all, but many people immediately understood that this person was undoubtedly a sea establisher. Wu Duoshu snorted. Not all sea establishers can enter the Medicine King world directly. The sword god world and the sword god world were enemies in the first place. So there was nothing to hide. Wu Duoshu wasn't afraid of being targeted by this person. If this person dared to attack him outside, he would be punished by the supreme clearness world. This small provocation was to embarrass Han Fei and make Han Fei attack him in the future. In this way, he could let the strong cultivators of the sword god world kill this person, which would also weaken the strength of the sword god world. This was the logic of the strong. They would see very far. A small action might have a deep meaning. However, Wu Duoshu clearly underestimated Han Fei's strength. Pfft. Han Fei only glanced at him, and Wu Duoshu vomited blood. His invincible consciousness instantly protected him. But even so, he still felt his heart palpitate. Wu Duoshu was shocked. He didn't expect Han Fei to attack him under such circumstances. If Han Fei stared at him a few more times, he would probably lose half his life. However, Zhongyu suddenly waved his hand and raised the power of the great Dao, trying to disperse Han Fei's power. However, Han Fei felt that he had been humiliated. How could he let this person go? Han Fei suddenly released his aura, and the will of the great Dao turned into Infinite sword intent, instantly cutting off Zhongyu's great Dao. Pfft. Zhongyu was no better than Wu Duoshu. He vomited a mouthful of blood and stood rooted to the ground without any chance to move. However, sensing a perception sweep from the depths of the Medicine King Valley, Han Fei retracted his strength. Han Fei said softly, "How dare you stop me?" Zhongyu couldn't have felt worse. Who the hell is this guy? How dare he be so arrogant in my territory? However, at this moment, a voice came from the depths of the Medicine King world, and a woman's voice said, "Mr. Ijin, why bother with the juniors? They are just following orders." Feeling the power of the voice, Han Fei said calmly, "You can't humiliate a king." They forgot that. Han Fei's dominance stunned everyone below, including Zhongyu. What shocked others was that this person was completely fine after he injured someone in the Medicine King Valley? And no one came out to drive him away? It had to be known that the Medicine King world was a heavenly palace that no heavenly palace would target. This was because most of the great medicines could only be refined by the Medicine King world. For example, who in the 36 mystic worlds could refine an 8th grade divine pill? Today, this person literally slapped the Medicine King world in the face, but wasn't even scolded. This didn't seem like the Medicine King world style. Wu Duoshu was shocked. Who is this person? Ijian? Hiss. Wu Duoshu's pupils were constricted as he thought of a person who was the top heavenly talent of the sword god world who had disappeared for more than 6,000 years, Wang Yijian. The sword god world said that this person went into seclusion 6,000 years ago. Some people said that this person had entered the demonic Dao, betrayed the sword god world, and escaped. Some people said that this person had already died. However, there was never a real answer. However, one thing that all the heavenly palaces knew was that this person had reached the peak of the king realm 3,000 years ago, tried to establish a sword palace and open the sky with a single slash. Although he failed, it was enough to prove his terrifying strength. Unexpectedly, a person who had disappeared for 6,000 years had come out of seclusion? Wu Duoshu immediately realized that this person must come for the level 8 divine pills. For Wang Yijian, even level 7 divine pills were useless. In terms of strength, in the entire Raging Sea, Wang Yijian could probably enter the top 10 of the sea establishment realm. However, Wang Yijian had disappeared for too long, so he wasn't in the sea establishment role. Soon, many people realized what was going on. They looked at Wu Duoshu and then at Zhongyu, gloating a little. Over the years, the Medicine King world had indeed become more and more arrogant. As for the people from the Supreme Clearness world, they had always been arrogant, not to mention heavenly talents like Wu Duoshu. Everyone saw that in the sky. Han Fei stepped out and disappeared. Li Xinghan said leisurely, "How dare you talk nonsense, without even knowing who the visitor is? I can't help but wonder if Brother Wu's brain is still normal." Wu Duoshu snorted and stepped into the valley, disappearing. The scene seemed to return to normal. Only Zhongyu felt very embarrassed. At the same time, he was very shocked. Is this the legendary second sword god? He had heard that Wang Yijian was said to be able to kill a king with one slash, which showed how proficient he was in the sword Dao. However, Wang Yijian's strength was only one aspect. The reason why the Medicine King world didn't have a conflict with Han Fei was that Wang Yijian was arrogant and unyielding. This person's personality was like a sword, killing whenever he was unhappy. The Medicine King world didn't dare to offend him, just like the Medicine King World didn't dare to offend the supreme clearness world. In fact, no one dared to offend Wang Yijian, because he was a person who didn't care about the face of the 36 heavenly palaces at all. No matter which world one was from. Even if he was from the supreme clearness world, Wang Yijian would kill him as he pleased. To put it bluntly, if any expert from the supreme clearness world really dared to challenge Wang Yijian today, he would probably die unless he became an emperor. The 4 heavenly palaces of the Sword God world and the immeasurability world, etc., could stand tall in the 36 heavenly palaces for so many years, not because their locations were difficult to find, but because of the combat power of the Sword God world, the craziness of the immeasurability world, the wisdom of the supreme mystic world, and the secret techniques of the glazed glass world. In the depths of the Medicine King Valley, there were many buildings here. The medicinal fields were scattered in the mountains, and the mountains were full of spiritual energy. In the center of the mountains, there was a circular, open space. This place had become the center of the Medicine King Valley, the real Medicine King Valley. Han Fei entered with Xia Xiaochan. In the depths of the Medicine King Valley, a young woman with white hair looked solemn as she looked at the void. Who else could this person be but Granny Qiu? Granny Qiu said, I thought the sword god would come in person, but I didn't expect him to come. Behind Granny Qiu, a young woman said, Teacher, is the second sword god weaker than the sword god? Granny Qiu snorted. In this world, sometimes strength is not the only thing that matters. Although the sword god is strong, he still has restrictions on himself. Relatively speaking, he is more gentle. However, this person is different. This person is arrogant and lawless. If he is angry, the bodies of the people he kills will float for tens of thousands of kilometers, and his strength will definitely be in the top 10 of the raging sea. If he starts to kill, there won't just be 1 or 2 to be killed. In the past, there has always been a rumor that this person has become a demon and betrayed the sword God world. I didn't expect that he was really in seclusion. At the same time, it was still Ji Xian, who came from the supreme clearness world. Seeing Han Fei injure Wu Duishu, he planned to attack Han Fei. However, Han Fei didn't take any further action. Instead, he found a random mountain with abundant spiritual energy and sat cross-legged. Han Fei sat there, and the mountain seemed to have become a sword that pointed at the sky. A person had changed the momentum of a mountain, which made Ji Xian give up the plan of challenging him. He wasn't really afraid of Wang Yijian. Although he, Ji Xian, might not be able to enter the top 10 of the raging sea, he wouldn't really be weaker than Wang Yijian. But after all, he was here to buy medicine. If he really fought Wang Yijian, the consequences would be unpredictable. Even Ji Xian, from the supreme clearness world, thought so. The others certainly wouldn't provoke this god and just let him sit cross-legged on the mountain peak. Of course, no one dared to receive them. Of course, Granny Qiu wouldn't arrange for anyone to receive them. He had already settled and didn't need to be received. On the mountain peak, Xia Xiaochan was lost for words. So no one cares about us? Han Fei said, it's good that no one cares. Our position is so obvious. When I set up another layer of great Dao sword runes, whoever dares to scam me with their perception will be directly shattered. This way, it will be easier for me to steal. Xia Xiaochan asked, are you going to steal the level 8 divine pills and the supreme purple smoke furnace? Xiao Xiaochan thought that it was very likely. With Han Fei's personality, it was entirely possible for him to do that. However, she immediately added, I'm afraid that this matter is not so simple. Granny Qiu probably won't leave the supreme purple smoke furnace at all. Han Fei said, anything is possible. But now is not the time to take action. There are still a few days before the level 8 divine pills are ready. If I want to snatch one, I'll have to wait until the divine pills are produced. Otherwise, if they aren't produced, wouldn't it be a waste of my time? Xiao Xiaochan asked, so we're just going to sit here for a few days? Han Fei said, don't be hasty. Whether it works or not, we can figure out the terrain this time. Besides, even if I can't steal an 8th grade divine pill, can't I steal a 7th grade one? Even if there are many people guarding the 7th grade pills, can't I get some 5th and 6th grade ones? 3 days later. More and more people came into the Medicine King Valley, but no more than 1,000. To Han Fei's surprise, someone came from the Martial Emperor City too. It was the boss of the bookstore, Zhang Luotian, who was said to be one of the top 10 sea establishers in the Raging Sea. Only then did Han Fei remember that the Martial Emperor City was also one of the top powers in the Raging Sea. Besides, the Martial Emperor City was very rich. They could earn 100 million with a random piece of intelligence. Han Fei felt that they could easily buy an 8th grade divine pill. At least one of the 8th grade divine pills would be taken away by the Martial Emperor City. Han Fei clicked his tongue. After the Martial Emperor City, Supreme Clearness, Chaos, and Infinity each took one, there would only be 3 level 8 divine pills left. If the Medicine King world wanted to keep 2, then he could only compete for the last one. Han Fei felt that he might be able to afford one of the pills, but then his pocket would be half empty. Fortunately, he didn't intend to buy it with money from the beginning. Xiao Xiaochan was holding 3 sea-quelling bizarre treasures in her hand, plus the one on Han Fei's back, a total of 4 sea-quelling bizarre treasures, just to bid for this level 8 divine pill. Han Fei didn't expect to win it. Even if he could, he would still snatch it. On this day, in the Pill Tribulation Square of the Medicine King Valley, a white-haired woman holding a white bone rod slowly walked out and a purple furnace was hovering in her palm. The moment Granny Qiu walked out, she heard swishes. A king arrived first. Then, thousands of venerables gathered. Among them, most of them were half-kings and peak-level venerables. Everyone had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so they had been paying attention to this side. However, Han Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain, was suddenly refreshed. In his origin sea, Han Fei found that the demon purification pot was trembling, and the vines were dancing as if they were touched by something. Little vines? Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. Could it be the other vines of the demon purification pot? However, Han Fei didn't see any vines. Did he feel it wrong? Or did the demon purification pot also need 8th grade divine pills? Xiao Xiaochan said, what's wrong with Granny Qiu? It's not the time yet. Why? Did she take out the supreme purple smoke furnace in advance? Isn't this the critical period for refining pills? Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, no matter what, we're taking this pill. Han Fei didn't say that he wanted to take the supreme purple smoke furnace, because such a treasure must have recognized its master. With a thought from Granny Qiu, the supreme purple smoke furnace would be taken back. If he wanted to snatch the supreme purple smoke furnace, he would have to take down Granny Qiu first. Even now, Han Fei still vaguely felt that he had promised Patriarch million Poison too hastily. At this moment, Granny Chio said, "This pill receives a lot of attention. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, on the last day, I will let you personally observe the birth of the divine pill on this pill tribulation ground." Granny Chio waved her hand, and the supreme purple smoke furnace turned into a 30-foot-long purple furnace, standing in the square. Perhaps Granny Chio herself didn't consider the importance of this pill. Perhaps she was deliberately showing off the strength of the Medicine King world. But in any case, the supreme purple smoke furnace was directly placed in the square. Even if Han Fei had the twin divine technique, it would be impossible for him to steal the furnace in front of so many sea establishers. There were many strong masters here who were among the top of the sea establishers. Zhang Luotian was recognized as one of the top 10 sea establishers. So many eyes were on the supreme purple smoke furnace. Could he use his black mist body to open the lid and enter it? At this moment, around the supreme purple smoke furnace, purple light enshrouded, and 3 masses of purple mist evaporated from the furnace. Someone sighed. "This is the supreme purple smoke furnace. I don't know how many divine pills it has refined. It said that with the smoke and fire in this furnace, any random thing thrown in can spontaneously be condensed into 3 Tao pattern pills." Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes, wondering how to get this thing. Originally, Han Fei had planned to sneak in and do something before the furnace opened. But now, Granny Chio had taken out the furnace. Then what could he do now? Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. It didn't seem impossible. Han Fei thought that the people who appeared here today were all strong masters of the heavenly palaces. Many of them were his enemies. If he couldn't cause trouble openly, why couldn't he enter the Soul Sea to cause trouble for them? With this in mind, Han Fei's heart began to pound. Little Black and Little White's level up speed was not fast in the first place. All these years, he had also entered the Soul Sea. However, as time went on, Little Black and Little White were always forced out before they could swallow any primitive spiritual beasts. They couldn't level up even once. Han Fei could do nothing about it. However, this opportunity had come. Why should he devour primitive spiritual beasts? There were many kings here, so he could devour their spiritual beasts. Let's do it. In Han Fei's origin sea, his avatar, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought from him, a large number of ownerless souls temporarily controlled Han Fei's body through the void lines. Han Fei, on the other hand, said to Xia Xiaochan, "Sit cross-legged in meditation later. No matter whose perception sweeps over, just ignore it." Xia Xiaochan couldn't help asking, "What are you going to do?" Han Fei said, "I'll explain to you later. My soul needs to leave for a while." Xia Xiaochan's heart did a flip. His soul would leave? She asked, "Are you going to the Soul Sea?" Han Fei was briefly stunned and thought to himself, yes, the existence of the Soul Sea might be a secret in the Yin-Yang world, but it might not be the case in the Raging Sea. Han Fei said, "Yes." Xia Xiaochan asked, "How strong are Little Black and Little White now?" "When they kill enemies in the Soul Sea, their souls will temporarily leave their bodies. If anyone comes during this period," Han Fei said, "don't worry. I have a way to solve the problem of the body. There should be one day before the pills are formed. I know what to do." For others, entering the Soul Sea might be difficult. They needed to set up arrays or something. However, Han Fei was different. He only needed to enter it from his origin sea. with the twin divine technique. A moment later. Buzz. When Han Fei's soul was attached to Little Black, the magical vision came back. However, this time, Little Black and Little White had both become venerables. Perhaps their strength was different from before. Han Fei sensed that there seemed to be infinite power in Little Black, and there seemed to be a universe in his stomach. When Han Fei looked at the spiritual beasts swimming around, he immediately discovered that many spiritual beasts were not primitive spiritual beasts, but spiritual beasts with masters. Besides, the spiritual beasts he encountered around him were completely different from the ones he encountered in the Yin-Yang world. Han Fei saw a dragon-like figure 1,000 feet long, a fish flashing with a colorful halo, a mountain-like crab, and a shell with a sharp tongue. Han Fei didn't know most of these spiritual beasts' names, but he could see their levels. From where he was, Han Fei found a large number of peak-level venerable level spiritual beasts and a small number of venerable level spiritual beasts. According to the distance between people and reality, it only took Han Fei a moment to find the spiritual beasts in the Pill Tribulation Square. Unless there was a battle, spiritual beasts generally wouldn't be in turmoil. Han Fei didn't devour them immediately. He was just observing. A series of information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Oh. Wudu issue, a level 89 golden sword conch. Its carapace looks extremely hard. It won't be a problem if I drill into its body and eat it. Li Xinghen, a level 89 ultimate worm. It looks like a long worm. I don't really want to eat it. Dream-weaving world, Nangon Yu, a level 87 golden twin-headed python. This tonic has to be eaten. Oh. Ji Xian? A level 89 three-tailed crabfish, it's actually a prehistoric exotic beast. This thing is probably going to transcend the tribulation. If I eat it, I'm afraid I can directly level up. Huh? Bei Xianbing, a level 89 Blade King ancient worm? Why are the spiritual beasts of the people from the infinity world all insects? Han Fei marked these people. Among them, Han Fei knew no less than 100 people. This was mainly because he knew them from the land of King Death. Among these 100 people, Han Fei identified a total of 53 from the hostile forces. Among them, only 2 spiritual beasts made Han Fei wary. One was Hong Yu from the Mad Corpse world. This guy's spiritual beast had already become a king. Han Fei couldn't help cursing. This old fox has a sea establishment realm. Spiritual beast? He must be up to no good. However, Han Fei guessed that since this person hid his spiritual beast, he didn't want others to know. If he didn't attack him, there was no need for this guy to enter the Origin Sea and cause trouble for him. The other was Granny Chio's Jade Sky Toad, which was also a sea establishment realm spiritual beast. According to Xia Xiaochan, people in the Raging Sea could enter the Soul Sea. If there was really a sea establishment realm spiritual beast hunting him, Little Black and Little White would be in danger. However, it was lucky that it was Granny Chio's spiritual beast. Because Granny Chio was a strong master of the Medicine King world, she would never let her soul leave her body and enter the Soul Sea. Otherwise, who knew what unpredictable things would happen in the outside world after her soul entered the Soul Sea? If that happened, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. She must guarantee the safety of the 8th grade divine pills. Han Fei quickly drew up a plan. As for the Emperor Sparrow, he had been standing on Little Black's head. The moment Little Black's soul changed, the Emperor Sparrow noticed it. After pondering for a long time, the Emperor Sparrow said, "Don't tell me you want to eat these spiritual beasts?" Han Fei was puzzled. "You know it's me?" "Emperor Sparrow, you're not as fierce as Little Black." "Han Fei, I'm going to eat these spiritual beasts." "Can't I?" The Emperor Sparrow was silent for a moment. "You can. However, aren't you afraid that your spiritual beast will enter the demonic Tao? This cultivation method is the cultivation method of ferocious beasts. When your spiritual beast is completely demonized, in the end, it can only become a primitive, fierce beast like me. Fierce beasts are fierce beasts. Fierce beasts can't become divine beasts." This was the first time Han Fei had heard of this. Before, he only knew that horror would be born in the Soul Sea. So would there be such a result? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what's the benefit of becoming a divine beast? The Emperor Sparrow stared at Han Fei for a long time and then said, "Divine beasts are legitimate. Just like in the myriad races, they are righteous Tao, demonic Tao, and evil Tao." Han Fei asked, "Can fierce beasts become gods?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "Yes, but it can never be called a divine beast. Generally, it can be called a demonic god or an evil god, which will only be hated." Han Fei asked in confusion, "Is it important to be hated? Isn't it enough to become a god? Is it weaker than a divine beast?" The Emperor Sparrow was stunned for a long time. "Well, no." The Emperor Sparrow was probably shocked by Han Fei's idea. Since Han Fei had been trying his best to save the Inyang world, wasn't he a righteous person? However, how could the Emperor Sparrow know that, for Han Fei, demonic, evil, and righteous paths didn't matter? Han Fei said, "Nothing has changed except the name. Why can't I eat them?" "Eat." The Emperor Sparrow said, "In the future, you will face endless pursuit. The slaughter will always be with you." Han Fei's spiritual will buzzed. "I've been like this since I was young. I'm very familiar with fighting." "Eat." The Emperor Sparrow stared at Han Fei for a long time and said happily, "For the first time, you're not bad." One day passed. The purple gas outside the supreme purple smoke furnace became more and more intense. Granny Chiu said, "Everyone, the supreme purple smoke furnace is about to open. The tribulation clouds in the sky are gathering. This pill will definitely reach the 8th grade. Please don't disturb me from opening the furnace later, and don't stop the divine pill from transcending the tribulation." It wasn't the first time most people here had seen this scene. It was just that most of the spiritual pills they had seen before weren't of such a high quality. Xiao Xiaochuan was still worried. Now, the field was not in chaos, which meant that Han Fei hadn't taken action yet. If Han Fei had really taken action, it would have been chaotic long ago. Xiao Xiaochuan couldn't help but glance at Han Fei. "Are you going to take action when the furnace is opened?" However, what Xiao Xiaochuan didn't know was how Han Fei confirmed the time. In fact, how could Han Fei be sure of the time in the Soul Sea and the outside world? On one hand, he was paying attention to the movements of Granny Chiu's jade sky toad, and on the other hand, he was watching the movements of the ordinary spiritual beasts around. If a spiritual pill really appeared, at least they would have a reaction. According to his previous experience in the Soul Sea, Han Fei thought that a day should be enough. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly saw that the surrounding spiritual beasts moved slightly almost at the same time. This seemed to be a signal, letting Han Fei know that it was time to eat. Immediately, without hesitation, Han Fei controlled Little Black to bare his teeth. His first goal was Ji Xian's three-tailed crabfish. Yes, Han Fei wasn't afraid at all, just because Ji Xian was a king. It was true that he was a king, but his spiritual beast was not a king. The Emperor Sparrow was in a very good mood. Although it didn't dislike Han Fei before, it knew that although Han Fei had done a lot for the sake of the human race, he wasn't a completely good person. Now it seemed that he was not a good person at all. In the world of cultivation, everything had to be fought for. The so-called justice and evil were all fish shit. As long as one was strong enough, he could set rules. After chatting with Han Fei, the Emperor Sparrow also took action. The three-tailed crabfish had extraordinary strength. Its carapace was thick. Its steel teeth were like divine weapons, its fins were like sharp blades, and its tail was like sharp threads. It was a real ferocious creature. However, before it could do anything, it felt a demonic sound in its head, as if a demonic creature had entered its head. Immediately afterward, it heard cracking sounds from its body. A large piece of his flesh was torn apart by sharp claws and swallowed by a beak. Its stomach was even more miserable, with a big hole. How could the combat power of Little Black and Little White be underestimated? When Little Black was still level 1, he bit whatever he saw. The blade fish was eaten by him like crisps. Although this three-tailed crabfish was a level 89 half-king, it was completely passive and couldn't fight well. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Little Black's big mouth and teleportation speed could turn any creature into a skeleton after he chewed on it. Now, it was the same. In the Soul Sea, the three-tailed crabfish suddenly screamed, immediately causing a commotion. Many spiritual beasts quickly left, trying to see the situation clearly. However, when they saw the situation clearly, they saw that the three-tailed crabfish only had a fish head left. Gulp. There was also a big hole in the fish's head. Its brain seemed to have been swallowed by an invisible mouth. Buzz. Sure enough, as Han Fei expected, Little Black and Little White's growth was slow in the first place. He had stayed in the yin-yang world for 10 years, which was hundreds of years for them. In theory, it was natural for them to make a breakthrough. Before they finished eating the three-tailed crabfish, Little Black and Little White had made breakthroughs. In the outside world, Granny Cho shouted, "There's still one last moment. Everyone, bear witness. Don't disturb me." Click, click, click. The lid of the supreme purple smoke furnace quickly trembled. From the gap, revealed when it trembled, a large amount of purple gas was steaming. In the sky, black clouds rolled as if tribulation clouds were brewing. Clatter. Suddenly, when the lid of the furnace flew up, a small green vine was enveloped by purple flames. On the vine, 7 round red beads hung. Hiss. Someone couldn't help but ask via voice transmission, "Isn't it refining? Pills? Why does it look like this vine bears fruit?" Someone said, "Shut up. Maybe this is their way of refining pills. What do you think the effect of an 8th grade divine pill is?" Someone said, "Look, there are indeed 8 Tao patterns on that pill. Besides, those patterns are different from all the Tao patterns we have seen in history." Boom. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. Everyone knew that the pill tribulation had gathered. Next would be the pill tribulation. Everyone was amazed, including the kings. An 8th grade divine pill appeared. So differently. As the vine flew higher and higher, the lightning in the sky couldn't be held back anymore. The lightning arcs kept striking as if they were about to smash down. Suddenly, Ji Xian, who was observing the tribulation, frowned. For some reason, he had a bad feeling, as if he had lost something important. His intuition told him that his spiritual beast was a little restless. However, it was not convenient for him to summon his spiritual beast now. Wu Duoshu was amazed by the level 8 divine pill and secretly clenched his fists. If such a divine pill could belong to him, wouldn't he definitely become a king? Just as he was engrossed in this scene, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. His head suddenly ached as if something had shattered. He felt a stabbing pain between his eyebrows, as if his spiritual beast wanted to come out. Wu Duoshu was shocked. Could it be that even my spiritual beast has sensed the effect of this level 8 divine pill and wants to compete for it? Boom. When the first pill tribulation descended, it distracted Wu Duoshu. The pill tribulation had already begun. However, to everyone's surprise, why was the heavenly tribulation purple? Even Granny Chiu was shocked. What was going on? There had never been a purple pill tribulation before. This was the first time. Was this level 8 divine pill more terrifying than she imagined? Granny Chiu looked solemn. She had refined level 8 divine pills before. She had refined 8th grade divine pills 3 times in her life, but never like this. Could it be because of that vine? Granny Chiu's heart trembled. No one knew that she gradually discovered that there was something wrong with this vine. She had accidentally discovered this vine from her own treasury. Originally, she didn't know what was the use of it, so she threw it into the furnace to test the effect. However, Granny Chiu discovered, to her shock, that the massive energy and all the resources she had invested in the supreme purple smoke furnace had been absorbed by this vine. Granny Chiu had refined pills all her life, but this had never happened. The vine was not so big and was relatively dry and short in the first place. However, under her continuous refinement, the vine began to grow. As it grew, leaves began to grow on the vine. After years of hard work, in addition to the young branches, there were also sesame-sized red dan fruits hanging on the vine. This scene shocked Granny Chiu. For the first time, she discovered that divine pills could grow from a branch. Like fruit? Oh, no. Granny Chiu thought that this was produced by her persistent efforts, which was equivalent to being refined by her. Because of these 7 divine pills, Granny Chiu wanted to show the scene of them transcending the tribulation, show their charm, and ask for a high price from the heavenly palaces. However, Granny Chiu didn't expect a purple pill tribulation. Just like when a person transcended the king-level tribulation, there would be blue and purple tribulations. Could it be that there were also pill tribulations of different colors? This meant that these 7 divine pills were different. However, while Granny Chiu was excited, she suddenly heard in her mind that her jade sky toad took the initiative to talk to her. The jade sky toad said, 2 fierce beasts have appeared in the Soul Sea, and are hunting spiritual beasts, crazily. Granny Chiu? It wasn't just Granny Chiu. On the other side, Hongyu from the Mad Corpse world also heard the voice of his spiritual beast, the Thousand Puppet. There are fierce beasts hunting spiritual beasts. Hongyu was stunned. A fierce beast? The Thousand Puppet said, yes, there will also be fierce beasts among spiritual beasts. Their pursuit is not the orthodox deity position, but the path of evil. However, these 2 spiritual beasts are very likely to be deliberately controlled by someone. huh? Hong Yu was confused. Someone was controlling them? Suddenly, Hong Yu and Granny Chio's expressions changed drastically. Someone is hunting in the Soul Sea? Jade Sky Toad, yes, very ferocious. There was a bird and an invisible creature. Oh, right, I saw a spirit swallowing fish. Granny Chio, a spirit swallowing fish? Hong Yu, spirit swallowing fish? Are you kidding me? How can that thing appear here? Hiss, are you sure it's a spirit swallowing fish? In front of her, the divine pill was transcending the tribulation. Granny Chio knew that once anything bad happened, the consequences would be disastrous. Granny Chio said, do you have a way to kill them? Jade Sky Toad, if it's that white spirit swallowing fish, it shouldn't be a problem. However, there's still an invisible spiritual beast that's difficult to grasp. Besides, that bird is very extraordinary. I dare not kill it. You don't dare to kill it? At that time, Granny Chio was shocked. What kind of creature are you afraid to kill? Different from Granny Chio's way of fighting, Hong Yu was horrified. Stay away. If you don't dare to kill it, don't kill it. Even if the sky collapses, the taller ones will hold it up. Ji Xian and Bei Xianbing are all here. Let them handle it. The 1,000 puppets said, I've already run away. You can't count on them. Their spiritual beasts have been eaten. Hong Yu? At this moment, Granny Chio and Hong Yu both knew that Han Fei had come. However, it was the critical period of the pill tribulation, and 3 purple pill tribulations had already descended. If the news that Han Fei was hunting in the Soul Sea was spread at this time, it would definitely be chaotic. At that time, if someone secretly did something to the pill tribulation, it would be a big problem. Therefore, Granny Chio didn't say this out loud at the first moment. An excuse to the public? She had one. She was focused on refining pills and paying attention to the divine pills. No one could blame her. It didn't matter if other people's spiritual beasts died. As for Hong Yu, he wouldn't say anything either. He had been hiding his spiritual beast all this time. At this moment, how could he reveal his secret? For someone else's spiritual beast? After confirming that it was Han Fei, Hong Yu thought that someone would find out anyway. If he exposed it, firstly, it would expose the fact that his spiritual beast had become a king. Secondly, if Han Fei found out that it was him who exposed it, he wouldn't be able to resist Han Fei. Just a few days ago, the Avenger pirates wiped out the predators. According to statistics, apart from the death of Mad Fourth King, more than 50 venerables of the predators had died. His mad corpse sky was just a heavenly palace in the outer sea. Even though he had secretly nurtured his spiritual beast into a king, in terms of combat power, he might not be a match for Mad Fourth King. Their combat powers were probably the same. Since Han Fei could kill the Mad Fourth King, he probably had the strength to kill him. Therefore, Hong Yu was determined not to take action. The pill tribulation was still going on, but in less than half an hour, many people felt that something was wrong with their spiritual beasts. Although spiritual beasts could respond to their master's summoning, there weren't many who could take the initiative to attract their master's attention. But just because there weren't many didn't mean there weren't any. The people who came today could be said to be the top heavenly talents of the 36 heavenly palaces in the entire raging sea. All of them had extremely high potential, and some even had heavenly heritage. The spiritual beasts they had were certainly extraordinary. All of a sudden, Li Xinghan's glabella flashed. Many people frowned. A king even glared at him. However, Li Xinghan didn't care. In the void, a blood-stained ultimate worm, with only a small part of its body left, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Not good. It was not without reason that Li Xinghan suddenly summoned his spiritual beast. In fact, most people here sensed that something was wrong with their spiritual beasts. However, Han Fei's swallowing speed was not that fast, so most of the spiritual beasts were safe, so they didn't take it seriously. The other reason was that 8th grade divine pills were about to appear. Many people thought that it was the divine pills that triggered their spiritual beasts, but they didn't think of other reasons. But now, seeing Li Xinghan's spiritual beast in such a miserable state, most people immediately sensed that something was wrong. Ji Xian was the first to sense something was wrong. He shouted, "Someone is hunting in the Soul Sea." Buzz. Everyone took out their spiritual beasts. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the level 8 divine pills. Although the divine pills were good, they were not theirs and would probably be taken by the kings of the heavenly palaces like Supreme Clearness and Infinity. Most people were here for the level 7 divine pills and level 5 or level 6 Tao pattern pills. How could they ignore the life of their spiritual beasts just to not affect the pill tribulation? As soon as the spiritual beasts were summoned, there was an uproar. Looking at his baby 3-tailed crab fish, that was only level 1, Ji Xian was furious. Shoal. Who did this? Wu Duish's face was all dark. Why did my golden sword conch become a conch egg? Who did this? Nan Gongyu shouted in a low voice, "Not good. My mystifying golden twin-headed python has become a baby." Bei Xianbing looked at his baby Blade King ancient worm and said with an ugly expression, "Xinghan, everyone from the infinity world whose spiritual beast is still safe, enter the Soul Sea." Someone shouted, "Which evil cultivator dares to cause trouble here?" Granny Qiu couldn't pretend anymore. She didn't expect that the guy in the Soul Sea would expose himself after only the 5th pill tribulation. "Can't you stall for more time?" Granny Qiu pretended to vomit a mouthful of blood, as if she had just returned to her senses. She shouted, "Everyone, my jade sky toad told me that the intruder is a twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish. It's the twin divine technique. Han Fei is here. Zhongyu, activate the island protecting array and seal the island immediately. No one is allowed to leave. Han Fei must be taken down. Li Ji, guard me. I can't leave the 8th grade divine pills alone." Granny Qiu found an excuse for herself and then stood still again. She couldn't do anything about it. Han Fei knew the twin divine technique. How could I know that he would come here? Besides, there were so many people coming to the Medicine King world this time. How could I defend against them? Since you have discovered the problem, and I have provided information, you just need to find Han Fei yourselves. However, Han Fei knew the twin divine technique. How could he be found? Countless souls quickly swept across 1,000 kilometers, and the perception range of the sea establishment realm was even further. However, when these souls swept past a certain mountain, they would show slight surprise. Wang Yijian was so unsociable. He was so far away from everyone, and when their perceptions were probing him, it was immediately minced by the sword qi around him, not giving them any face at all. However, no one paid attention. This person was eccentric to begin with. Besides, Jade Sky Toad had already said that the intruder was Han Fei. What appeared in the Soul Sea was a twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish. Therefore, no one associated Wang Yijian with Han Fei. In the Soul Sea, Han Fei couldn't have felt worse when he was chasing the ultimate worm. Han Fei finally knew why Li Xinghen was so arrogant. This worm ran really fast. Even if it was targeted by Little Black, even if the Emperor Sparrow was also chasing it, it could still run away after 5 sections of its body were cut off. Although the Emperor Sparrow immediately summoned inner demons to stop the ultimate worm, as soon as Han Fei arrived, Li Xinghen summoned the ultimate worm out. Han Fei was speechless. Of course, more than half of the worm had been eaten by Han Fei, and only a small half escaped. However, Han Fei knew that once the ultimate worm went out, the matter of him hunting in the Soul Sea would be exposed. As he expected. After only 5 seconds, Han Fei discovered that many spiritual beasts around him became more active. Several spiritual beasts rushed at Little White. Looking at the spiritual beast's eyes, Han Fei knew that someone had entered the Soul Sea. However, these people were not very strong. At this moment, while Han Fei was swallowing, Little Black and Little White had already upgraded 3 levels in a row. They only ate half-king level spiritual beasts. Besides, they were either prehistoric fierce beasts, ancient exotic species, or legend creatures. Anyway, the effect of this meal was comparable to the hundreds of years of cultivation of Little Black and Little White. It could be seen that he couldn't even feed Little Black and Little White well. And they couldn't even eat to their fill. Since he had been exposed, Han Fei didn't care. This was just Han Fei's identity being exposed. But now, he was not Han Fei. He was Wang Yijian. They wanted to find Han Fei? Then let them. Even if someone had already discovered Little White, how could Han Fei allow anything to happen to Little White? He rushed up and killed a ghost beard demon squid with a swish. Then Little Black disappeared again. This was the first time Han Fei had started a battle in the Soul Sea. Han Fei sensed that the spiritual beast who was eaten was also trying to escape. When Han Fei's last blow completely killed this guy, Han Fei discovered that the ghost beard demon squid's soul shattered and then disappeared. The Emperor Sparrow said, "There are Sea Establishment Realm spiritual beasts nearby. You can leave now." Wait a moment. Stay a while longer before leaving. In the outside world, Bei Xianbing suddenly shouted, "Fellow Daoist Jian, everyone has removed their seals and is open to investigation. Why do you still sit tight and seal a corner of the mountain without saying a word? After all, there were many kings here." The speed of investigation via perception was very fast. It didn't take long for someone to notice Wang Yijian, who had been sitting cross-legged and never moved. He didn't even look at the level 8 divine pills. "Are you not here to buy pills?" Many people looked at Han Fei, including Ji Xian. However, Han Fei didn't speak, and Xia Shaochan said, "How can my master be investigated by others?" Bei Xianbing immediately frowned. "Humph. How can a mere sword attendant be qualified to speak?" Then, he pointed his finger at Xia Shaochan. In fact, he just wanted to see Han Fei's reaction. Of course, he knew that Han Fei was extremely eccentric. Besides, to be respected as a legend of sword cultivators, he must be extraordinary. However, the kings had already scanned almost every place within the thousands of kilometers and even the entire Medicine King world, but they didn't find any clue. Only Han Fei didn't allow anyone to investigate him at all. Anyone's perception would be shattered without any mercy. They were all top powerhouses. Although they knew that Wang Yijin was powerful, they were powerful too. Ji Xian shook his head slightly. Bei Xianbing was still too young. Although it was indeed serious that his spiritual beast was swallowed, he shouldn't question Wang Yijin now. He'd better wait until the pill tribulation was over. After the pill tribulation, Granny Qiu would deal with this matter. Now, you attacked the sword attendant of the second sword god, Wang Yijin, so arrogantly. Even if it was just a test, it was impossible for you to end it with a few words. Sure enough, the moment Bei Xianbing attacked, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Are you questioning me?" Everyone knew that if a person wanted to enter the soul sea, his soul body would be projected into the body of his spiritual beast. His soul was no longer in the real world, so he couldn't do anything. His body was like a dead person, unable to move or speak. Now that Han Fei had spoken, many people were relieved. In their opinion, this at least proved that there was no problem with Wang Yijin. However, although Wang Yijin was fine, Bei Xianbing and the others knew that 10 years ago, when Han Fei broke into the wild abyss, the sword god took action to protect him. Wang Yijin, the second sword god, might protect Han Fei too. The area he was guarding might be Han Fei's hiding place. After all, if Han Fei used the twin divine technique and was protected by a strong master, no one could find him. Bang! Behind Han Fei, the broken sword suddenly appeared. The sword hummed and pierced through Bei Xianbing's finger as easily as piercing a piece of paper. Many people gasped. Wang Yijin had attacked? Although many people knew that supreme clearness and infinity were very strong, this didn't mean that the sword god world wasn't strong. Wang Yijin was a true peerless heavenly talent in history. At the age of 3,000, he tried to open the sword palace and break the heaven gate. How could such a person be easy to deal with? Being scolded by Han Fei like this, Bei Xianbing couldn't take it anymore. He said, "Fellow Taoist Yijin, since the moment you entered, you have been sitting cross-legged on this mountain peak. Have you ever thought of changing places?" Since they were already fighting, Bei Xianbing would not flinch. No matter how strong the sword god world was, it still had to rely on the alliance of the four heavenly palaces. Although Wang Yijin used to be arrogant, could he attack openly in the Medicine King Valley? Now, the pill tribulation was still ongoing. How could Wang Yijin dare to use the power of this world? However, Han Fei looked straight at Bei Xianbing, his eyes cold and indifferent, and his white hair fluttered slightly in the breeze. He said, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Bei Xianbing's face turned cold. "Wang Yijin, don't change the topic. Aren't you afraid that your spiritual beast is hunted?" However, Han Fei's voice was slow and cold. "My spiritual beast? I've long sacrificed it to my sword." Bei Xianbing? Everyone, Hong Yu and other old kings, shook their heads. They really didn't know about this. However, what couldn't these sword cultivators do? They could even sacrifice themselves to their swords, let alone their spiritual beasts. Therefore, when Han Fei said that his spiritual beast had been sacrificed to his sword, everyone was surprisingly not surprised. For a person like Wang Yijin, why would he need a spiritual beast to cultivate the sword Dao? Hua! Han Fei suddenly got up and extended his hand, and the broken sword flew to Han Fei from behind. The tip of the sword was pointing up, and the hilt was pointing down, as if waiting for Han Fei to hold it. Han Fei stood still and didn't touch the hilt of the sword. Instead, he looked at Bei Xianbing with murderous eyes and said leisurely, "All these years, you are the only person who dares to attack me. Perhaps someone has forgotten my name." Hiss. His name? Many people were stunned for a moment. Did he mean the second sword god? Did he have another name besides this one? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "In addition to the second sword god, this one has the reputation of killing a king with one slash." Could it be? Many people looked at Han Fei in shock. Really? For such a trivial matter? At this moment, for some reason, the tribulation of 8th grade divine pills didn't seem to be attractive anymore. Everyone looked at Han Fei and Bei Xianbing. Last time, Bei Xianbing shattered one of Han Fei's clones with a single finger. This time, Han Fei didn't really want to deal with Bei Xianbing. He just wanted to mess up the situation, because he wouldn't allow the fruits on the vines to fall into the hands of others. Therefore, Han Fei extended his hand. Bei Xianbing's eyes turned cold. "It said that you have the title of slaying a king with a slash, but you failed to reach the sky-opening realm in the end. Are you still enjoying the glory of the past?" Although Bei Xianbing was a junior, he was also a top heavenly talent in Wang Yijian's era. He became a king only 800 years later than Wang Yijian. Therefore, theoretically speaking, the eras they were in weren't far away. At this moment, Bei Xianbing opened his hands, and his 10 fingers were like jade, and ice condensed on his arms. Someone said in surprise, "Ice Cloud Claw? That's the Ice King's unique sea quelling bizarre treasure. It said that it can freeze the soul and bloodline. Are these two people going to fight here?" On the Medicine King World side, Zhong Yu shouted, "Masters, the pill tribulation is still ongoing. Why do you have to fight now? Please let the pill tribulation finish first." In fact, Bei Xianbing didn't really want to fight. As the saying went, there was no falsehood in fame. Han Fei looked really eccentric. However, Han Fei's intimidating aura didn't cause much damage, but it was extremely insulting. Bei Xianbing said those words to him because Han Fei didn't allow him to investigate. What if Han Fei hid under the protection of Wang Yijian? After all, the sword god had helped Han Fei before. There was no reason for the second sword god not to help him. In fact, many people had the same idea. At the same time, Han Fei was sure that no one doubted that he wasn't Wang Yijian. So he tried to summon the Emperor Sparrow. Why did he summon the Emperor Sparrow? Because the Emperor Sparrow might not come out even if he summoned him. He could even communicate with him in the Soul Sea. Now that his main soul was not here, once he contacted the Divine Sparrow, it meant that he needed to come out of the Soul Sea. In the Soul Sea, Han Fei controlled Little Black to swallow crazily. Little White's speed was extremely fast. Not just any creature could approach her. And because of the existence of the Emperor Sparrow, the Jade Sky Toad only made a few tentative attacks. However, whenever the Emperor Sparrow gazed at it, the Jade Sky Toad felt that a demon was coming from its heart, so it didn't really attack. At this moment, Little Black and Little White had already advanced 4 levels in a row. Suddenly, the Emperor Sparrow said, "I feel your summoning. Isn't your soul body here? Who is summoning me?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. "It's my avatar. It seems that it's time to go out in the outside world." Han Fei opened his sword domain, and everyone's perception landed on the mountain peak. However, there was nothing. While opening the sword domain, Han Fei said indifferently, "Medicine King. World, you should know who is making trouble." As he spoke, Han Fei held the broken sword with one hand. Buzz. At that moment, it was as if all kinds of great chaos were gathering. A pure power surged on the sword. Someone exclaimed, "What kind of power is this? I've never seen it before." However, Ji Xian said solemnly, word by word, "Immortal, spirit, qi." At that moment, Zhongyu shouted, "Senior, wait." However, what level was Zhongyu? How could he command a figure like Wang Yijian? Han Fei ignored him. Anyway, he had old and new debts to settle with Bei Xianbing, so he might as well kill him now. At this moment, Han Fei's strength rose to its peak. In addition to the immortal spirit qi, there was also the primordial fiendish qi surging on the sword. Anyway, Bei Xianbing was not an idiot. Seeing this scene, he immediately shouted, "Wang Yijian, this is not the time to fight. Are you deliberately destroying the pill tribulation?" Han Fei said indifferently, "I won't touch the energy of the world here. Besides, the destroyer is you. No one in the world dares to provoke me. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Swish. Buzz. Two powers were interweaving. The immortal spirit qi and the fiendish qi intertwined like swords and attacked Bei Xianbing. Bei Xianbing had always been an extremely conceited person, believing that few people in the raging sea could defeat him. However, facing Han Fei's sword, Bei Xianbing felt that his scalp was numb. What kind of F***king sword is this? How can the Tao of the sword be so powerful? Bei Xianbing wanted to summon his spiritual beast, but his spiritual beast had been killed. Although the remaining two contractual spiritual beasts were in the half-king realm under this terrifying power, it made no difference. Buzz. A blue ice armor covered Bei Xianbing. In his hand, ice was stacked, and water mist gathered like a mud pool, trying to block Han Fei's sword. Not far away, Zhang Luotian shook his head slightly. "It's more than immortal spiritual energy. Mr. Yijian's sword-killing intent already contains primitive fiendish energy. These two powers are both used by sky-opening realm powerhouses. Could it be that Mr. Yijian has already reached the sky-opening realm?" Bei Xianbing's face turned green. How could he have expected Han Fei to attack so easily? He wanted to kill him just for such a trivial matter. At that moment, even though Bei Xianbing used a secret technique, he still felt powerless. Bei Xianbing shouted, "Brother Ji, help me." But Ji Xian pretended not to hear him and complained in his heart, "Is there something wrong with your head? This is the sword Tao in the sky opening realm. You want me to help you block it? No way." Bei Xianbing looked around and realized that he had made a big mistake. As the saying went, there was always someone stronger. He could provoke any world, but he shouldn't provoke the lunatics of the sword god world. Especially this Wang Yijian, his reputation was not good in the first place. Was he out of her mind to provoke him? In an instant, Bei Xianbing saw the 8th grade divine pills that were transcending the 8th heavenly tribulation. Bei Xianbing was shocked. After all, his life should be more important than these so-called divine pills. It should be good to use the heavenly tribulation to resist Han Fei's sword. Swish. Bei Xianbing hid behind the level 8 divine pills. At this moment, Granny Cho couldn't sit still anymore. She shouted, "Bei Xianbing, you want to destroy my divine pills? The medicine king world will never let you off. Unfortunately, at that critical moment, Granny Chiu shouted too late. This was because Han Fei's terrifying sword slashed through the divine pills. Heavenly Tribulation and Bei Xianbing together. Rumble. Rumble. The sky was torn apart, and the sea establishers were all shocked. Is Wang Yijian going to tear down the Medicine King Valley? Boom. In the terrifying explosion, the void collapsed. Bei Xianbing's body shattered, but he was still alive, but he felt that his soul was imprisoned by a special power. At that moment, a voice sounded in Bei Xianbing's mind, "Congratulations, you guessed right. Therefore, you have to die." Then a blood-colored crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Hiss. Instantly, everyone fell silent, horrified. Bei Xianbing was killed by a single slash? The moment Bei Xianbing died, everyone present was stunned. Not only was he dead, but for some reason, a vast heavenly tribulation appeared in the sky and fell into the collapsed void. Everyone worked together to resist the aftershock of Han Fei's sword, only to see a ninth heavenly tribulation appear in the sky. While everyone was shocked by the death of Bei Xianbing, Granny Chiu exclaimed, "It's the ninth pill tribulation." 9. I refined a ninth-grade divine pill. Buzz. At that moment, Granny Chiu rushed into the collapsed void, ignoring the terrifying aftershock of the immortal fiend saber. However, immediately afterward, Granny Chiu's wailing voice resounded through the sky, "Where are my pills? Who stole my pills? Huh? How is that possible? Is it Han Fei? Impossible. How could Han Fei have a chance to steal the pills? When did he come out of the Soul Sea?" Someone was shocked. It must be the Twin Divine Technique. The effect of the Twin Divine Technique in the Sea Establishment realm might be beyond our expectations. Han Fei, you shameless thief. Give my pills back. At that moment, Granny Chiu burst into fury. She had never expected that the source of trouble would come from the Soul Sea. Han Fei was really cunning. Puff. Granny Chiu vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. A king of the Medicine King world, Li Ji, hurriedly said, "Palace Master." Granny Chiu shouted, "Lock down the Medicine King world. No one is allowed to leave or contact the outside world." With that, Granny Chiu ignored the terrifying power that swept across the Medicine King Valley and glared at Han Fei. "Wang Yijian, I don't think I mistreated you. Why did you ruin our Medicine King world's great event?" However, Han Fei looked straight at Granny Chiu. "Are you questioning me?" His words horrified countless people. Just now, Bei Xianbing retorted because he couldn't resist the insult of Han Fei's words, but then he was killed by Han Fei. Now, Granny Chiu had embarked on the same path as Bei Xianbing? Everyone couldn't help but want Granny Chiu to shut up. "You are indeed unparalleled in alchemy, but in terms of fighting, you are nothing." But this time, Han Fei said indifferently, "I attacked just to kill the person. Just now." Han Fei explained, which was rare, but it was just a casual remark. In other words, Bei Xianbing wanted to block his immortal fiend saber with the pill tribulation. Who could have expected that? It was Bei Xianbing's fault, not mine. At this moment, the heavenly talents of the infinity world were all shocked. Especially Li Xinghen and the others, seeing their king was killed so easily. It was the first time they realized that the people from the Sword God world were too strong. This was only the F*King second Sword God. What about the real Sword God? Many people suddenly figured it out. No wonder the sword god, immeasurability, supreme mystic, and glazed glass could exist in the inner domain safely. With such combat power, how many people dared to provoke them? Granny Chiu fell silent at Han Fei's question. Only then did Granny Chiu realize that she couldn't take it out on this person. At this moment, Wang Yijin's reputation was like this in the first place. If anyone offended him, he would start a massacre. In the eyes of this kind of sword cultivator, the strong were used to slaughter. Except for swords, they didn't care about anything. Han Fei sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain without moving, and Granny Chiu didn't dare to say anything to Han Fei again. The others certainly wouldn't ask for trouble. Xiao Xiaochan, on the other hand, felt that her back was wet. She wondered how Han Fei could still be so calm under such circumstances. What surprised her even more was Han Fei's slash just now. Could he really kill a king with one slash? At this moment, Xiao Xiaochan had countless questions to ask, but she held them back because she was still in Medicine King world. In fact, in Han Fei's origin sea, the demon purification pot was fusing with a small vine. Han Fei was excited. There were indeed 7 divine pills hanging on the vine, which made him swallow. How did he get this vine? Of course, he got it through a well-thought-out plan. Han Fei dawdled and didn't take out his sword because he was waiting for the pill tribulation to descend. This was because Han Fei knew that this sword would be extremely powerful. After all, he had slashed out his black mist body and the immortal fiend saber together. Seeing that he couldn't resist the immortal fiend saber, Bei Xianbing definitely had to find a power that could resist the immortal fiend saber. At this time, the pill tribulation happened to descend, and he would probably use the pill tribulation to resist it. Therefore, he had a way to touch the vine. It was originally a vine of the demon purification pot, so Han Fei could easily collect it and to forge the universe. As for the last 9th pill tribulation, to be honest, Han Fei didn't know what happened. Han Fei guessed that it was because both Bei Xianbing and he had entered the range of the pill tribulation that the 9th pill tribulation had descended. At this moment, the 5th vine was slowly connecting to the demon purification pot. He wondered how traumatized Granny Chiu would be if she knew that the ultra-quality divine pills she had poured so much effort into refining had become fruits on a vine on the demon purification pot. But now, Han Fei was happy. Every time the vine appeared, the demon purification pot would have some change. Last time, the appearance of the 4th vine brought him the bloodline devouring divine technique. This time, he didn't know what was waiting for him. After spinning in the origin sea for a long time, the demon purification pot finally slowed down. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed and came to the vine. Han Fei was speechless. He thought to himself, I'm really patient. When my original soul entered the soul sea, I didn't know that the level 8 divine pills Granny Chiu mentioned were actually the small vine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in the mood to swallow spiritual beasts. At this moment, in the origin sea, Little Black and Little White were circling, breaking through 4 levels in a row. They needed some time to stabilize their cultivation. The Emperor Sparrow looked at the demon purification pot curiously, thinking about something. When Han Fei approached the demon purification pot, his eyes fell on the divine pills on the demon purification pot, and information popped up in his eyes. Name 8-9 Mystic Pill. Introduction: a heavenly Tao mystic pill that absorbs the essence of Everything. This pill contains all kinds of divine powers and techniques. First pill, it contains a golden movement technique. When the golden light appears, one can leap tens of thousands of kilometers. Cultivating the golden light leap technique, one can travel between the heavens and earth in a moment. Second pill, comprehend the Dharma Laksana of the world. With the body as the Dharma Laksana, one has the 9 heavens above the head, and the sea of the abyss under the feet. The Dharma Laksana is 33,000 feet long, swallowing all the images into the original body. Third pill, a technique of infinite changes. Comprehending the heavenly Tao, one can sense the infinite changes and transform into thousands of things in the world. Fourth pill, riding the clouds, controlling the stars and the sea. Summoning the clouds, rain, thunder, and lightning in the 9 heavens, and absorbing the spiritual energy of the earth. Suppress the sea, open the sky, and I'll control the world. Fifth pill, the soul leaves the body and opens the 8th consciousness of the human soul. When the soul leaves the body, the mountains and rivers will shatter, the earth will sink, and the perception will be the world. Sixth pill, as long as the divine body is not destroyed, the world will not be destroyed. Cultivating a supreme divine body, one can call out like the wind and clouds in the 4 seasons. His voice is thunderous, his eyes are like the sun, moon, and stars, his body is like the earth, his blood is like the sea, and his will is like rain. Seventh pill, the immortal slaying saber, can only be used once. It can stabilize the sea and kill immortals. Without a god, who can compete with it? Remarks, only the first pill of the 8-9 mystic pills has matured so far. On the day a pill is produced, it has to transcend the pill tribulation. First, this vine needs to be nourished and taken care of slowly. Gulp. When Han Fei saw the introduction to the 8-9 mystic pills, he was stunned. There were a total of 7 pills, all extraordinary. It seemed that each of them contained a divine technique. 7 such heaven-defying pills were produced at once. As for the 7th pill, without a god, who can compete with it? Han Fei immediately guessed that the moment he learned the immortal slaying saber, he might even be able to slaughter a monarch. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed again. At this time, Han Fei looked at the vine again and found 7 small red pills growing on it. Only the one at the bottom had 9 patterns. As for the other 6 small red pills, they all had 8 patterns. Furthermore, what was even more obvious was that the small pill at the bottom was shining with golden light, as if it was about to mature and fall. Needless to say, this was the first pill. This pill was known as the golden light movement technique. Taking it, one could jump tens of thousands of kilometers and travel between the heavens and earth in an instant. It looked like a movement technique or a space technique. Unfortunately, Han Fei was in his black mist body now. He'd better swallow this kind of divine pill after his twin bodies became one. Besides, the outside world was frantically looking for him. If his twin bodies fused and anyone sensed the subtle change, his identity as Wang Yijin would be exposed. Therefore, Han Fei was not in a hurry to fuse his twin bodies. Fortunately, he took advantage of the moment when the space collapsed to collect the vine. Then he sank with the power of the explosion and drilled into the supreme purple smoke furnace. Han Fei estimated that even if these people racked their brains, they wouldn't be able to guess that he had set the space node in the supreme purple smoke furnace. As long as the Medicine King world couldn't find him, they couldn't keep everyone here all the time. Even if the Medicine King world wanted to do so, it depended on whether the other worlds would give them face. At least, with Wang Yijian's identity, he wouldn't give them face. Killing without hesitation was Wang Yijian's style. With this in mind, Wang Yijian, played by Han Fei, sat cross-legged peacefully. He even deliberately patrolled the place of the explosion just now, frowning slightly, causing others to think. Granny Chio's 8th grade divine pills were all taken away, and the king's investigation got them nowhere. How could they dare to continue to hold the so-called Pill Dao Festival? Earlier, it was said that there were level 7 divine pills and a large number of level 5 and level 6 Dao pattern pills for sale. Now it seemed that Han Fei had already broken into the Medicine King Valley. But the group of kings couldn't find any clue. Who would still take out the pills they had worked so hard to refine? In this case, some people wanted to leave. The death of Bei Xianbing was not a small matter. Bei Xianbing was the grandson of Patriarch Infinity Bei Luochen. Now Bei Luochen should be on his way here. It didn't matter if others left or not, but Han Fei definitely had to leave. Although he still had reserves of the immortal spirit qi and fiendish energy. Patriarch Infinity was a sky-opening realm powerhouse. Perhaps he used the immortal spirit qi. He could kill Bei Xianbing, but it was impossible for him to kill Bei Luochen. Therefore, Han Fei's perception scanned for a moment and he suddenly got up. I'm leaving. If the divine pills are found, I'll come again. Han Fei didn't hide his intention to run. In fact, many people were also watching the show. They thought to themselves, Wang Yijian killed Bei Xianbing. Will Bei Luochen let him off? As soon as the two of them met, there must be a super battle. Now that Wang Yijian was leaving, everyone was slightly relieved, including Ji Chen and the others. It seemed that Wang Yijian hadn't reached the sky-opening realm yet. Otherwise, he didn't have to come to buy medicine from the Medicine King world, nor would he have to run away. Obviously, although he could use some power in the sky-opening realm, he still couldn't beat a real sky-opening realm powerhouse. Although sword cultivators had always been fearless, it didn't mean that they would just wait for death. Every cultivator knew the value of life. However, some people were still worried. It was Wang Yijian who protected Han Fei. If Wang Yijian left, Han Fei might be gone too. Then who could they complain to? At this moment, a girl in the half-king realm suddenly ran to the pill Tribulation Square and faced Han Fei. I'm Dongfang Yueshi, Mr. Yijian. You're leaving as soon as the accident happens. Although everyone knows why, who can prove that you won't take Han Fei away? After all, as many people know, the Sword God world once helped Han Fei. Boom. Instantly, many people were surprised. Is this girl crazy? Do you know who you are talking to? Even Granny Chio's face changed drastically. Yueshi, shut up. However, Dongfang Yueshi said, I know that the second sword god is very strong, but being strong doesn't mean you can be unreasonable. Smack. Immediately, someone slapped his forehead. Is this girl out of her mind? Is Wang Yijian the kind of person who is reasonable? However, some people thought to themselves, if a junior said that to Wang Yijian, she might be fine. Would Wang Yijian bully a half-king? Sure enough, Han Fei paused for a few seconds and looked at Dongfang Yueshi. First of all, the strong can be unreasonable. Secondly, it's impossible for Han Fei to escape. As for where he is, find him yourselves. With that, the broken sword behind Wang Yijian cut through the void and Han Fei left from the void, followed by Xia Xiaochan, who was holding a sword in her arms. It wasn't until the two of them left that Dongfang Yueshi felt her legs go limp. She was extremely scared when she was talking to such a murderous person. Fortunately, she made the right bet. Wang Yijian wouldn't attack a junior. Otherwise, he would have stabbed her to death. When Han Fei really left, Bai Tangxian's face was pale. He wanted to search for Bai Xuanbing's corpse, but failed to find it. Wang Yijian. Bai Tangxian gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, as if telling himself, I must become stronger. I must kill Wang Yijian with my own hands in the future. Li Xinghan patted Bai Tangxian's shoulder. This matter is not something you and I can decide. The patriarch will uphold justice. Bai Tangxian said, damn it. The sword god world deserves to be wiped out. Ji Xian, from the supreme clearness world, slowly heaved a sigh of relief. At least, compared to the infinity world, they didn't suffer much losses. Although his spiritual beast had been killed and turned into a baby, at least it wasn't dead yet. With a long period of nurturing, it could still recover. Besides, Ji Xian was glad that he didn't challenge Wang Yijian. This battle also showed him how strong the sword god world was. In the past, even he felt that since the sword god world was so strong, how could they not even be able to take down those 4 heavenly palaces? Now it seemed that they really couldn't. Even if they could, what price would they have to pay? The second sword god was already so strong. Then, what about the real sword god? Half a day passed. Because the others weren't as powerful as Han Fei, they couldn't leave. They were taken away by the people of the Medicine King world and gathered together. At this moment, Bai Luochen arrived. As soon as Bai Luochen appeared, he saw Li Xinghan and the other powerhouses of the infinity world all kneeling on the Pill Tribulation Square. Bai Tangxian's eyes were red. Great-grandfather, please uphold justice. Uncle was killed on the spot by Wang Yijian from the sword god world. That B** starred is extremely ferocious and arrogant. Great-grandfather, you've gotta avenge. Uncle. Bai Luochen frowned. Wang Yijian? He's not dead? Bai Luochen couldn't help but look at Granny Qiu, who was waiting in the Pill Tribulation Square. Obviously, the old lady was still here, just to give Bai Luochen an explanation. Granny Qiu stiffly explained what happened, and Bai Luochen frowned. In fact, Granny Qiu didn't want to talk to Bai Luochen at all. If it weren't for Bai Xianbing provoking Wang Yijian, if it weren't for the fact that Bai Xianbing was no match for Wang Yijian and had to rely on the Pill Tribulation to block Wang Yijian's sword, Han Fei wouldn't have had the chance to snatch all her divine pills. However, Granny Qiu was not strong enough. There were some words that she couldn't say to a sky-opening realm powerhouse like Bai Luochen, so she could only swallow them. Level 9 divine pills were indeed extremely important, but the protection of supreme clearness, infinity, and the other heavenly palaces was equally important. Otherwise, with just the Medicine King world itself, although it didn't lack kings, they were still much weaker than those wild kings who had experienced countless life and death battles. Bai Luochen's perception scanned this place again and again. He saw Zhang Luotian and Ji Xian. Zhang Luotian was calm. So what if he was an emperor? No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't dare to attack the people of the martial emperor city. Bai Luochen said, Ji Xian, what exactly happened? Ji Xian sighed and said, Senior, the Ice King was too eager to find Han Fei. So he offended Wang Yijin. And that person is indeed extremely eccentric. He seems to have already mastered the immortal spirit Qi and another powerful force. The slash condensed from these two forces is extremely powerful and full of killing intent. It's really difficult for a C establisher to block that slash. After a long silence, Bei Luochen grabbed a trace of dissipating power from the void and sensed it. What a strong murderous aura. Wang Yijian has really entered the demonic Dao. Entered the demonic Dao? Ji Xian, Granny Qiu, and the others were all surprised. It seemed that Wang Yijian was quite normal. Did he really enter the demonic Dao? Bei Luochen didn't explain. His perception swept across the Medicine King world. He even checked every inch of the land and every object, but he didn't find any trace of Han Fei. Bei Luochen said, "Very good, Wang Yijian, Sword God World, do you really think our Infinity World doesn't dare to start a war?" Bei Luochen snorted heavily and looked at Li Xinghan, Bei Tangxian, and the others. Let's go back. 7 days passed. The Medicine King world had checked all the people they could. They had searched everyone he could, but still didn't find Han Fei. But the Medicine King world couldn't really keep everyone here all the time. The first to ask to leave was the Martial Emperor City. Zhang Luotian said, "The Martial Emperor City is here to buy pills, not to be investigated." Following that, the other heavenly palaces also requested to leave. Ji Chen and the others couldn't sit still either. On this day, everyone was about to leave. Suddenly, someone from the Medicine King world had his glabella flashed, and his spiritual beast appeared. However, he suddenly discovered that his spiritual beast had become a baby. Someone was shocked. Han Fei is still here. Han Fei is still here. After only a moment, when Granny Qiu arrived, Han Fei's spiritual beast had already disappeared without a trace. This time, many strong masters of the 36 heavenly palaces had their spiritual beasts swallowed by Han Fei. Instantly, many people were terrified. Someone said, "No, we can't stay in the Medicine King world anymore." Someone's expression was ugly as he instantly summoned his spiritual beast to prevent any problems from happening inside. And this seemed to clear Wang Yijin's suspicion. Since Han Fei was still here, Wang Yijin must have been used. Granny Qiu asked, "Jade Sky Toad, you really can't catch that guy's spiritual beast?" "Jade Sky Toad, I really can't. I don't even know where its other body is. Besides, a strange bird is attacking me. Its aura is very terrifying. I'm afraid I will even be implicated." Granny Qiu said, "What should we do? Han Fei is simply a bane. We shouldn't have let the Yin-Yang world survive back then. Now, he is obviously taking revenge." Han Fei's next action was a real provocation. He seemed to be saying, "If you have the ability, seal the Medicine King world again. If you dare to seal it, I dare to eat." In the end, Granny Qiu compromised. She couldn't keep everyone here because of Han Fei, nor did she have the ability. Therefore, she might as well let these people leave. If Han Fei could mix into the crowd, then just let him leave. Granny Qiu said to the void, "Han Fei, you stole all the divine pills. We Medicine King world accept this loss. I hope you can take care of yourself." However, Han Fei wouldn't be tricked. "You deliberately made an opening for me to leave? In fact, you joined forces with supreme clearness and infinity to set up an inescapable net outside. Do you think I'm stupid?" At this moment, in the supreme purple smoke furnace, Han Fei was absorbing the purple fire. Han Fei discovered that the essence of the fire was extremely helpful to his body refinement. The main reason was that there was a medicinal fragrance in the fire. Han Fei felt that his body was overflowing with energy, which was nourishing his body. If he cultivated in the supreme purple smoke furnace, a year would probably be equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. Of course, if only the supreme purple smoke furnace could be placed in his origin sea. Then, a year would probably be equivalent to 300 years in the outside world. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. For this magical cultivation method, he had to take down the supreme purple smoke furnace. When the supreme purple smoke furnace was no longer enough to support his cultivation, he would throw it to Patriarch Million Poison, Huang Jia, to fulfill his promise for him. After the people left one after another, Granny Chiu returned the pill furnace to the alchemy room. Unlike ordinary treasures, pill furnaces were the basic conditions for every alchemist. Generally speaking, they wouldn't be taken into the body. The pill furnace was open every day, refining overlapping flames. Han Fei had heard it when old Jiang taught Tango. It was true. Granny Chiu returned to the alchemy room and casually threw a batch of herbs into the supreme purple smoke furnace. The ultra-quality spiritual stones turned into purple flames and calcined the herbs. Han Fei thought to himself, I wonder what pill this old lady is refining now. If only I could eat it. Then he heard that Dongfang Yueshi, who had shouted at him earlier, had entered the alchemy room. She said, Teacher, this is a level 6 spirit nurturing pill refined by me. You've hurt your mind these past few days. Don't dwell on that matter anymore. Huh? You can refine a level 6 spirit nurturing pill now? Granny Chiu seemed a little surprised, but then she sighed slightly. Yueshi, I'm afraid I won't have another chance to refine level 9 divine pills in this life. This time, I thought they were only level 8 divine pills. But who knew that there would be the 9th pill tribulation at the end, alas. Dongfang Yueshi said, Teacher, you are the master of the Medicine King. Heavenly Palace, the best alchemist in the world. You might still have a chance to refine level 9 divine pills. Granny Chiu shook her head slightly. You're still young and don't know the Tao of alchemy well enough. Forget it. Yueshi. I've long had the idea of passing on the supreme purple smoke furnace to you. However, you're still young. When you return from this trip to the Monarch Palace, regardless of whether you become a king or not, I'll pass on the supreme purple smoke furnace to you. You've been talented on alchem since you were a child. Perhaps you might be able to break my limit. Dongfang Yueshi said, the supreme purple smoke furnace is a godly alchemy weapon. I dare not accept it. Han Fei silently snorted when he listened to the old woman and the young girl playing the show of a good master and her disciple. This Granny Chiu was obviously not a good person. The pills clearly grew from the small vine, but she took credit for it? Did she really think that they were refined by her? How could she not find out about the truth? Also, is this supreme purple smoke furnace yours? How do you have the cheek to want to pass it on to the next generation? Outside, Granny Chiu said, Yueshi, you can refine pills here recently. Feel the effect of the supreme purple smoke furnace in advance. Yes, teacher. Han Fei wasn't sure. What kind of trap did Granny Chiu arrange outside the Medicine King world? Anyway, he shouldn't go out now. He had plenty of time. He would stay in the Medicine King world for another month. At this moment, Han Fei had already fused his twin bodies. He didn't stay outside for long but entered his origin sea. That divine pill contained the golden light movement technique. He should eat it first. A moment later, Han Fei came to the demon purification pot again, looked at the 7 divine pills, and reached out to gently pull the last divine pill. It didn't take him much effort to pull down the divine pill. Huff. When the divine pill was picked, Han Fei immediately smelled the fragrance of the pill. Without thinking much, Han Fei immediately stuffed the pill into his mouth and sat down cross-legged. As soon as this pill entered his mouth, Han Fei felt that he seemed to have comprehended the Tao of space. It was very different from the ordinary Tao of space. This golden light movement technique was a bit like the star teleportation technique, which was a space technique between reality and the void. Therefore, Han Fei immediately felt that if he mastered this technique, many arrays wouldn't be able to trap him. Han Fei's mind was gradually immersed in it, and he seemed to be practicing in a dream. With a flash of golden light, he traveled between the heavens and earth, which was many times better than the great shift that the old turtle had taught him. There was a period of time between 2 teleportations of the great shift. However, this golden movement technique was different. Wherever the light shone, he could go. As golden light jumped, which was comparable to the flash of light, he could teleport 300,000 kilometers a second. Gulp. Han Fei's eyes were closed, but he kept swallowing. If he mastered this technique, his speed would be 600,000 kilometers per second. Han Fei couldn't imagine how fast it was. In the dream, Han Fei sensed the frequency of the golden light jumping. It could be used about 3 times in 1 second. During this period, although there was a gap, it was extremely short. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. At this speed, how many people could match him in speed? Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Old Yuan, how fast were you before you reached the sky-opening realm?" Stunned by Han Fei's question, the old turtle said, "Speed is not my strong point. However, before I reached the sky-opening realm, I could teleport millions of kilometers at a time." Han Fei said, "Not the great shift. I'm talking about your fastest speed. For example, pure speed." After a long silence, the old turtle said, "Before the sky-opening realm? That was more than 500,000 kilometers in 1 second. If I tried my best, it could probably reach 1,000,000 kilometers at most." Han Fei was stunned. 1,000,000 kilometers the fastest? The old turtle paused and said, "Yes, isn't it fast enough?" Han Fei said perfunctorily, "Enough, enough." However, Han Fei casually said, "By the way, old Yuan, if a king is so fast, can't he finish exploring this world? How big is this world?" The old turtle couldn't help but say, "Well, everyone asks this question when they become a king. They all think that they are fast enough, so they can definitely finish exploring this world. In fact, more than one person has tried it, but in the end, people only found a few problems." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "What problems?" The old turtle said, "One of the problems is that when a person is too fast, he can easily enter the void. In the end, he can't stop stepping into the endless void and even touch the river of time. Therefore, if he's not careful, he can disappear." Han Fei asked in surprise, "Disappear?" The old turtle said, "The limit seems to be 600,000 kilometers per second. Once you exceed this speed, there will be many problems. Many people just run and disappear and never appear again. It seems that no one except monarchs can handle this speed. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. The old turtle was talking about the speed of light. No one would move at a speed faster than light, because once they reached that limit, there were too many unpredictable things. The old turtle mentioned the endless void and the river of time, which might have been sensed at the speed of light. And this golden movement technique seemed to have reached the speed of light. If what the old turtle said was true, he'd better not move at his fastest speed then. If anything unexpected happened, with his current knowledge, he might not be able to deal with it. Besides, although he had swallowed this divine pill, this golden movement technique couldn't be used to its limit easily. He hadn't tried it yet, so he didn't know how fast it could be. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what about the other problems? The old turtle said, another problem is that this world is too big. Besides, most people say that the world we are in is actually not a simple world. Han Fei asked, what do you mean? Is it a combination of multiple worlds? The old turtle said, sort of, but not exactly. It seems to be related to some territory thing. I'm a turtle. I always sleep. I'm too lazy to care about territory. Han Fei was lost for words. Yes, you're a turtle, but what's so great about that? You have no desire for knowledge at all? Isn't exploring the world the best cultivation? Han Fei firmly believed that no matter how big this world was, he could finish exploring this world if his speed was fast enough. He must figure out this problem in the future. In fact, after Han Fei learned the golden light movement technique, he felt that even if he left the Medicine King world now, Bei Luochen might not be able to stop him. After asking Old Yuan, Han Fei knew that whether it was the sea establishment realm or the sky-opening realm, in terms of speed, there would be a balance in the end. As for the fundamental reason for the difference in speed, it was essentially a problem of how to control space and time. The sky-opening realm was obviously stronger in this aspect. However, this problem had almost become a problem that the sea establishment realm and sky-opening realm powerhouses had been pursuing. However, Han Fei didn't want to leave yet. Since he was already in the Medicine King world, and the Medicine King world was one of the main enemies of the Yin-Yang world, there was nothing wrong for him to take revenge. Now that he couldn't touch supreme clearness and infinity, he would attack Medicine King world first. He had taken back the little vine and obtained the 8-9 mystic pills. And his next target would be the supreme purple smoke furnace. Now, the biggest problem was that the supreme purple smoke furnace had been refined by Granny Chiu, so he couldn't take it out now. Or, he could kill Granny Chiu and break into her origin sea to snatch it out. Or, he could force Granny Chiu to remove her control of the supreme purple smoke furnace. If Han Fei chose the first method, it was actually quite dangerous. Firstly, there was more than one king in the Medicine King world, and there might be more than one king in the outside world. If he killed Granny Chiu now, he would have to break open her origin sea. At that time, it would be really easy for him to be ambushed. Although he could hide in Granny Chiu's origin sea, some people might know that he had the vast ocean navigator. But if he chose to control Granny Chiu, she probably wouldn't surrender, and he would probably have to kill her in the end. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. Let me take a rest for a few more days. Half a month later, Dongfeng Yueshi was refining a level 6 Dao pattern pill. Because she was Using the supreme purple smoke furnace this time, Dongfang Yueshi refined it very carefully. However, when Dongfang Yueshi was refining pills, she felt that the firepower of the supreme purple smoke furnace didn't seem to be enough. She thought to herself, perhaps it's because I didn't control it well, or because I haven't mastered the essence of alchemy yet. However, she never thought that the problem might be the supreme purple smoke furnace itself. After this round of refining, Dongfang Yueshi used a lot of great medicines. Even Granny Qiu praised her for her control, but in the end, she only got a 6th grade meditation pill. Huh. Even Granny Qiu couldn't help but look suspicious. That shouldn't be the case. Your control was almost perfect. Logically speaking, you should have refined at least 3 meditation pills. How could there be only one? Under normal circumstances, once the useless pills in the pill furnace were invalid, they would become the medicinal power of the pill furnace and be absorbed by the power of the pill furnace. Then, when the furnace refined pills again, the energy would be fed to other pills. This was why the supreme purple smoke furnace could easily refine level 3 Dao pattern pills. Dongfang Yueshi couldn't help sweating. Teacher, maybe my skills are not good enough. I think something must have gone wrong. Granny Qiu frowned. She couldn't help but think, could it be that the power of the supreme purple smoke furnace had been absorbed too much by the little vine? Therefore, the effect of refining pills now was worse than before? She said, Yueshi, move aside. I'll refine the next batch of pills. Dongfang Yueshi was relieved to hear that. She thought to herself, sure enough. I'm still not familiar with level 6 pills yet. Half a month later, when Granny Qiu opened the furnace, only a meditation pill flew out. Granny Qiu was confused. She thought to herself, I can't even refine a level 6 pill now? Dongfang Yueshi was also dumbfounded. Could it be that there was something wrong with the supreme purple smoke furnace? With teacher's alchemy strength, as long as there were enough materials, wouldn't it be a breeze for her to refine level 6 pills? It was impossible for her to waste a furnace of pills and only have one left in the supreme purple smoke furnace. In the past month, Han Fei had a great time eating. Of course, what Han Fei absorbed was not the pill, but the medicinal power. The purple fire tempered the medicinal power and soaked into his body. After the transformation of the purity mystic body, 80% of the pure medicinal power entered his body. Han Fei even discovered that his bones were slightly turning into gold and jade. The kind of pale golden jade-like bone looked quite strange. At present, it was only a small part, less than 10% of his body. However, this was enough to show that his body was indeed changing. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't have so much time to waste here. He certainly couldn't stay in this pill furnace for 8 or 10 years, just waiting for Granny Qiu and Dongfang Yueshi to feed him the medicinal power. At this time, Granny Qiu said, perhaps those level 9 divine pills have swallowed most of the medicinal power of the supreme purple smoke furnace, causing the effect of the supreme purple smoke furnace to deteriorate. However, don't panic. We just need to refine a large number of pills. As time goes by, the effect should be able to recover. I'll slowly refine a batch of pills, which will take about 9 years. Let's come back and check this furnace in 9 years. Han Fei was stunned. Are you kidding me? Spend 9 years just to refine a furnace of pills? Soon, Granny Qiu threw thousands of great medicines into the supreme purple smoke furnace. After instructing a half-king to guard it, she left. Han Fei wanted to keep Granny Chiu on the spot, but considering that she had thrown thousands of ingredients in, it would be a waste not to eat them. He might as well use them to temper his body first. It wouldn't be too late to leave after he consumed the medicinal power. 7 or 8 days passed. The medicinal power of the thousands of herbs in the supreme purple smoke furnace had basically been exhausted and turned into energy for body tempering by Han Fei. Han Fei wished that the old lady could throw another batch of thousands of herbs in. He could stay until Granny Chiu went bankrupt. Seeing it was no longer useful to stay in the supreme purple smoke furnace, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and a golden light jumped and he appeared in the alchemy room. Seeing Han Fei suddenly appear, the half-king's face changed greatly, and he was about to shout. However, Han Fei's suppressing pressure instantly knocked him down, making him unable to move. With a thought, Han Fei took out the half-king's sun-moon shell and controlled him with the void lines. And the half-king couldn't resist at all. Han Fei smiled and issued an order in his heart, and the man left the alchemy room calmly. At this time, Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, prepare the turtle shell sky ceiling array. As soon as Granny Chiu comes in, I will immediately forbid all techniques in this space. Let's catch this old lady first." The old turtle said, "Catch her alive? This is her territory." Han Fei said, "I'll cripple her first and then catch her. Anyway, since I've already come to the Medicine King world, I must take the supreme purple smoke furnace. Oh. Wait, no hurries. I have to leave first." Buzz. Han Fei directly used the twin divine technique. His white mist body stayed in the alchemy room and entered the origin sea in the blink of an eye, and his black mist body had already quietly left. Using the vast ocean navigator as the guide, he found the treasury of the Medicine King Valley. Since the level 9 divine pills were stolen, Granny Chiu didn't seem to care about refining pills anymore. It was reasonable. She had worked so hard for so long and was about to succeed, but someone messed it up. It was a good thing that she didn't collapse. However, instead of refining pills, Granny Chiu began to teach her juniors. At the same time, she often perceived the entire Medicine King world, fearing that Han Fei was still here. At this moment, Granny Chiu was coming out of a cave and saw a familiar figure. She immediately said via voice transmission, "Meow, why aren't you in my alchemy room? Why did you come out?" The half-king named Meow, he immediately bowed and said, "Palace Master, please take a look at the supreme purple smoke furnace. There may be a problem with this furnace." Hearing this, Granny Chiu's expression changed slightly, and her figure disappeared. Then, she appeared in the alchemy room. Because it was a place for her to refine pills, and she didn't like to live in the heavenly palace, there were always arrays around. However, what she saw stunned her. There was more than a problem. The pill refinement had clearly stopped. She had planned to spend 9 years refining this furnace of medicine. But the furnace went out only after 9 days? Did something go wrong? Granny Chiu was about to question Meow, when she suddenly felt a strange power sealing the world. Before she could call for reinforcements, she suddenly felt a fatal danger. Her soul seemed to be about to explode. The only thing she had time to do was to take out a divine pill and condense a soul barrier to block her soul. Puff. In the next moment, Granny Chiu felt that a terrifying power that could make Her body explode was cutting her body and destroying her vitality. But at this moment, at least Granny Chiu hadn't been slaughtered yet. Therefore, she saw a person, a smiling young man, exactly the same as Han Fei. In the portrait, Han Fei smiled. Palace Master Chiu, we finally met. Nice to meet you. Han Fei's appearance made Granny Chiu's heart skip a beat. Things were different now. When Han Fei returned this time, he first slaughtered Yu Meng, then killed Mad Fourth King. The combat power of both of them was extraordinary. Especially Mad Fourth King, after he went crazy, his strength was definitely not weak. If Han Fei hadn't been so strong, the Medicine King world wouldn't have been in such a mess. In the past, everyone agreed that the twin divine technique was only best at escaping. Now it seemed that this technique was no longer an escaping technique in Han Fei's hand. At this moment, Granny Chiu said, Han Fei, if you want revenge, why did you come to me first? You've already stolen my level 9 divine pills and caused trouble in the Soul Sea. Are you going to kill me? Han Fei grinned. I'm thinking, so what if I kill you? Granny Chiu's heart sank. Han Fei was different from Jiang Linxian. This person had no bottom line. As the master of a heavenly palace, he didn't even mind becoming a pirate. Besides, this person had killed many strong masters in the land of King Death. And this time, he caused such an internal strife in the human race. How could such a person have a bottom line? Granny Chiu said, although my strength is average, I have many allies. Your Inyang world has done so many things, just to return to the raging sea. If people know that you, Han Fei, are a cruel and ruthless person, what do you think the consequences will be? Han Fei sneered. Do you think I care about that? Those who obey me prosper. And those who defy me die. In the 36 mystic worlds, strength is everything. You've lived for so long. You should know this. Granny Chiu thought to herself, this Han Fei is indeed not a decent person. If such a person is really given a chance to rise, what can we do to him in the future? Granny Chiu's heart did a flip and she suddenly pounded her walking stick. Han Fei, what do you want? However, as soon as Granny Chiu pounded her walking stick, power surged in Han Fei's body. Han Fei smiled faintly. Suddenly, the 100-beast soul devouring burst out. In the next second, the heavenly god stab burst out. Bang! Granny Chiu's entire body exploded into powder, and her soul was seriously injured again. Han Fei sneered. Oh, why does the master of the Medicine King Heavenly Palace know how to use poison? And you are so good at using poison. Interesting. Granny Chiu wanted to escape, but she gave up the moment Han Fei drew his knife. She knew that the moment she broke through this place to escape would be the moment she died. Now, Han Fei hadn't really attacked her. There was no telling why, but as long as Han Fei didn't kill her now, there should be a chance for her to survive. After Granny Chiu was reborn, she looked at Han Fei with an awful expression. What do you mean? Han Fei said, I heard that the supreme purple smoke furnace is a good thing. Then hand it over first. Granny Chiu's face was a bit ferocious. Why do you need this furnace? This is my pill furnace. Do you know how to refine pills? If not, wouldn't it be useless to you? Han Fei shrugged. It's none of your business. Now I want you to give it to me. Granny Chiu's face darkened. At this moment, could she say no? She said, okay. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. However, you can't be here just for a furnace, right? Han Fei said, give it to me first. Then we can talk. Granny Chiu. She had never seen a person like Han Fei. Greedy and shameless. Why did he have to get her furnace first? However, she had no choice. Now she was at the mercy of Han Fei. With a thought from Granny Chiu, soul and essence blood dissipated in the supreme purple smoke furnace, and Granny Chiu suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. A human sacred weapon was rare in the first place. If she forcibly cut the connection with it, it would backfire on her body. Han Fei reached out without hesitation and stuffed it into his origin sea. Han Fei wasn't afraid of Granny Chiu doing anything to the furnace. His origin sea was different from others. It was a special origin sea that had forged the universe. Here, he was the god. Having obtained the supreme purple smoke furnace so easily, Han Fei smiled and said, Medicine King world was one of the main combat powers that attacked our yin-yang world back then. Back then, the kings of the heavenly palaces were of similar strength. But you, Medicine King world, with your talent in alchemy, sponsored the supreme clearness, infinity, and other heavenly palaces, causing the Waterwood world, yin-yang world, and other palaces to be forced to move into the wild abyss. Do you think you don't have to pay a price? Granny Chiu said, since you didn't kill me, you must have your reasons. Right? Han Fei grinned and said, it seems that you also know how to refine poison? Why don't you play the same trick again? In the future, send some poisonous pills to supreme clearness and infinity? Buzz. Granny Chiu suddenly raised her head, stared at Han Fei, and gritted her teeth. You're trying to send our Medicine King world to hell. Han Fei said with a smile, Granny Chiu, it's still unknown who will win the battle between me and supreme clearness and infinity. Why don't you just sit by and take your time to watch? You'll find out when it's time to take sides. Hee hee. I, Han Fei, will take revenge on the yin-yang world's enemies one by one. Believe me, it won't take me long. Granny Chiu was silent for a while. You want to suppress the 36 heavenly palaces? Han Fei grinned and said leisurely, why not have a try? This agreement is only known by you and me. Anyway, you, Medicine King, have to remember that if I, Han Fei, can come once, I can come twice or 3 times. This time, with so many people here, you still can't defend against me. No matter how you set up an inescapable net, do you think you can defend against me? Granny Chiu didn't speak, as if thinking about Han Fei's suggestion. Han Fei said leisurely, oh. By the way, don't think that the Medicine King world can make up for the yin-yang world so easily. I've taken the Medicine King world's treasury. As you know, the twin divine technique is the most elusive technique in the world. Ha ha ha. Buzz. All of a sudden, the seal on this place disappeared. Granny Chiu heard a bang and looked at the direction of the treasury, which was reduced to ashes. Several kings were scanning it with their perception. Someone shouted, Palace Master, our treasury was robbed. Countless great medicines were stolen. Palace Master, our pill treasures were stolen. Our 1,000 years of hard work has been burnt to ashes. It must be Han Fei. That thief is too much. Palace Master, spiritual fruits, spiritual spring, and ultra-quality spiritual stones have all disappeared. Han Fei must still be here. At this moment, Granny Chiu was a little numb. She had thought that the loss of the divine pills was already the limit of the Medicine King world's losses. But now it seemed that the loss of the divine pills was just the beginning. She couldn't help but think, the master of a heavenly palace who was unscrupulous, decisive, strong, and smart. Was it possible for such a person to suppress the 36 mystic worlds? At the moment when this accident happened to Medicine King World, in only 100 seconds, Bei Luochen had appeared above the Medicine King World. And an old man who was treading on a sword and looked like an immortal also appeared. However, they didn't find anything. The sword-treading immortal sighed. The damn twin divine technique is back. Bei Luochen said, he took revenge on the Medicine King World first. My grandson was probably used by this guy. Han Fei, Yinyang World. They ran away. Back then. If we can't kill them this time, who knows what trouble they will. 'Cause in the future? Puff. Granny Cho vomited blood and seemed to have aged dozens of years. So what if she was the master of the heavenly palace? She wasn't the strongest. At that moment, Granny Cho understood that no matter how good she was at alchemy, she still couldn't resist the strong. In the end, she was just not strong enough to stop Han Fei. If it were a heavenly palace like supreme clearness or infinity, would Han Fei dare to do this to them? Teacher. Palace master. Seeing that Granny Chiu was injured, many people surrounded her. However, Granny Chiu held her walking stick and said to Bei Luochen and the sword-treading immortal, Emperor Bei, fellow Taoist Xianqing, this time, we Medicine King World has almost lost everything. Our level 9 divine pills, the supreme purple smoke furnace, and our treasury have all been snatched. We Medicine King World is the first, but will definitely not be the last. Take care. 3 months later. In a certain sea area, a golden light flashed. With the golden light, Han Fei's figure slowly appeared. The golden light leap of 200,000 kilometers is already my limit. However, it's already fast enough. What a pity. I almost saw the river of time. Buzz. A big ship rushed over from afar. In the next moment, Xuanning and Su Ran said, "Welcome, Captain." Han Fei nodded slightly. The Avenger appeared on the sea. In the next moment, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and everyone appeared on the sea. Xia Xiaochan came to Han Fei immediately. "Are you okay?" Han Fei smiled. "Yes, and I made a fortune." As soon as everyone appeared, Han Fei scanned them with his perception and found that everyone's strength seemed to have improved a lot. More than a dozen people had made a breakthrough. Su Daiji and Yi Shiyan had become half venerables. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan had become venerables. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction and said, "From today on, everyone will start closed-door training. We will adjust the looting time to once a year. At the same time, I will preach to you once a year." Boom. Thank you, Human King. Thank you for your inheritance. Xuanning and Su Ran were stunned. Human King? How dare he name himself that? The battle of the Medicine King World shocked the entire raging sea. First of all, Wang Yijian entered everyone's field of vision again. The title of slaying a king with a slash shocked many people again. Even Supreme Clearness and Infinity had to treat it seriously. The news that Han Fei robbed Medicine King World and took away their level 9 divine pills also shocked the world. Besides, Han Fei was able to escape safely from the siege, so his name had become a taboo in the raging sea. Every day, many people in the Martial Emperor city were asking about the Avenger. However, the Avenger seemed to have disappeared and rarely appeared. 4 years passed. On an abandoned sea route, a starfish was making a breakthrough. Along with the starfish was a young man. He was Xingyu, who was once the weakest in the Thug Academy. But at this moment, Xingyu's strength had reached the junior venerable realm. This time, he was going to break through to the peak of the junior venerable realm. As for the hexagon starfish, spiritual energy storms and vortexes were spinning crazily around him. His strength had reached the peak of the venerable realm. For a total of 5 years, everyone drifted on the sea and fought day and night. Basically, everyone's strength had increased by a whole level. At this moment, they were all venerables, and there were 15 half-kings among them, including Song Kaiyuan, Shui Ran, and the others. The number of peak-level venerables had reached 9. There were as many as 20 advanced venerables. Among them, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang, and the others had all reached the peak of the advanced venerable level. In the past, this was a height that was difficult to reach. But now, after only 5 years, their strength had soared. This was because there were countless marine creatures and powerhouses, and they seemed to be dancing at the tip of a knife every day. But in the past 5 years, 3 people had died. The reason was that the Avenger pirates and the Divine Sect pirates of the top 10 pirate teams collided. Han Fei was busy fighting Li Hexia and couldn't take care of everyone. After that battle, Han Fei realized that the 10 great pirate groups were stronger than he imagined. Li Hexia's strength was probably in the top 10 of the raging sea. Therefore, after the collision, Han Fei stopped in time and saved 7 or 8 people with the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique before they retreated safely. Otherwise, there would have been more casualties. But Li Hexia didn't have the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique as Han Fei. In that battle, the Divine Sect pirates lost 13 venerables, which was a small defeat. After that, many people wanted to see the scene where the Peace Pirates and the Avenger Pirates met. They wanted to see who could make it into the top 3. Of course, their expectations were destined to be in vain. This was because in the past 5 years, the entire Avenger Pirates had been searching for the 9 Palace World. If Han Fei were to search for it alone, he might have found it long ago. However, he was taking a full ship of people with him. Therefore, training and finding the way at the same time, Han Fei's speed was much slower. On this day, the hexagon starfish and Xingyu had just made a breakthrough. After only half an hour, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. The abandoned route had disappeared, and they were lost in it. After coming out of nowhere, the fleet encountered a giant sea monster that was a sea ray more than 500 kilometers long. Except for Han Fei, Xia Xiaochan, Shui Ning, and Su Ran, the others had never seen such a huge creature. They were all dumbfounded. When the huge sea ray saw the Avenger, it roared, and the sound waves, like knives, directly shot at the Avenger. For this sea ray, sound waves might be its unique technique. If the sound wave really came over, it would be difficult for anyone below the advanced venerable level to resist it. Buzz. Han Fei stood at the bow of the ship and raised his hand, launching a yin-yang reincarnation saber. With Han Fei's current strength, ordinary creatures couldn't compare to him even if he didn't use the power of the Great Tao. The yin-yang reincarnation saber easily shattered the sound waves. But then, the power of this knife was shattered by the overlapping vibration sound of the sea ray. Of course, Han Fei didn't care. This was just one reincarnation of the yin-yang reincarnation saber. However, in less than half a second, the yin-yang reincarnation saber appeared. Again. Only then did the sea ray realize how terrifying the yin-yang reincarnation saber was. Just now, it had barely endured the second reincarnation, and the third yin-yang reincarnation saber had appeared again. Puff. Puff. In an instant, the sea ray was injured. Han Fei had thought that he could easily take down the sea ray, but to his surprise, it flapped its tail and caused a huge storm on the sea. In the rain, Han Fei suddenly felt the space change. When the water curtain dispersed, Han Fei narrowed his eyes. The huge sea ray had disappeared? Huh. Immediately, a group of half-kings came to Han Fei. Xia Xiaochan asked, "Where is that sea ray?" Zhang Xuanyu said, "Good lord, isn't that thing too big? Is that a so-called giant beast? If it weren't for you, we would have been killed by its roar." Luo Xiaobai asked, "Why did its huge body suddenly disappear?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Array." Array? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim and look at Han Fei in surprise, wondering how big an array it took to enclose such a large territory. After discovering that it was an array, Han Fei knew that he had found the right place. The nine-palace world was best at arrays. As it happened, Han Fei had used up the number of times he used the vast ocean navigator today. Therefore, he couldn't find the way again. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. Arrays needed spiritual energy to operate. Huff. Han Fei took a deep breath. Above the sea, a large amount of spiritual energy and energy was extracted by Han Fei. Immediately afterward, Han Fei stomped and a great spirit-gathering array appeared under his feet. The spirit-gathering array kept flashing, and infinite spiritual energy gathered from all directions. Han Fei said, "Let's just take things as they come. You've gained enough fighting experience. It's time for you to cultivate for a while." Swallow. There were a total of 55 venerables, including as many as 15 half-kings. The amount of spiritual energy they could absorb was terrifying. After only 100 seconds, the array here changed. Obviously, the existence behind this array couldn't stand it anymore. So many people are eating the spiritual energy and energy at my door? If they continue to eat, no matter how strong the array is, it will be eaten up. This time, the array changed and a killing array appeared. The person behind probably thought that since he couldn't drive them away and they were still absorbing energy and spiritual energy, he might as well activate a killing array. At that moment, within 10,000 kilometers, the mist began to envelop. Gray shadows appeared one after another, and the world was full of sword chi and knife light. Only one sword was aimed at Han Fei. That sword seemed to have been brewing for a long time. As soon as the sword was unleashed, the sky changed color, and the seawater suddenly froze. All these happened at a terrifying speed. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He activated the power of his great Tao, and his aura suddenly erupted. All great Taos in one sword instantly condensed at his fingertip. However, even so, Han Fei felt that the other party's sword intent had been brewing for a long time and was too powerful. Han Fei roared, and behind Han Fei, an avatar giant more than 200 meters tall appeared out of thin air. Rumble! Rumble! The terrifying explosion caused a 100-mile vortex, and the ripples spread tens of thousands of kilometers. Han Fei was pushed back dozens of kilometers by the sword. However, the sky avatar extended its hands and punched the sea, blocking in front of Han Fei and the Avenger. Only then did Han Fei manage to block the strongest killing move. And the people on the Avenger were dealing with the knife, lights, and swords that filled the sky. Han Fei shouted, "The Nine Palace world has been sealed for many years. Do you really not know anything about the outside world? You even want to stop the Avenger pirates?" As Han Fei spoke, he raised his sword and slashed at the void 10,000 kilometers away. Clank. The mist quickly dissipated. The saber and sword beams that filled the sky also disappeared. Only then did the sea return to calm. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. It seemed that the power of the Nine Palace world wasn't weak. It could even force him to use the Sky Avatar. From this, Han Fei knew that there were still strong masters in the Nine Palace world. Besides, this was very likely to be an existence comparable to the top 10 of the raging sea. To be honest, Han Fei's current limit strength was definitely in the top 10 of the sea establishment realm. However, he had only become a king for a short time and his origin sea was still strengthening. Now, he had the 8-9 mystic pills to nurture, and most of the resources he snatched were used to feed the little vine. Up to now, the second pill hadn't fully ripened. Han Fei estimated that it would take a few years for the second small pill to fully mature. This was because the little vine wasn't absorbing resources so quickly and crazily now. Obviously, it also had a maturity period. At this moment, although the sea was surging, there were no arrays blocking it, and the sea ray from just now had gone. At this moment, the Avenger was floating on the sea. Han Fei's perception swept across the world, inch by inch. Then, Han Fei discovered that this was an undersea mountain range. The mountain seemed ordinary, but Han Fei immediately discovered that the layout of the ground veins here was very interesting. With the ground veins as lines, a large array was set up in a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers. The complexity of the array exceeded all the arrays Han Fei had seen. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Since you know that someone is coming, why do you need guests to break the array?" After dozens of seconds of silence, a voice echoed between the heavens and earth, "No need." Hearing that, everyone on the Avenger looked solemn. However, Einer came to Han Fei immediately. She knew that this was the Nine Palace world. In theory, it was also her home. Xue Ning and Su Ran looked at each other in bewilderment. The Nine Palace world that hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years had been found by Han Fei in 5 years? Besides, in the past 5 years, he didn't spend all his time looking for the Nine Palace world. Buzz. Thousands of kilometers away, complicated arrays lit up one after another. In a pile of arrays, a middle-aged man in green stood on the sea. This person was somewhat similar to old Han, also gentle and elegant. The man put one hand behind his back and raised the other, holding a strange box. The box gave Han Fei a very dangerous feeling. Han Fei had a feeling that he might not be able to win against this person. The middle-aged man glanced at the people behind Han Fei and said, "I thought you would come sooner, but I didn't expect it to take so long." Han Fei said, "I was delayed on the way. The Avenger needs some power of its own." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "Why don't you temporarily put them into the origin sea?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment and then nodded slightly. Han Fei said, "Enter my origin sea." Luo Xiaobai asked via voice transmission, "Do you need us to stay outside?" Han Fei shook his head and said, "No. If there's a need, I'll call you out immediately." Xiao Xiaochan said, "I'll stay outside with you." Han Ener said, I'm outside too. Han Fei nodded slightly. A moment later, everyone entered Han Fei's origin sea. Han Fei said, okay, may I ask who you are? Are you the current master of the Nine Palace world? The middle-aged man smiled. I'm your uncle. Ah. Han Fei was stunned for a moment and thought to himself, don't brag to me. My father never mentioned that. Han Fei was stunned for a long time and asked, why do you say that? The middle-aged man said, I gave you your name. Han Fei hurriedly said, I wasn't born in the raging sea. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. That's when we were young. Isn't it normal for brothers to talk about this? Before your father fell in love with Jiang Linxian, we had already discussed it. Your father wanted to use the word Zhao, which symbolizes the prosperity of the people. But I recommended the word Fei. It was like a bird spreading its wings, implying being free and unrestrained. Han Fei. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. You only talked about the name of my father's son? Not his daughter? The middle-aged man smiled and said, we did. I suggested if your father had a daughter, he could name her with the word Yin, implying spending her life peacefully and happily. Han Fei and Han Ener couldn't help looking at each other. The middle-aged man looked at Han Ener. I was wondering why you left too. People outside. It turns out that I have a niece? But, you two don't seem to have inherited your parents' looks. Han Fei. Han Ener. Han Fei had thought that there would be a big battle. Who knew that it would become a family reunion drama? He felt that he had walked into the wrong place. After meeting Han Fei and Ener, the middle-aged man nodded at Xia Xiaochan. Greetings, Princess Mingzhu. Xia Xiaochan was a little stunned and shy, the kind of feeling a girl had when she was meeting her husband's family. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, wait, you said you were my uncle. Why didn't my father mention you to me? However, the middle-aged man said, our daos are different, so we don't get along. Your father claimed to be able to figure out everything, so he created the Nine Palace Luck Ruler, but I'm good at divination techniques and created the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass. How can all the things in the world be obtained through scheming? Of course they are obtained by killing. My name is Han Xian. Without your father, I'm guarding the Nine Palace world. As he spoke, the strange box in Han Xian's hand began to spin. Every time it spun, Han Fei saw an array appear. After only a moment, hundreds of array patterns appeared. An extremely strange teleportation array dazzled Han Fei. Han Fei wanted to see if this array was dangerous from the teleportation array. However, after looking at it for a long time, he found that this array seemed to have layers of concealment abilities, and he couldn't completely see it through. Han Xian said, if you don't believe me, you can check it with the Nine Palace Luck Ruler. Of course, Han Fei would use it. Han Fei extended his hand, and the Nine Palace Luck Ruler appeared. As the marker slid, it soon fell on the flat divination result. Han Xian said, this Nine Palace Luck Ruler can only measure luck. To forcibly change luck is to forcibly change the heavenly Tao, which will consume a lot of energy. My 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass gathers tens of thousands of arrays and is good at attacking and killing. Which one do you think is stronger? Han Fei. Han Ener. Seeing that no one responded, Han Xian shrugged. Forget it. Let's go. The Nine Palace world has declined and is not as prosperous as before. Swish. 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 As the teleportation array turned, Han Fei felt that the void was distorted. As if the teleportation array didn't stop until it bypassed many space nodes. When the three of them landed, they saw a semicircular floating island with a diameter of only 3,000 kilometers. In the center of the floating island, a heavenly palace stood on the floating island. There were no mountains or rivers here. There were only 3 mountains in the entire 9-palace world. On this floating island that spanned 3,000 kilometers, there were all kinds of strange warehouse-like houses. The place where humans really lived was actually only 500 kilometers in radius. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but ask in surprise, so few people? Han Xian said, actually, it's not that bad. Since the battle back then, the 9-palace world collapsed. The 36 cities were divided, and the main cities were shattered. I simply carried the small half of the floating island and ran away. Because the 9-palace world only has such a small territory left. The consumption to maintain it is much less. The existence of the heavenly palace will attract a huge amount of energy, so I released it and placed it directly on the island. In this way, the 9-palace world is hidden enough. No one can find the location of the 9-palace world according to the consumption of resources. Han Fei said in surprise, but it has to consume resources. Han Xian said, therefore, I re-established a non-air route area and made many disguises, forging the 9-palace world as a place of cultivation for giant beasts. Xiao Shaochan asked, then who was that sea ray just now? Han Xian said, that's a giant beast. I created a unique terrain for the giant beasts, an illusion that it's suitable for cultivation. Occasionally, I'll hunt one giant beast back, which will be enough for the entire 9-palace world for a long time. The 3 of them were speechless. Hunting giant beasts as shields and providing energy for the people on the island? Ener said, these houses are so strange. Han Xian smiled and said, girl, this is not an ordinary house. All the training of the strong masters in the 9-palace world is here. To put it bluntly, from the Fisher realm to the Venerable realm, they can be completed. In the 9-palace world, every building here is a trial field. You can try it when you have time. Han Fei and the other 2 looked at each other. It sounded awesome. Han Fei felt as if he had come to a super-modern mechanical city. Of course, the architectural style was still relatively primitive. However, the growth mechanism here was extremely extraordinary. Only the 9-palace world could mass-produce strong masters. A moment later, Han Xian led them to the residence. The buildings here were all in the same architectural style, like townhouses or a militarized dormitory. At the moment Han Fei and the others arrived, countless people walked out of the houses. Those who could perceive Han Fei and the others were not weak. Some people saw Han Fei and the others with their naked eyes, so they looked up curiously. Han Xian said, in the 9-palace world, there are only people who can go out, but no one who can come back. In the 9-palace world, there is a rule that if you want to go out, you can never return, and you'll have to forever hide your identity. Han Fei keenly noticed a problem. He immediately said, wait, how does Uncle Xian know us? Han Xian smiled and said, I have my own sources. Besides, it's quite timely. I know a little about your movements in the past few years. You did a good job with the Medicine King world. However, why didn't you kill Granny Qiu? That old witch should have died. Han Xian gave Han Fei a different feeling from old Han. Although both of them looked gentle, old Han was really gentle. As for Han Xian, he was just gentle on the surface. His words were full of killing intent. Han Fei said lazily, "She's still useful. It's meaningless to kill her now." Han Xian smiled and said, "That's good. Come, let me introduce you to the existing power of the Nine-Palace world." The total population of the Nine-Palace world was even less than Han Fei imagined. Even though the Nine-Palace world had been recuperating for tens of thousands of years, its population was still less than 20 million. To be honest, its population might not even be comparable to that of a town of the other worlds. Seeing Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan look shocked, Han Xian said, "Didn't your father tell you that the permanent population of the Nine-Palace world has always been the least among the 36 heavenly palaces?" Han Fei, "No." Xia Xiaochan said, "Because the people of the Nine-Palace world are smarter. When humans divided the forces, the requirements of the Nine-Palace world were the strictest. They wanted to recruit the smartest people in the world. Those selected can have mediocre talent, but they must be smart and have a certain level of intelligence." Han Fei asked in surprise, "What kind of logic is that? You can have no talent, but you have to be smart?" Han Xian smiled. "Princess, you're really knowledgeable. The Nine-Palace world is good at divination, arrays, and special techniques. Without a certain level of intelligence, you might not even know what we're studying. Being smart is not a sin. You can't expect ordinary people to bear the gaze of countless smart people. Therefore, when the Nine-Palace world was established, its population was the least, with a total population of less than 200 million. Later, in that battle, our 36 towns were snatched away, so was most of our main city, so our population inevitably plummeted. Now, the population is maintained at about 20 million, which is already the best I can do." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Hasn't more been born after tens of thousands of years?" Han Xian looked at Han Fei sideways. "Humans are not machines for reproduction. Most of the time of the wise people is spent on research and cultivation. Love will inevitably be abandoned by many of them. If it weren't for my compulsory requirement that female cultivators can't be single for more than 1,000 years and have to give birth to at least 5 children in their lives, do you think there can be so many people in the Nine-Palace world?" Han Fei, Xia Xiaochan, Han Iner, Han Fei and the other two were speechless. So, when a person was smart to a certain extent, love was meaningless? They wouldn't even have the desire to have children? Han Xian didn't tell Han Fei and the others much. Instead, he led them to a tower in the heavenly palace. At this time, many people looked at Han Fei and the others, and a large number of strong masters scanned them with their perception. Han Fei quickly concluded that the Nine-Palace world was very strong. Although there were very few people, they were very strong. Han Xian stood on the top of the tower that was thousands of meters high and looked down, saying leisurely, "Why hasn't your father come out yet?" Han Xian's personality was different from old Han's. Han Fei could feel this. Han Xian was more radical, but this person was definitely a genius. Han Fei said, "He has something more important to do." Han Xian's lips curled slightly. What more important thing can he have? If it's not for cultivation, it can only be your mother, Jiang Linxian. Did they encounter trouble? Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes. Quite troublesome. Han Xian asked, can't you solve it? You're already a sea establisher after all. Han Fei said, even a sky opener can't solve it. Han Xian looked at him leisurely. A problem that even sky openers couldn't solve? It seemed that it wasn't something he could solve now. He said, they're really good at causing trouble. Fair, Einer, it's a good thing that you haven't stayed in the Nine Palace world since you were born. The Nine Palace world is still like a cage to this day. We need an opportunity to break this cage. However, the time is not up yet. Your arrival is not enough to make the Nine Palace world appear. Han Fei couldn't help but think, I didn't think our arrival could make the Nine Palace world appear. In fact, when he started to search for the Nine Palace world, he wasn't even sure if he could find it. Obviously, Han Fei didn't know that someone was waiting for him in the Nine Palace world. As for whether the people of the Nine Palace world were good or bad, and whether they still remembered old Han Fei didn't know. Therefore, he didn't expect the Nine Palace world to appear. At this moment, he suddenly had an uncle, which seemed to have solved many problems for him. However, Han Xian was right. Even if Han Fei found the Nine Palace world now, even if the current master of the Nine Palace world was his uncle, so what? After all, they had never met before. Just as Han Xian said, the Nine Palace world wouldn't reappear so easily. But in fact, Han Fei came to the Nine Palace world not for the immediate appearance of the Nine Palace world, but for the appearance of the Yin-Yang world. Even if the Nine Palace world reappeared now, could it resist supreme clearness and infinity? Obviously, it was unlikely. Therefore, Han Fei was looking for the Nine Palace world just to know the location of the Nine Palace world. He wanted to have some allies when the Yin-Yang world couldn't hold on anymore and had to come out. With more allies, Han Fei would have enough combat power to resist supreme clearness and infinity. Han Fei nodded slightly and then said, the Yin-Yang world may appear in decades or 100 years. At present, I have joined forces with 8 heavenly palaces, but it's still not enough. Han Xian smiled. Let me guess. Sword God, Supreme Mystic, Glazed Glass. Immeasurability, Ice Snow, and Million Poison, plus Water Wood and Yin-Yang. That are trapped in the wild abyss. A total of 8 palaces, right? Immediately, Han Fei couldn't help but look at Han Xian. It was one thing for Han Xian to know that he had joined forces with the 4 heavenly palaces of Sword God and Supreme Mystic, but how did he know about the Ice Snow world and the Million Poison world? Han Xian smiled and said, don't be surprised. It's very simple for me to guess that you've joined forces with the Ice Snow world. Shuizhan of the Snow God's temple suddenly descended and was almost invincible, but then he died in the trial of the martial emperor city. There's obviously something wrong with this. With the help of my 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass and the information about the land of King Death, I think it's 70% possible that Shuizhan is your clone. Although I'm not sure how you can create clones in the venerable realm. Han Fei frowned. What about the Million Poison world? Han Xian looked at Han Fei and said, this is even simpler. Wang Yijian died 6,000 years ago. Perhaps it's a secret to others, but not to me. If you disguised as Wang Yijian just to stir up trouble, you would have succeeded the day the level 9 divine pills appeared. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have stayed. Even if you needed to plunder the resources of the Medicine King world, you shouldn't have stayed for so long. But after almost 2 months, you snatched the supreme purple smoke furnace and the Medicine King World's treasury. In fact, robbing the treasury is just a trick, right? The supreme purple smoke furnace is your goal. Therefore, the million poison world must be your ally. Han Fei was surprised. You even know the old gossip of the million poison world and the Medicine King World? Han Xian smiled and said, we're all from the same era. What's there to not know? Huang Jia and Qiu Yu were often flirting when they were young. Wouldn't I be stupid if I didn't know? Han Fei didn't want to tell Han Xian which heavenly palaces he had allied with, but smart people couldn't be deceived. At this moment, Han Xian said, do you know, actually, no matter how many heavenly palaces you ally with, what is the fundamental gap between you and supreme clearness and infinity? Han Fei said, of course. The most fundamental difference is in strength. We don't have a sky-opening realm powerhouse. Han Xian nodded slightly. That's right. This is the world of cultivators. No matter how smart you are, how glib your tongue is, how many allies you have. However, if your fundamental combat power is inferior to your opponent, you can't win. Therefore, if you really want to resist supreme clearness and infinity, in the end, you can only rely on one thing, strength. Han Fei was silent. I can't be sure when the yin-yang world will reappear. At this moment, Han Xian shook his head and said, you're wrong. What does the reappearance of the yin-yang world have to do with you? Han Fei? Xiao Xiaochan and Han Yiner both looked at him. What did Han Xian mean? Han Xian said with a smile, as I said, if you want to resist supreme clearness and infinity, you have to rely on strength. Although you are the master of yin-yang world, so what? If yin-yang world can't hold on, will you, the master of yin-yang world, be buried with it? No, not only can you not ally with multiple forces, but you also have to give up yin-yang world and save yourself. For supreme clearness and infinity, the greatest danger is never yin-yang world, but you. Han Xian's words were straight to the point. Han Xian's words actually meant the same as Luo Xiaobai's. They were actually the same kind of people, extremely rational. If they could see the destruction of an heavenly palace rationally, they could even personally slaughter an heavenly palace. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of a saying, all living beings are ants. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to understand what it meant by the heavenly Tao is heartless and treats all things as ants. In fact, if he left the yin-yang palace, could supreme clearness and infinity kill all the people of the yin-yang world? It was impossible. Therefore, it seemed a rational choice to abandon the yin-yang palace when he was not strong enough. However, at that time, billions of humans in the yin-yang world might be enslaved by supreme clearness and infinity. Han Fei fell into silence, and Han Xian said, actually, it's not completely impossible. In this world, there are not only sky-opening realm powerhouses in supreme clearness and infinity. Han Xian said, supreme clearness, infinity, soul sealing, sword god, and chaos. At present, we know that these 5 heavenly palaces all have sky opening realm powerhouses. Now, you've only won over the sword god world. The chaos world has never taken sides. As for soul sealing, Han Xian couldn't help looking at Xiao Xiaochan. There are many strong masters in the soul sealing world. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Han Xian continued, even if you win over the chaos world and have the martial king support you, you've also successfully caused internal strife in the human race. Supreme clearness and infinity are used to being domineering. No matter how strong your yin-yang world is, the 100 demons, the undersea human race, and the merman royal family will inevitably do something to the human race while they're watching the show. They might even launch a full-scale siege on the human race. This is the big picture. Han Xian's words chilled Han Fei's heart. If Han Fei had a reason to refute, he would refute Han Xian, but he didn't. Supreme clearness and infinity could rule the 36 heavenly palaces because of their sky-opening realm powerhouses. In terms of this kind of high-end combat power, his side was indeed not strong enough. Although he was very strong now, he was still very passive. Suddenly, Einer said, "Uncle, how should we solve this situation?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. That's true. Han Xian had obviously considered this problem. Did he have any other means? Except to abandon the yin-yang world and the waterwood world? Han Xian smiled and said, "Einer is smart. Han Fei, you are still too inexperienced. There are always more solutions in this world than difficulties." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What else can we do?" Han Xian grinned. "Kill the emperors." Han Fei's mind went blank. What the hell? Kill the emperors? Is it so easy to kill emperors? Han Fei's lips twitched. Well, is there any simpler one? Han Xian looked at Han Fei and said, "Yes. When you reach the sky opening realm, I believe that with my nephew's potential, once you reach the sky opening realm, old demon supreme clearness and old dog infinity will all be fish meat." Han Fei was speechless. Any simpler solution? Han Xian said leisurely, "To put it bluntly, the yin-yang world is your burden. After solving this burden, you won't have to worry about anything else. However, how to solve this burden depends on you. This is your great Tao's obstacle and also your tribulation. Perhaps you can place your hope on fate, hoping that the yin-yang world will reappear one day later, and you will have one more day." Han Xian mumbled a few words. Seeing that Han Fei looked worried, he couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, this is the first time you're home. Relax. I'm not kidding about killing the emperors, okay?" Han Fei couldn't help frowning. How can it be so easy to kill the emperors? Compared to this, I think it might be easier for me to become an emperor first. Han Xian couldn't help but smile. "So, your father's Tao is to scheme against the world, and your uncle's Tao is to conquer the world. Fair, are you interested in studying my 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass?" Han Fei said, Maybe later. There seem to be many people who are quite interested in us. There seem to be many strong masters in our 9 palace world." Han Xian couldn't help but say, You can release your people now. Since you're here, you can stay for a while. Since you're here, how can you not experience the trial of the 9 palace world?" Han Fei nodded slightly. Then he jumped down the tower and landed on the ground. With a thought, Luo Xiaobai and the others appeared. Lu Renquang said, "Where is this? Is this the legendary 9 palace world?" Zhang Xuanyu said, "Hey, Fei, are we in?" Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan and thought to herself, nothing serious seems to have happened. However, on second thought, she found that there were too few plants in the 9 palace world. At this time, Han Xian said, "Interesting. Beast race, sky race, demon plant. Race, insect race, human race. The composition of your people is quite complicated. Everyone couldn't help but look at Han Xian, and then their faces changed. Although Han Xian appeared very gentle, the vague level suppression made everyone feel pressure. Luo Xiaobai and the others couldn't help but feel suspicious. If this person was in the sea establishment realm, he must be a very powerful one. As for Song Kaiyuan, Jian Hui, and the others, they were secretly shocked. Han Fei might really have a way to leave the raging sea. He could even find the 9-palace world hidden in the raging sea that couldn't be found by countless people. How could ordinary people do this? As for Shui Ning and Su Ran, they looked at each other. They were originally lawless pirates, but since they joined the Avenger, they didn't feel like pirates at all. Han Fei seemed to be trying to create a terrifying force that could overthrow the 36 mystic worlds. At this moment, everyone saw Han Xian and then looked at the 9-palace world that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. They had complicated feelings, wondering what kind of magical heavenly palace this was. Han Xian said indifferently, "All venerables, gather." Buzz. Swish swish swish. The void was shaking, and figures quickly landed on the square under the tower. One after another. Han Fei glanced around and was shocked. A team of as many as 3,500 venerables. He had only seen this kind of team when he was in the Martial Emperor city. Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu looked at each other. Was this what the heavenly palace in the raging sea was like? There were already so many venerables? Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, "There are too many of them." Lu Renquang asked, "If we're to fight them, how should we fight?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. This is the difference in foundation. More importantly, this place is very small. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai had the same idea. There were 3,500 venerables among a mere 20 million people. Was this a joke? Could it be that the smart people were easy to become strong? Han Fei glanced around and found that among them, there were as many as 50 half-kings, more than 300 peak-level venerables, and as many as 1,000 advanced venerables. Han Fei couldn't help looking at Han Xian. "Uncle Xian, I want to know how strong you are." Han Xian smiled and said, "With the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass in hand, I can defeat anyone below the sky-opening realm." Han Fei discovered that Han Xian and Old Han were indeed biological brothers. In terms of self-awareness, the two of them were really similar. "I can defeat anyone below the sky-opening realm," but at least, it showed that he wasn't weak. However, judging from the sword he took earlier, Han Xian was probably not lying. This was the first person he had encountered who forced him to use the sky avatar in one move. Han Xian's leisurely voice fell into the crowd. He said, 80,000 years ago, the 9-palace world collapsed. The previous palace master, who was my biological brother, fought against the enemies together with Yin Yang, Waterwood, and Golden Crow, but suffered an insulting defeat. Now, my nephew has returned as a king and established the Avenger pirates to sweep across the enemies. Now, they have returned home. Let's welcome them. Pa. 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 Amidst the enthusiastic applause, many people from the 9-palace world were also surprised. Someone was stunned. So the Avenger is our friend? Someone was surprised. He turns out to be the son of the former palace master. And has also become a king. He can even kill his way back. That's indeed impressive. Someone said, young Master Han Fei, right? I heard that he took the martial emperor's heritage in the martial emperor city and is extremely talented. Is he coming back to inherit the nine-palace world? Someone shook his head. Who still wants to inherit the nine-palace world? But the heavenly calculating faction might have a chance to rise again. Hearing the whispers of many people, Han Fei couldn't help but look at Han Xian. Is the nine-palace world very familiar with the outside world? Han Xian smiled and said, every month, I'll organize all the big and small events in the outside world into a pamphlet, so they know you. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. It seemed that the nine-palace world had a wide range of information sources outside. They could organize all kinds of news into a pamphlet every month. Wasn't it like distributing newspapers? Han Xian seemed to be prepared for the return of Han Fei and the others. He said, come, it's rare for my nephew to be back. Why don't we take these little friends to experience the trial fields of our nine-palace world and give them a treat? Everyone? Han Fei asked, a treat? You call this a treat? Han Xian smiled and said, since you're already here, how can you not experience the nine-palace trial? Han Fei said, okay, let's have a try. Han Xian said, that's good. Let's start with the most basic junior venerable trial. This strange way of welcoming seemed warm and strange. Before he came, Han Fei never expected it. Han Xian personally led Han Fei and the others to the so-called most basic junior venerable trial field. Everyone stood here. The house looked like a big warehouse, but the four walls, the top, and the bottom of the warehouse were all paved with strange stones. There were dense arrays carved everywhere. Han Xian casually looked back and pointed at someone he saw. He pouted. Go. Try it. The venerable was only an intermediate venerable, and Han Xian happened to see him. However, this person didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, he easily stepped into the middle of the warehouse. After 3 seconds, under the horrified gaze of Han Fei, Xia Xiaochan, and the others, all the arrays in the sky, on the ground, and in all directions were activated, and a massive number of needle shadows were activated. Those needle shadows didn't appear randomly, but at the moment when the cultivators moved, reacted, and paused, spiritual energy needles with the speed of a venerable burst out. Then, the intermediate venerable in the field either moved slightly, dodged abnormally, or blocked with his weapon. In an instant, this person turned into a shadow and moved in the needle rain. Hiss. For a moment, many people on Han Fei's side exclaimed, so fast. Xingyu, what a simple yet effective dodge. Su Sanqian said, that person's body movements are comparable to our movement techniques. Luo Xiaobai said, the reaction of the soul and the body are completely synchronized. However, I feel that the person is not agile enough. Zhang Xuanyu said, yes, this kind of training is more or less a bit like training. The effect should be good, but after all, it's not a real-life and death battle. Therefore, he is not as agile as real cultivators. Han Fei also saw this. He said, Yu, suppress your realm and fight this person. Zhang Xuanyu smiled when he heard that. Han Fei doesn't even bother to do this. Now? Zhang Xuanyu grinned. I was waiting for you to say that. Buzz. Zhang Xuanyu suppressed his strength to the intermediate venerable realm and stepped into the trial field. Immediately, countless spiritual energy needles darted at him. The shadow of a rod appeared in his hand, and he stood on the ground. As the Rod bounced, the surrounding void trembled. The positions of the needle. Shadows began to change subtly, but none of them could hurt Zhang Xuanyu. Zhang Xuanyu raised his rod and whipped it around, turning it into a circle of shadows. Zhang Xuanyu said, although this array is used to practice movement techniques, its ultimate purpose is to fight. Zhang Xuanyu flicked his finger, and a void stick shadow whipped at the intermediate venerable. The venerable formed an array in his hand and easily blocked Zhang Xuanyu's rod. Then he threw 7 flying knives into the void at extremely tricky angles. The 7 flying knives shot from 7 directions and attacked at the same time. Faced with the flying knives and spiritual energy needles from all directions, Zhang Xuanyu wanted to grab his rod, but he found that his rod was surrounded by countless flying knives. If he touched or reached out, his weakness would be exposed. Zhang Xuanyu twisted his body, and a pile of spiritual energy needles suddenly appeared in the void and spread out from Zhang Xuanyu's body. Lu Renquang said, "This guy is using his spiritual power to simulate spiritual energy needles." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "It's useless. The angles of the other parties' spiritual energy needles are very tricky. They have already blocked all the paths of Zhang Xuanyu. The spiritual energy needles he simulated are much weaker than those flying needles." Many people from the 9 Palace world were watching seriously. Someone said, "This person is actually not weak, but clearly, he doesn't rely much on movement techniques. He is very confident in his combat skills." Someone nodded. "It can be seen that this person is very experienced in combat. From his way of cracking the spiritual energy needles, it can be seen that he is quite a maverick. However, he can't always have a solution." Someone analyzed, "However, this person's combat technique has its merits. If he can separate his mind and make other combat breakthroughs in such an anxious battle, it will be difficult for us to defeat him." Someone said, "This person is very proficient in rod techniques. Anyone else would be restricted in the trial field." While the 2 groups were discussing, Zhang Xuanyu opened his hands and smoke rose from his 10 fingers. Clank, clank, clank. Clang. 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 Zhang Xuanyu controlled the smoke with his hands, threw out a few flying knives, and controlled the rod with his feet, sweeping out a white wave. Swish. 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 Both parties dodged back and forth in the chaotic spiritual energy needles, while controlling their weapons to attack each other. Zhang Xuanyu could even divert his attention to control the rod. At least, from this series of operations, it was not difficult to find that Zhang Xuanyu was indeed good at fighting, especially fighting alone. Suddenly, just when everyone thought that Zhang Xuanyu's simulated spiritual energy needles were useless, they saw his spiritual energy needles bounce back. Pooh. 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 In the 9 Palace world, the phantom of the intermediate venerable was blown up hundreds of times in an instant. Fortunately, Zhang Xuanyu's attack was not strong. Otherwise, this person would have become a beehive. Zhang Xuanyu turned around and smiled. He put away his long rod and twisted his body slightly. None of the other party's remaining needles could hit him. On the 9 Palace world side, they didn't feel that there was anything embarrassing about their defeat. Someone said, "Interesting. His movement technique is very powerful. He actually passed this level easily." Someone agreed. "This person's movement technique has reached the minute subtlety, and his soul and body are also uniform." He can perfectly control every muscle in his body. His strength transmission is also extremely fast. I'm afraid that his skills have already exceeded minute subtlety and reached the flawless level. I wonder how many battles this person has experienced to reach this level under non-targeted training. Han Fei, Xia Xiaochan, and the others all looked at the sensible venerables of the Nine Palace world in shock, realizing that Han Xian arranged for them to experience this so-called Nine Palace trial also to make up for the shortcomings of this trial. Of course, although they could guess Han Xian's purpose, such a trial was still the simplest one of the trials. Not everyone on Han Fei's side was like Zhang Xuanyu. Therefore, this Nine Palace trial was quite useful to the people on his side. Han Fei looked at Han Xian. How many such trial grounds are there in total? Han Xian said indifferently, so far, I've created 42 of them for you. They can train your strength, agility, soul, defense, combat, and group battles. Han Xian's words stunned Han Fei. This was all the problems that a cultivator would encounter in the trial field. It seemed that the Nine Palace world relied on this method to cultivate, since they couldn't go out. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu wasn't back yet. Suddenly, the spiritual energy needles suddenly changed their speed. The speed of some spiritual energy needles had exceeded Zhang Xuanyu's speed limit. Instantly, Zhang Xuanyu's expression changed and he moved subconsciously. Before he could take out his weapon, his body began to tremble in this subtle state. Almost in an instant, Zhang Xuanyu turned into a shadow and seemed to be separated. His soul power formed a soul screen, blocking the spiritual energy needles from all directions and even from under his feet. This spontaneous reaction made many venerables in the Nine Palace world nod. They seemed to be amazed by Zhang Xuanyu's reaction speed. However, the test was not over yet. The current difficulty was a level higher than just now. However, Zhang Xuanyu took the opportunity to take out his weapon. With the long rod in his hand, Zhang Xuanyu seemed to have 8 hands, and his body alternated with the rod's shadow. This time, no spiritual energy needles fell on Zhang Xuanyu. In the Nine Palace world, someone exclaimed, "What fast reaction speed!" This person's grasp of rod techniques has reached an extremely profound level. It's hard to imagine that he can control the field so accurately with a rod weapon. Han Xian also smiled and said, "That's right. The difficulty of each trial field is different. Let's continue and take a look." As soon as Han Xian said so, the spiritual energy needles in the field changed again. Not only was the speed faster, but the spiritual energy needles also became real and fake. Needles fell like rain in the field. Zhang Xuanyu looked solemn. This was the first time he came to the Nine Palace world. He couldn't lose face. But was this trial so difficult? At this moment, with 2 pops, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly had 2 new heads and 4 new arms. Han Fei was speechless and couldn't help looking at Luo Xiaobai. When did he learn this technique? Luo Xiaobai tilted her head and glanced at Han Fei. He was envious of your 3 heads and 6 arms, so he had been studying it painstakingly and created this technique himself. As for how he did it, I don't know. Han Fei. Huh. Han Xian said, "Your subordinate is not bad. With the strength of an advanced venerable, his soul power is very powerful and extremely sensitive. His reaction speed is extremely outstanding. It seems that the people you brought out are the elites of the Yinyang world." However, Han Fei said casually, "That's my brother." "Oh. I see. To be honest, Han Fei was a little surprised. The combat power test had completely reached the peak of the venerable realm. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu was highly focused. At this moment, he had no time to think about anything else. This test had completely trapped him. On the Nine Palace World side, someone was finally surprised. Someone said in surprise, "How is it possible? This is a test completely for peak-level venerables. Generally speaking, even peak-level venerables might not be able to handle this trial." Someone said solemnly, "The people on the Avenger are so strong." Lu Renquan was also surprised. "Why didn't I know that you could be so fast?" Luo Xiaobai said, "In the past, our potential couldn't be stimulated, and we didn't have such a targeted test." Han Fei waited for 100 seconds before asking, "Can the difficulty continue to be increased?" Han Xian couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Do you want to continue to increase the difficulty?" Han Fei, "Yes." Han Xian waved his hand, and tens of thousands of arrays in the warehouse lit up. Boom. Even Han Fei's spirit-gathering array wasn't so fast. Bang! Zhang Xuanyu stabbed his rod into the ground and shattered a bunch of spiritual energy needles. At that moment, he couldn't run anymore. It was almost impossible to dodge such dense spiritual energy needles. In an instant, a second space appeared in Zhang Xuanyu's mind. He seemed to freeze time as he stood outside the arena and observed himself from countless angles. In fact, Zhang Xuanyu had never said that this was a talent ability he had since he was a child, which could instantly build a complete space structure. This was also the inspiration for Zhang Xuanyu to create combat skills. With this ability, he could deduce repeatedly. Until today, in the face of the spiritual energy needles that couldn't be avoided at all, at the moment when the time almost froze, Zhang Xuanyu grasped the rod in his hand. Zhang Xuanyu knew that if he wanted to avoid the attack of this array, he could only change the path of these spiritual energy needles, or change space, or change time. Under the gaze of thousands of venerables, Zhang Xuanyu turned his hand slightly and suddenly whipped. Buzz! The rod stirred the void. The rules of the great Tao around seemed to have changed. All the spiritual energy needles were hitting Zhang Xuanyu's rod. However, it seemed that tens of thousands of rods were struck out. Clank, clank, clank. After the blow, Zhang Xuanyu opened his hands and smiled. He stood quietly in the field without moving. However, none of the spiritual energy needles fell on him. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu had an epiphany. All the venerables on the Nine Palace World side were in an uproar. How is it possible? An advanced venerable passed the half-king movement technique trial? This person has such a terrifying creation talent. Did he already know that blow just now, or did he just create it? It looks like an epiphany. Is an epiphany so simple? The smart venerables of the Nine Palace World looked at each other in shock. Zhang Xuanyu didn't expect that the first trial would help him break the soul sea barrier. Or rather, Zhang Xuanyu didn't know what his ability was. He had never been sure. However, at this moment, Zhang Xuanyu's soul seemed to have opened a mysterious door. It was as if his soul had sublimated, allowing him to comprehend the Tao of soul battle in an instant. Buzz! On the field, Zhang Xuanyu's aura soared, and the surrounding spiritual energy swept over. Han Fei immediately smiled. As he raised his hand, a large number of spiritual fruits, ultra-quality spiritual stones, and energy fruits surrounded Zhang Xuanyu. Lu Renquang exclaimed, seriously? He made a breakthrough so quickly? Why did you become a peak-level venerable first? Luo Xiaobai said, he had an epiphany. Han Fei thought to himself, this 9-palace trial is indeed interesting. This is only the first trial, and there are a total of 42 trials. If we finish all of them, the people on the Avenger will probably be skinned. However, at that time, their strength would increase significantly. Han Xian smiled and said, interesting. Are the people you brought all so talented? If so, it's not a bad thing that your yin-yang world has been in the wild abyss for so long. Han Fei said, not that much. But Uncle Xian, can you lend us the 9-palace proving ground? Han Xian immediately said with a straight face, what are you talking about? We're family in the first place. Of course you can use it. Although I won't go out for the time being, I can do you this favor. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, no matter what, we still have to find the other heavenly palaces. At least, we need to find where they are. As for the battle with supreme clearness and infinity, we can take our time. Although Han Xian had already explained the situation in the Raging Sea, Han Xian didn't know that what he wanted to compete for was the opportunities to become an emperor in the Monarch Palace and the entry to the Void Temple. To put it bluntly, with the power of his origin sea, if he cultivated in seclusion for 10 years, it would be more than 300 years. After such a long time, although he might not become an emperor, Han Fei was completely confident that with his pure strength, he could rank in the top 10 of the Raging Sea. When Han Xian heard this, he smiled. There's no rush. There's still a long time to come. The 9-palace trial is not so easy to break. There are countless venerables here who haven't passed this 9-palace trial. Do you think you can definitely pass it? Han Fei said, I don't need everyone to pass it. Everyone has their own opportunities. We won't stay here for long. Han Xian shook his head slightly, thinking that Han Fei was too eager for quick success. However, he didn't care. Han Fei's requirements for these people were simple. However, he definitely didn't get to where he was today in a hurry. Therefore, he didn't care. Han Fei said, from today on, everyone is going to take the 9-palace trial. The trial will last for a year. I don't have much time. If you want to rise, try your best to pass it. You won't get any rest. Han Fei's words were tough, but no one retorted. This was because the people from the yin-yang world all knew the danger they were facing. They were all chosen from countless people. They each represented the power behind them, so they had no way out. Serpent Mengyue looked back at mystifying Shadow. 1 year. We can't neglect it. The mountain cat nodded slightly. Got it. We don't have much time. The Insect King and the Green Bat looked at each other. This kind of cultivation was equally effective on half-kings. After all, the strength of half-kings also varied. Whether it was the Insect King, Green Bat, Serpent Mengyue, or Zi Luo, when they saw the strength of Jian Hui, Li Kaitian and the others, they all felt frustrated. They were also top existences of their race. There was no reason for them to be weaker than others. For example, for the Insect King, in the past 10,000 years, there was only one Insect King in the Waterwood world. For example, Serpent Mengyue could already perceive that her king's tribulation was coming. In the Demon Beast Union, her strength was comparable to Bear Handsome's. Now, Bear Handsome had already become a king. She hadn't become a king yet. Because the Inyang world didn't have the conditions for her to become a king. Serpent Mengyue had thought that she could transcend the tribulation and become a king in the outside world. However, during Han Fei's crazy training, Serpent Mengyue discovered that her strength could continue to grow. This represented her potential, so she had been cultivating in seclusion until now. As for Ziluo, there was no need to talk about her. There were only a few people in the Forest of Terror whose strength could compare to hers. If she was willing, she and the Sea Bamboo Man could directly become the supreme leaders of the Forest of Terror. At this moment, everyone's morale was ignited by Zhang Xuanyu. Those who hadn't become half-kings cheered for themselves. They must rise quickly and become half-kings. And those who had become half-kings all tried their best to dig out their deeper potential in the realm of a half-king. At this moment, the people on the Avenger seemed to have condensed a momentum. A momentum that almost everyone could notice. In the entire Avenger pirates, only Xuening and Su Ran, the two half-kings who joined later, couldn't blend into this momentum. In fact, the two of them were also shocked. Why did such a strange momentum suddenly appear? Oh. Han Xian couldn't help but look at Han Fei. The collective will. Interesting. Han Fei? Han Xian said, I'll explain to you later. Is Ener going to participate in this cultivation too? Han Fei, why don't you take care of your sister? Before Han Fei said anything, Ener said, I'm also a member of the Inyang world. Everyone is working hard, so I should work hard too. Yener was holding Ener's hand when she said, yes, everyone is working hard. Han Fei glanced at Xiao Xiaochan. Do you want to try? Xiao Xiaochan was quite tempted. Just now, during Zhang Xuanyu's trial, she was already tempted. Xiao Xiaochan had always been combative, but since she was a kid, she had few opponents. When she was taken to the Merman royal family, it only took her a year to completely adapt to the fighting style and rhythm there. In the same realm, fewer and fewer people could fight her. Xiao Xiaochan nodded. I'll try. Do you want to try? Han Fei was about to say something when Han Xian said, hey. If you want to try, there's no rush. You should have just entered the sea establishment realm, right? Although Han Fei had just entered the sea establishment realm, the old turtle had already pointed out many problems of his. At this time, because the old turtle had already had Gue Sanqing's body, in fact, very few parts of him were parasitized in Han Fei's body. When he encountered a strong master like Han Xian, he simply showed up. However, the insights of a king were different. The old turtle was a lazy turtle. To be honest, this guy probably slept his way to an emperor. He even fell asleep in the Battle of the Gods. Therefore, he survived by a fluke. Xiao Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai led the crowd to experience the Nine Palace trial with the venerables from the Nine Palace world. Han Xian and Han Fei came to the tower in the center of the Heavenly Palace and sat cross-legged drinking tea. Han Fei was speechless. Are the brothers' hobbies the same? Old Han likes to drink tea, so does Han Xian? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, tea? Who invented it? Han Xian smiled and said, well, we learned it from the Monarch Palace. At that time, we had a pot of tea when we passed a dangerous checkpoint there, so we fell in love with drinking tea. Han Fei thought to himself, no wonder every time I saw old Han, he was drinking tea. Han Xian took a sip of tea. And he said, Han Fei, I have a suggestion. I don't care what you do when you go out. You are a king now. You can become a king not because you are the son of my brother and Jiang Linxian. This represents luck, experience, and talent. However, leave Ener behind. Ener has just entered the venerable realm. Let me nurture her. When necessary, she will go back to help you. Han Fei frowned. Uncle Xian, do you think I can't nurture Ener well? Han Xian said, I'm afraid that you'll die outside. Are you sure you want to take Ener with you? Han Fei said, there's no other possibility for me to die outside except for the monarch palace. If Ener stays in the 9-palace world, will she not even explore the monarch palace? Han Xian sighed. I think you know what level of power is needed to explore the monarch palace. Ener is now a junior venerable, and there are only 27 years before the monarch palace opens. Do you think Ener can become a half king in 27 years? Han Fei was silent for a moment. Ener's growth was different from his. He had experienced all kinds of tribulations, but Ener wasn't that strong. However, Ener could make King Ba Crab recognize her as its master, which at least represented Ener's talent. It was not a big deal even if Ener missed the exploration of the monarch palace this time. Han Fei said, it's up to Ener. Han Xian smiled. He had lived for tens of thousands of years. If he couldn't even convince Ener, he might as well die. Han Xian said, okay, to be honest, I'm maintaining the 9-palace world not for you or Ener. I'm waiting for your father. However, your father obviously can't come back now. Then, I can only use my own comprehension to help you go further on the path of sea establishment. Han Fei turned solemn. Uncle Xian, please go on. Han Xian put away his laziness and his eyes turned sharp. There is no difference in level or realm in the sea establishment realm. From the outside, it is impossible to distinguish the real power of a sea establisher, right? Han Fei nodded. Yes. Han Xian said, however, nothing is absolute. Although outsiders can't see your true strength, you have to have a measure. What is your measure? Han Fei pondered for a moment. Strength. Han Xian shook his head slightly. It's not enough. You can't just judge sea establishers by strength. Without enough power the great Tao contained, no matter how strong their strength is, it's useless. Others can easily crush him with their Tao runes. Han Fei's heart did a flip. That's true. On this trip to the raging sea, he had already killed 3 kings. The first 2 were completely suppressed by his strength and great Tao, and the last one was killed because he used the power that exceeded the sea establishment realm. The old turtle had told him that the strength of the sea establishment realm was mainly measured by the size of the origin sea. According to him, those whose origin sea could reach 100,000 kilometers might reach the limit of the sea establishment realm. However, for him, when the origin sea fused with Forge the universe, Han Fei discovered that the strength of this world had a lot to do with the resemblance of this world to reality. He had also snatched a lot of resources. Now, all the resources that Han Fei could use would be used to simulate the reality in his origin sea, making it more and more real. Otherwise, if he just opened the origin sea, he might be able to open at least 30,000 kilometers now. Sure enough, Han Xian said, the strength of the sea establishment realm depends on the size of the origin sea, the amount of chaotic qi in the origin sea, and the hardness of the origin sea. Wait a minute. Han Fei was stunned and quickly interrupted, isn't the hardness of the origin C related to the amount of chaotic qi? Han Xian smiled and said, it has something to do with it. However, according to my calculations, it's more related to your physique. What affects the toughness of the origin C is your own body. The stronger your physique is, the tougher the origin C is, and the more realistic the origin C is. Physique? Han Fei couldn't help but look surprised. This was a bit different from what the old turtle said. Or in fact, the old turtle didn't know either. Han Xian said, don't doubt what I said. I've been studying the sea establishment realm my entire life and made countless attempts before I came to this conclusion. Although the strength of sea establishers seems to depend on the size of the origin sea, it's actually greatly related to one's physique and soul. Tisk, ah. Han Xian took a sip of tea and said, the strength of the soul, the strength of the Tao heart, the strength of the body, the number of chaotic qi, and many other factors determine the size of the origin C. Therefore, do you still think that strength can be used as a measure? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Uncle Xian, please tell me. The corners of Han Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If you want to measure the sea establishment realm, you have to start from the foundation of strength. Human strength is divided into pure strength, the power of the soul, and the power released by the soul. Let's talk about pure strength first. A wave of strength is actually not small. A wave in the sea can weigh 10,000 kilograms. However, the power of the sea establishment realm is at least tens of thousands of waves, or even hundreds of thousands of waves. These powers are driven by spiritual energy and your own Tao runes. However, do you think all these powers have erupted? Han Fei frowned slightly. If it didn't erupt, how could it shake such a huge place? Han Xian shook his head. A wave of strength can also shake the sea. Although it's exaggerated, if you use your strength cleverly, the ripples can be dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. Isn't it only natural for a sea establisher to shake the sea of tens of thousands kilometers with the strength of tens of thousands of waves? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Are you saying that we haven't fully exerted our strength? Han Xian said, let me ask you a few questions. What made you so powerful? Han Fei said, as for pure strength, of course it's my pure physique. Han Xian asked, then what activated your strength? Han Fei said, use the energy and spiritual energy in my body to stimulate the eruption of power. Han Xian asked, where is the energy in your body from? Han Fei said, the absorption of spiritual energy and the mysterious power of the great Tao. Han Xian asked, where does the power of the great Tao come from? Han Fei, Tao heart. Han Xian couldn't help raising his eyebrows and smiling. The Tao heart is the source of the power of the great Tao. You've actually figured it out early. Not bad, not bad. Han Xian paused. Since you've figured out everything, then what's the source of your strength? Han Fei frowned and was silent for a moment. Tao heart? At this point, Han Fei began to doubt. Was his strength from his Tao heart? He felt that something was wrong. However, Han Xian's question was not over yet. He said, let me ask you, why can the Tao heart become the source of your strength? If the Tao heart can support strength, what supports the Tao heart? Han Fei fell silent. Han Fei had heard from the old turtle that the sea establishment realm was actually about the Tao heart. The strength of the Tao heart strengthened his great Tao, so he became stronger. However, hearing what Han Xian said, Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He could preach to Xia Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai because he had completely understood the disassembling of spiritual energy, and knew that in the end, what was most important was the Tao heart. Hearing Han Xian's words, Han Fei seemed to understand something. The Tao heart was too illusory. Since it was a kind of power, there had to be a source, right? Seeing that Han Fei fell silent, Han Xian was not in a hurry. He was waiting for Han Fei to give him an answer. Only when he analyzed it and got an answer himself could the answer be valuable. After half an hour, Han Fei frowned and said, "Isn't the Tao heart a vision in my heart?" Smack. Han Xian suddenly clapped his hands. "You mentioned the word vision. Therefore, you are willing to believe and firm your faith. Because of this faith, this blind and unconditional persistence, gives birth to power in your Tao heart." Han Fei said dizzily, "Well. So?" Han Xian immediately said, "You've obtained the power of will, right?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." Han Xian smiled and said, "People trust you, believe in you, follow you blindly, and even worship you as a god, so you get the power of will. This is the power of faith. Have you ever thought that for you, you are actually getting the power of heaven and earth from your faith?" Han Xian said excitedly, "Have you ever thought that the power you used was the power of the world, not the power born by you? You just borrowed the power of the world and erupted it through your own body?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. He felt that he was about to accept a knowledge that subverted common sense. Han Xian said, "Now, let's return to the origin sea. The origin sea is our own world. The king establishes the sea, and the emperor opens the sky. What sky to open? And what sea to establish? What's the purpose?" Han Xian guided him patiently. Han Fei replied hesitantly, "Create a world and accommodate the Tao of the world." "Ha ha ha." Han Xian laughed and suddenly stood up. "As expected of my nephew. You can get to where you are today not just because of your talent, but also because of your wisdom. The so-called sky opening and sea establishment are just to make the origin world more like the real world." "Why should it be more like the real world?" "Because only in this way can the origin world fuse with the real world. Can it give birth to or absorb the real heavenly Tao, which is the so-called origin great Tao of the world." Han Fei's head was buzzing. Although his mind was a little messed up now, Han Fei seemed to vaguely understand an incredible knowledge and a terrifying guess. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "So, Uncle Xian, you said that the strength of the sea establishment realm depends on the size of the origin sea, the amount of chaotic qi in the origin sea, and the sturdiness of the origin sea. In fact, this is just a crude measurement method. What we really need to consider is the resemblance of the origin sea to the real world." Han Xian smiled and said, "I firmly believe that the origin sea is not called the origin sea, but the origin world. You are the god of creation. Being able to give birth to the origin world means that you may become a god." Seeing that Han Fei was deeply shocked, Han Xian poured 3 cups of tea in a row and drank them in a row. "Han Fei, what I said is still a little complicated. But I told you that the strength of the sea establishment realm can be measured by the size of the origin sea, the amount of chaotic qi in the origin sea, and the sturdiness of the origin sea, because ordinary people can't understand my thoughts. Therefore, I will give them specific measures. But in fact, what I want to say is that the more real the origin world is, the stronger you are. And the more real the origin sea is, the more perfectly your origin sea can borrow the power of the world, so you are stronger. And to make the origin sea more real, you need more chaotic chi. There is a causal logic in this. Han Fei suddenly said, isn't it said that the strength of my body decides the sturdiness of my origin sea? Han Xian said, your body is the origin world. If you aren't strong, how can it be strong? Huff. Han Fei took a long breath and murmured, Uncle Xian, let me smoothen this out. Han Fei sat cross-legged and cultivated for a full month. Han Fei had discussed the cultivation methods of the sea establishment realm with the old turtle more than once. However, even the old turtle could only tell him the simplest sea establishment realm knowledge that Han Xian mentioned. Obviously, the old turtle was not a smart turtle. Han Fei had this feeling before. However, after hearing Han Xian talk about the origin of power, he was enlightened. It turned out that the origin sea, no, the origin world, could be understood this way. Han Fei couldn't help but think of Yu Meng's origin world. When he entered it, it was all mist. The structure and contents of the origin sea were much worse than his. Mad Fourth King's origin sea wasn't much better. As for the origin sea of Bei Shanbing, because of the special situation at that time, he had no time to go there at all. Therefore, he didn't know what it was like. However, Han Fei had also entered the origin seas of the Water Immortal and the Divine Sun. The origin sea of the Water Immortal was actually very real. Besides, what made Han Fei suspicious was that the Water Immortal had almost opened the sky in the past 100,000 years. Could this be related to the many creatures in her origin world? When he first entered, all living beings sacrificed their lives to extend the life of the Water Immortal. However, she had been sleeping for too long. In her origin world, all living beings were already withering. Therefore, the Water Immortal couldn't open the sky? As for the Divine Sun, there was also nothing in his origin world. However, the Divine Sun and Xue Fan were fighting with wits and courage in his origin world. Who knew what the Divine Sun's origins world was originally like? However, at this moment, Han Fei had a vague feeling that although Han Xian hadn't opened the sky, his understanding of the origin world might be right. After all, cracking this secret and doing this couldn't be regarded as the same thing. Therefore, it didn't mean that Han Xian could do it just because he knew it. However, Han Fei guessed that Han Xian must be already doing it. Otherwise, he couldn't be confident that he could defeat anyone below the sky-opening realm. Han Fei even suspected that with Han Xian's strength, he might have reached the top of the sea establishment realm in the raging sea. Oh! Han Fei opened his eyes and was surprised to find that Han Xian was still there. Han Fei was lost for words. Uncle Xian, have you been here all the time? Han Xian said, anyway, I have nothing to do. How is it going? How's the deduction going? As Han Xian said, Han Fei was indeed deducing, wondering if what Han Xian said was true. In fact, Han Fei had already done something that conformed to what Han Xian said to him just now. The massive amount of resources Han Fei snatched from the Medicine King world, except for the part that fed the little vine, were all used to create the origin world. Han Fei hadn't opened the origin world that Han Xian mentioned, so it could be called the origin sea. Han Fei said, Uncle Xian, The so-called sky opening should be to open a sky. In the origin sea, right? Han Xian nodded slightly. Yes, that's what sky opening means. However, the sky that opened is not necessarily the same. Everyone's origin world is different. As long as it's compatible with the natural heavenly Tao, it's fine. Han Fei asked, Uncle Xian, how long before you can open the sky? Han Xian shrugged slightly. It's easy to say, but it's not easy to do. Although I've told you so much, if you want to open the sky, you need the origin world to have the power to open the sky. In other words, the body I emphasize has to be able to withstand it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive that tribulation. Han Fei's heart did a flip. So, what Han Xian actually lacked was a body refining technique, right? If he gave him the purity mystic body, did it mean that it would be easier for him to open the sky? Han Fei thought to himself, the insights Han Xian taught me can be said to be better than 100 or even 1,000 years of cultivation. How many kings can't comprehend it even after cultivating for 100,000 years? And what Han Xian lacks is actually just a technique, a chance. With Han Xian's talent, it was probably not difficult for him to become an emperor. What was difficult was only some hard conditions, such as physique. And physique cultivation couldn't be done without powerful techniques. Han Fei thought for a moment and decided to wait and see how Luo Xiaobai and company's training went. Han Fei said, Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Xian. I'm really enlightened by you. Han Xian smiled and said, I told you this as soon as you came because I know that your physique is extremely strong. This is a huge advantage. Don't waste this talent. Han Fei said, Sure. I've been in seclusion for months. I wonder how their trial is going. Let me take a look. 9 Palace Proving Ground. The trial field of strength. Li Kaitian was undergoing a unified trial with a group of half-kings of the 9 Palace world. This trial was simple. Under the extreme gravity, one was required to cleverly use his strength to resist the waves. In the huge warehouse-shaped building, many people were watching this scene. A few strength-type powerhouses were in the middle of a tide. The gravity around them was extremely heavy. As long as one of them felt that the gravity was not enough, the gravity would increase. There was a wave under each of them. They couldn't crush this wave, but they had to be able to hit the waves that were coming from all directions. This test not only tested physique and strength, but also tested agility, strength, and control. Lu Ran asked, Li Kaitian, it's been 3 hours. Are you really okay? Shui Ran said, Brother Li is really abnormally strong. I couldn't even hold on for half an hour. How did he hold on? Lu Renquang said, Unfortunately, this is their match. It's my turn next. Wang Dashui said, Why don't we directly try the intermediate venerable trial first? My strength has soared recently, and I feel that I might be able to improve further. Bang! 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 Suddenly, in the warehouse, clouds and mist enshrouded. The waves seemed to have disappeared, replaced by the unpredictable power of the clouds and wind. At this moment, what was tested was the strength control of the trial takers. Under the attacks, the half-kings of the 9 Palace world who were with Li Kaitian almost fell at the same time. Li Kaitian's figure seemed to be practicing a fist technique in the field. Every time he gently struck, a terrifying power dissipated in the surroundings. In the end, it was absorbed by the array in the warehouse. However, this situation only lasted for more than 30 seconds. Then, Li Kaitian was attacked by various invisible forces and then defeated. Bah! Li Kaitian stretched his body and looked at the Avenger pirates. At the last moment of the trial of strength, I don't know where the strength is and how strong it is. I have to judge the precise source and the strength of the power the moment I touch the power. This is a good test. If I pass this trial, I'm afraid I won't have many opponents in head-on battles. Lu Renquang said, Brother Li, you'd better take a rest. Let us have a try. Li Kaitian nodded. That's good. On the other side, a 9-palace half-king said, I have to admit that your combat experience is more varied than ours since you cultivate in the outside world all year round. In terms of combat experience, our 9-palace world is still lacking for the time being. Someone said, but we don't have to underestimate ourselves. We have 1,000 opportunities techniques, which can catch our enemies off guard in battle. It can only be said that we all have our own strengths. Someone said, I heard that a few of the Avengers have already reached the 33rd level. I really doubt it. It's only been a month. Someone replied, don't be surprised. That's the princess of the Mermaid Royal family. Because of her identity, status, and bloodline, she can't be weak. Buzz. Suddenly, before everyone realized what was going on, Han Fei quietly appeared beside Lu Renquang. Lu Renquang. Lu Renquang asked, can you make some noise next time you appear? Han Fei asked, this is quite difficult. How many trials have you taken? Lu Renquang shrugged helplessly. This is the 12th trial. Han Fei couldn't help but ask in surprise, are you so efficient? Have you passed 12 9-palace trials in a row? Lu Renquang said, no. This is the 12th trial, but it doesn't mean that we have completely passed 12 trials. I've only passed 6. I'm about to spend some time to pass this trial, and then perhaps I can enter the peak of the venerable realm. Han Fei was lost for words. I see. Then which one of you passed the most trials? What about Yu and the others? Lu Renquang said, Yu is in the 23rd trial field. He's good at fighting and has passed 11 trials perfectly. Xiaobai and Xia Shaochan are together. They are in the 33rd trial field. You can take a look. The 33rd? Han Fei couldn't help raising his eyebrows. It made sense that Xia Shaochan could quickly pass so many trials, but so could Luo Xiaobai? Han Fei glanced at the trial of strength. At this moment, it reached the highest difficulty, and the trial field was surrounded by clouds and mist. Swish. Han Fei quietly appeared in the trial. Lu Renquang immediately shouted, alas! Why did you pick the most difficult one in the first place? The Insect King asked, he is going to take the trial in person? In the 9-palace world, many people exclaimed, why is young Master Han Fei here? If he uses the power of a king, of course this trial of strength can't stop him. However, the next scene was Han Fei's figure moving horizontally within half a meter. Han Fei pressed a hand on a patch of mist and said, the trial of strength is about movement technique and direction. Be observant and alert. Use gentle force to touch and measure the strength, and then shatter it with equal strength. It's not difficult. Then Han Fei's wrists, elbows, shoulders, waist, knees, and calves moved gently at the same time, and a lot of invisible forces were instantly shattered. Han Fei's attack seemed to be extremely slow, but too much power was shattered at the same time. Therefore, it felt like his speed was extremely fast. After half an hour, when the last cloud dissipated, Han Fei said, "As for the trial, practicing is not the key, but trying. After trying, you have to comprehend and try again until you pass the trial." With that, Han Fei stepped out of the trial field and left under everyone's surprised gaze. In the end, Han Fei said to Le Renquang via voice transmission, after passing this trial, try the others one by one. I'll teach you how to pass them. What are you waiting for? Do you think I'm demonstrating for others? I'm showing you. Leaving the trial field of strength, Han Fei went straight to the 33rd trial field. This trial field was called the 1,000 Opportunities Proving Ground. As soon as Han Fei came in, he saw that the trial field was already crowded with people. These people were all surprised by Xia Xiaochan's trial passing speed and came to watch. So what if the people from the 9 Palace world were smart? Being smart didn't mean that they were talented. Xia Xiaochan broke through one trial on average every day. It could be said that the entire 9 Palace world was shocked. Unfortunately, not everyone could watch such a difficult trial. Han Fei came in and was surprised to find that the so-called 1,000 Opportunities Proving Ground was actually a hidden weapon trial ground. He saw Xia Xiaochan flashing around in the trial ground. In the void, raindrop-like water threads split and collided. Water threads, of course, were nothing. However, when water threads collided, they would refract and produce 2 or 3 forces. When the entire arena was full of water threads, even the inventor of the 1,000 Opportunities trial couldn't estimate the trajectory of the water threads. If the water threads were allowed to collide freely, in the end, unless one didn't train here, he would never be able to break this water thread array. However, the requirement to pass this level was that one couldn't forcibly break through this level. This made the trial takers seem to be in a melee. In the melee, they had to be very careful. Logically speaking, this level of array couldn't stop Xia Xiaochan at all. However, many of the water threads were not simple water threads. In fact, they could be completely understood as arrays. When the water threads interacted with each other, a new array might be born. If the trial takers destroyed the water threads at this moment, they might be touched by the power erupted by the array. Once an array was not blocked well, it was easy to trigger a series of chain reactions. In the end, every water thread could be an array. At that time, there was almost no need to resist the 1,000 Opportunities trial, because there was no chance of escape. At this moment, Xia Xiaochan's figure moved quickly in the trial field. The 2 daggers in her hands almost turned into threads of light. In just a short while, Han Fei saw that Xia Xiaochan had broken more than 30 arrays. Among them, a raging wind array triggered the rhythm of the surrounding water threads, creating hundreds of new water threads. Xia Xiaochan was fast enough. The moment the water threads failed to activate more arrays, they were shattered, but a small number of them escaped. This kind of exquisite trial had extremely high requirements for the trial takers. In fact, they didn't require much spiritual energy, but the difficulty was extremely high. Luo Xiaobai watched and memorized. When Luo Xiaobai found that someone had quietly appeared beside her, she couldn't help but look sideways. When she saw it was Han Fei, she said solemnly, "I don't think a year is enough." The 9 Palace trial is indeed very special. This is not as simple as a trial, but to dig out the potential of the trial takers. If we can cultivate Here for 10 years. Han Fei shook his head. We don't have so much time. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. But a year is still too short. Even if everyone goes through these trials and experiences them only once, a year is too short. Bang! 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 In the array, many water threads around Xia Xiaochan exploded, causing the surrounding water threads to tremble. The arrays exploded one after another. And Xia Xiaochan was forced to quit this trial. Of course, Xia Xiaochan failed this time. This was not a matter of speed, but how to face so many complicated attacks in the air in an instant. Huff. As soon as Xia Xiaochan came out, Han Fei heard that everyone was relieved. The venerables in the Nine-Palace world might also be shocked by Xia Xiaochan's terrifying trial-passing speed. Therefore, Xia Xiaochan's failure this time gave them great confidence that their 1,000 opportunities proving ground was not bad. However, as soon as Xia Xiaochan came out, she glared at Han Fei and said, "It's all your fault for distracting me." Han Fei. However, before Han Fei said anything, Luo Xiaobai said, "This level is very difficult in itself. Xiaochan, you are good at speed and explosive power. If you can maintain your high explosive power, you might be able to pass this level. However, once you fail to pass it when your power is exploding, your speed is basically the same as the speed of array forming. Therefore, it's only a matter of time before you lose. Either you have to change your combat means or continue to strengthen your explosive power." Han Fei asked, "Girl, your great Tao is not as simple as speed, right?" Xia Xiaochan said, "Of course, speed is just the foundation of my great Tao." There were too many people here, and Xia Xiaochan didn't want to talk about her great Tao. Therefore, she pushed Han Fei and said, "Try it. These 42 trials shouldn't be a problem for you. Let's see how you break it through." Many onlookers were refreshed. Young Master Han Fei was the captain of the Avenger. He was so strong that he could kill several kings in a row. If he took the trial, it would be a great learning opportunity. Luo Xiaobai's eyes lit up too. Xia Xiaochan's suggestion is good. If someone can provide a new idea, it might greatly shorten the time. Many powerhouses from the Nine-Palace world said, "Young Master Han Fei, give it a try. Show us how to break the 1,000 opportunities array." Han Fei smiled and said, "Then let me try." Xia Xiaochan's eyes glittered. "Go. Don't use the power of the sea establishment realm. Otherwise, I'm afraid even I can't see clearly." Han Fei looked at the array that was resetting. He tapped with one foot and appeared in the field the next moment. At this moment, knowing that it was Han Fei, someone immediately shouted, "Activate the 1,000 array to its greatest difficulty." Someone was lost for words. The greatest difficulty is the difficulty for the princess just now. Someone sighed. Alas. The 1,000 opportunities array is probably too simple for young Master Han Fei. If only King Xian could use the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass. When Han Fei walked into the 1,000 opportunities array, all the arrays were activated. For a moment, dense water threads began to bounce off each other and draw arrays. Han Fei's eyes lit up. When he saw the water threads intertwine for the first time, he felt the power of arrays contained in the water threads. After the water threads intertwined 3 times, an array would be condensed. In the field, hundreds of thousands of water threads kept appearing and colliding with each other. This meant that thousands of arrays might be born every moment. Even Han Fei had to admire the way the arrays were condensed. No wonder it was called Thousand Opportunities. It was truly amazing. However, in the eyes of everyone, Han Fei didn't attack immediately. He waited until the water threads collided for the third time before he chose to attack. Someone exclaimed, "Young Master Han Fei, isn't he too confident?" At this moment, thousands of arrays are condensing without stopping. Besides, as more water threads appear, more arrays will erupt. How can he break them? Someone could still remain calm. Since young Master Han Fei made such a choice, he must have a reason. Let's just watch. Maybe he just wants to try what the Thousand Opportunities trial is like. Seeing Han Fei stand still, Xiao Xiaochan couldn't help but exclaim, "This state is much more difficult than the one I just saw." Luo Xiaobai said, "No, it's one level more difficult. Although the difficulty for you just now is already the highest difficulty," he deliberately raised the highest difficulty to another level. Two knives appeared in Han Fei's hands, and he slightly twisted his body to avoid the so-called water threads. Han Fei looked at Xiao Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai and said, "The main problem of this level is the continuous condensing of these arrays. As long as you destroy them faster than they condense, you can really break this trial." Outside, even Han Xian was watching. The knife in Han Fei's hand was like a phantom. The knife light swam slightly on the array that was about to erupt, and the array couldn't be triggered. However, Han Fei's speed of breaking the array was far slower than the speed at which the array condensed. Han Fei said, "There are actually many ways to break this array. One is speed. But that requires one's speed to reach the extreme. However, if his speed is not that fast, he needs to use other methods to break the array." Han Fei spun his double knives, and attracted most of the water threads in the field. Swish! 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 Countless water threads intertwined more than once in an instant. In an instant, at least dozens or even hundreds of water threads were entangled. The more water threads there were, the more difficult the array would be. But at that moment, Han Fei slashed the void and opened a path for himself. He easily dodged it. The water drops that formed the array instantly collided and were annihilated. Han Fei smiled. Change your way of thinking, and there are many ways to break the array. However, the corners of Luo Xiaobai's mouth twitched, and she said helplessly, "It's easier said than done. Few half-kings can reach your level of control." Xiao Xiaochan shouted, "What else?" Hearing Xiao Xiaochan's words, Han Fei couldn't help but smile. "The other one is even simpler. It suits you." Han Fei raised his hand, and a mass of water appeared in his hand. This was not the infinity water, but a mass of water. As Han Fei reached out and squeezed it, the mass of water turned into countless water threads. However, Han Fei didn't control them with the power of his soul. He used these water threads as weapons and controlled them with spiritual energy. When the water threads intertwined again, Han Fei waved his hand and tens of thousands of water threads flashed out. Han Fei said, "The power of every water thread is different. This water thread is equivalent to a hidden weapon. Only when 3 water threads are combined can a hidden weapon be formed. Then just break it before the hidden weapon is formed." Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei threw out tens of thousands of water threads. In an instant, they hit the hidden weapons that were about to form an array, and more than half of the water threads on the field were instantly destroyed. Xiao Xiaochan frowned. You have to completely control the void here to grasp. Void nodes instantly at such a large scale. It's not easy. Han Fei asked, try attaching your power to your perception? Hiss. Xiao Xiaochan's eyes glittered, and she blurted out, just like fishing? Use your perception to attack the moment you confirm the void node. Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but say, I see. The venerables of the Nine Palace world were all stunned. Han Fei used his perception as a net, used spiritual energy or weapons as a hook, and compared the thousands of water threads to fish. This simple and violent solution was too simple. However, they didn't think of it and only saw the current difficulty. Suddenly, a voice sounded leisurely, it's not that you can't think of it, but that you don't want to. You want to use this 1,000 opportunities trial to achieve the effect of training yourselves. But Han Fei doesn't need to train himself, so he doesn't have to worry about this. Who else could it be but Han Xian? Everyone came back to their senses and bowed. Greetings, King Xian. Han Xian waved his hand casually and then looked at Han Fei. With your current strength and comprehension of the Great Tao, it's too easy for you to pass this trial. How about this? I'll use the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass and let's have a battle. Han Fei had heard of the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass several times, but so far, he had never seen it used. When he first met Han Xian, Han Fei felt the power of Han Xian's sword and saw the strange box in his hand. In fact, Han Fei really wanted to find a king to fight and test how strong he was now. After all, he killed Yu Meng and the other kings too quickly. That wasn't a dogfight, and it actually couldn't show his true strength. Now, Han Xian was said to be able to defeat anyone below the sky opening realm. Han Fei felt that even if he used all his means, he might not be a match for Han Xian. Besides, this battle was just to measure his real combat power. He didn't have to use his trump cards. Therefore, this sparring battle seemed quite interesting. Han Fei said, that's good. I'd like to see the terrifying power of the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass. Han Fei asked again, I just don't know where to fight. Han Xian smiled. Fight in the void. If we leave this place 100,000 kilometers away, the Nine Palace world won't be affected. Han Fei nodded. Great. When everyone heard that Han Xian and Han Fei were going to fight, their eyes lit up. A battle between kings was extremely rare. Especially in the Nine Palace world, Han Xian was invincible. Who had ever seen Han Xian attack personally? Luo Xiaobai and the others were also shocked. Han Xian didn't look simple. After they experienced the Nine Palace trial, who wouldn't be amazed by the person who invented these trials? His strength and ingenuity were probably unparalleled. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai and the others were no longer as ignorant as when they had just entered the venerable realm. In the past few years in the raging sea, they had been fighting and hunting day and night. Their vision and knowledge were rapidly increasing, so was their combat strength. Hearing that Han Fei was going to fight Han Xian, they couldn't help being curious. Although Han Fei was strong, in their opinion, Han Fei had no match. Therefore, they couldn't measure Han Fei's strength at all. But Han Xian was different. He had ruled the Nine Palace world for tens of thousands of years. No one would believe that he was not strong. Han Xian raised his hand, and on the strange square box in his hand, some rectangular cubes protruded and folded from time to time. Outside the trial field, 1,000-meter-long array broke through the sky. And a huge teleportation array appeared. Han Xian's leisurely voice resounded in the sky above the trial field. Those in the venerable realm can enter this array. Those below the venerable realm must not enter in case of accidental injuries. After that, Han Xian glanced at some people in the crowd. You can inform the others to come to watch. A sea establishment level war is extremely rare. Maybe it can provide some insights to others. In fact, Han Xian didn't need to say anything. Many people were walking out of the trial fields to see what was going on outside. Han Fei also looked at Luo Xiaobai and the others. We have to inform Kuang Kuang, Yu Yu and the others. Xiao Xiaochan said, they've come. Lu Renkuang and Zhang Xuanyu followed the others out of the trial field. Seeing that something was wrong here, they soon appeared beside Luo Xiaobai. Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise, what happened? Luo Xiaobai said, there is going to be a sea establishment level war here. We can watch the battle. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes heated up. Really? Good, good. Fei Fei should have fought such a battle to show us his strength long ago. Lu Renkuang couldn't help but say, we can finally see how strong Fei Fei is. It's still a mystery. Many people nodded when they heard that. Han Fei's strength had long been a mystery. Han Fei's annihilation of the predators was still fresh in their minds. With a single slash, he broke a big ship and killed dozens of venerables. The Mad Fourth King didn't even dare to block it. Buzz. When Han Xian and Han Fei entered the teleportation array one after another, the venerables followed them in. A moment later, in the void, Han Xian said, this used to be the place where the heavenly palace of the Nine Palace world was located. In the space cracks, its endurance can completely withstand a sea establishment realm battle. Just try your best. As he spoke, the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass in Han Xian's hand was moving as if there were countless mechanisms being activated. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, a large group of venerables arrived one after another. However, some people's perception range was not so large, so they got closer. Someone shouted, don't get too close. When sea establishers fight, even the aftershock is not something ordinary people can resist. Stand further away and watch. Han Xian and Han Fei provided this opportunity to watch the battle, but not everyone could see it. However, the two of them didn't care about this now. Han Xian said, Han Fei, if you can't hold on, tell me, in case I hurt you. Han Fei grinned. Uncle Xian, I'm afraid you won't hear me say that. Let's begin. Han Fei was confident that with his current physique, he was definitely among the top 5 in the raging sea. Those who could surpass him could only be old guys who had tempered their bodies for tens of thousands of years. Han Fei estimated that it was more likely that no matter how much time one had, he couldn't build such an abnormal physique. Therefore, he had the ability to shake the kings. Ka ka ka. Han Fei had always been proud of his array skills, but in front of Han Xian, he was indeed far inferior in array. All kinds of arrays fell like raindrops. At the same time, hundreds of arrays were born. However, Han Fei couldn't be distracted, because he found that 1,000 kilometers in front of him, there was a chaotic power in the void, which condensed into a huge figure. The figure appeared extremely fast, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Han Xian said, nephew, the giant body you used before is quite extraordinary. See who this is. When the giant completely appeared, Han Fei was lost for words. Isn't this my sky avatar? How did Han Xian learn it so quickly? No. It's fake. It's just a shape. Han Fei chuckled. Uncle Xian, you should pay more attention to the battle. Don't take this fake and inferior product out. Oh? Then try it. Han Fei's body flashed with golden light. In the next second, a golden light appeared in front of the giant. Han Fei raised his knife, and spiritual energy followed in the air, instantly turning into a 1,000-foot-long blade and slashing at the giant. As for the fake avatar, it extended its hands and pulled out 2 giant axes from the void. As the axes chopped down, spiritual light flashed, and it seemed to be able to split the world. Clang! The shocking power spread out in an instant. Those who were close, including Luo Xiaobai and Jian Hui, felt a powerful force coming at them. If they didn't have some strength, they probably wouldn't be able to stand steadily. Han Fei's face changed slightly. His avatar had changed after being simulated by Han Xian. This power was given to this avatar by Han Xian. In a sense, what Han Xian created was not an avatar, but a combat skill, because he was giving the avatar power. As for the real sky avatar, it was an independent power that could separate from the original body. The huge avatar blocked Han Fei's slash, but most of its body was obliterated. Just as Han Fei was about to punch the avatar again and kill it, with a bang, the avatar shattered and turned into thousands of array lines. Han Fei felt that his body was suddenly enshrouded by mist. In an instant, 8 huge avatars appeared and surrounded him, and 16 giant axes fell from the sky. Illusion? Han Fei frowned. In the blink of an eye, the array lines that constructed the avatar turned into layers of illusions. With this strength, it would be a pity if Han Xian didn't go to the dream-weaving world to compete for the position of palace master with Sha Jiming. Fuse. Buzz. Han Fei was enshrouded in black gas, and his aura became indifferent. There was no emotion in his black and white eyes. With a flip of his hand, the infinity water that Han Fei hadn't used for a long time seeped out of his body. However, at this moment, the infinity water was no longer used as a weapon by Han Fei, but condensed into lines of arrays. In an instant, it penetrated the mist around him. Bang! 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 When the mist exploded, before Han Fei could see the situation clearly, Han Xian said, "You broke it quite fast. However, you gave me too much time." As soon as Han Xian said so, the void cracks condensed into a storm and enveloped Han Fei. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Could this 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass even simulate a space technique? Swish! Han Fei's body flashed with golden light again, and he left the storm. With a flip of his hand, he slashed out. The void was shattered, and the void cracks were sucked into the endless void. The entire space returned to peace. Han Fei was outside the void storm. What awaited Han Fei was sword chi and saber beams. In addition to these two powers, there were also whip shadows, sound waves, soul attacks, and illusions. For a moment, Han Fei saw hundreds of attack means, all of which were attacking him. F***ck. Although Han Fei could continue to run with the golden avatar, he couldn't keep running. This was just a spar. If he kept running, how could he test his strength? Han Fei smiled. Uncle Xian, more attacks doesn't mean stronger. Buzz. Han Fei didn't move, but stretched out his hands, letting the terrifying power Hit him. Ding ding ding. Clang. 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 Hiss. Wow, what a strong physique. How did young Master Han Fei refine his physique? This is too terrifying. He withstood King Xian's attack with his physique alone? When Han Fei resisted Han Xian's countless attacks with his body, Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai, and the others were all fascinated. Zhang Xuanyu said, "That's too much. Fei Fei's body is already so strong that even a king can't beat him?" Lu Renquang said, "Fei Fei shows me how strong the body can be. It seems that in the future, no matter what realm I reach, I have to refine my body first." Xiao Xiaochan was lost for words. Do we have to refine our body to his level? In cultivation? Li Kaitian sighed. I wonder how the one from the chaotic world will feel after seeing his physique. On the Nine Palace World side, a large number of people revealed thoughtful expressions. Someone said, "Sure enough, in our judgment, body cultivators are the most difficult cultivators to deal with. It can be seen from the battle between King Xian and young Master Han Fei. If it were an ordinary king, he wouldn't have been able to escape King Xian's control after being forced to this extent by King Xian. However, young Master Han Fei survived with his physique. This battle will be interesting." Someone sighed. Unfortunately, body cultivation has always been the most difficult cultivation system. So far, no one has reached the peak of body refinement. If young Master Han Fei is willing to share the body refinement technique, the strength of our Nine Palace world will probably improve greatly. Someone shook his head. Don't think about it. Young Master Han Fei's path can't be replicated. Besides, I heard that body refinement is achieved with multiple opportunities and repeated training. Our Nine Palace trial is missing something. Many strong masters of the Nine Palace world fell silent. In fact, they had always known that no matter how enriched the Nine Palace trial was, it always lacked real battles. This was because the powerhouses of the Nine Palace world were all nurtured in the same way. Therefore, their battles were actually similar. Their strength was also relatively evenly matched. Han Xian's method was more like a training method. The soldiers trained were of the same strength. At this moment, tens of thousands of arrays were useless against Han Fei. Han Fei smiled. "Uncle Xian, how about something more powerful? Let me see how strong my body is." Han Xian said, "As you wish." The black box in Han Xian's hand began to spin slightly. On it, huge cubes protruded and gathered more and more frequently. It seemed that it was about to explode. Han Xian said, "This is the first form of the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass. It surrounds the enemy with infinite arrays and finally extracts all available power to forcibly kill the enemy." As soon as Han Xian explained, Han Fei saw that countless small arrays were gathering into large arrays. Han Xian was not in a hurry. First, dozens of small arrays gathered into a medium-sized array, which was certainly more powerful. Of course, the power that erupted was still not enough to injure Han Fei. Han Xian sighed slightly. Hundreds of arrays gathered again, sucking up the energy and spiritual energy in the void. At this time, the power that erupted had far exceeded the power of ordinary kings. Clang! Bang! When a sword chi stabbed over, the sword chi was finally shattered. Han Fei retreated 100 meters, and a bloody mark appeared on his chest. Under this sword, Han Fei sensed the power of the sword chi and the Dao runes. contained in it. Han Fei immediately understood that such an experiment couldn't test his real foundation. This was because everyone's great Tao was different, so the result would be different. For example, some people were strong, but their great Tao was not good at fighting. It was very likely that they couldn't break his physique. Another example was that some people were weak, but their great Tao was good at fighting. It was very likely that they could break his physique. Han Xian obviously didn't use his full strength. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, Han Xian might somewhat rely on the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass, but he also had his own means. Therefore, Han Xian's true strength couldn't be denied. The 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass was strong, but if Han Xian wasn't strong, how could he hurt Han Fei? Han Xian said, "To be able to withstand my sword, your strength can already be ranked in the top 30 of the sea establishment realm in the raging sea. However, it's not enough. The higher the realm is, the greater the gap in strength. Next, I will use the combat power of the top 20 to fight you. Let me show you the second form of the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass." The 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass in Han Xian's hand disappeared, and a black battle suit appeared on Han Xian's body. From head to toe, from his eyes to his fingers, it was wrapped tightly. Bang! Han Xian flew thousands of kilometers away in an instant. He raised his hand, and 100 array shadows condensed on his fist, intending to fight Han Fei in close combat. Han Fei certainly wouldn't refuse. The combat power of the top 20 in the sea establishment realm? He hadn't really experienced it yet. Bang! Under this blow, Han Fei was blown thousands of kilometers away in an instant, feeling that his arm was almost broken. No, I have to use the power of the Great Tao. Otherwise, we aren't on the same level at all. Han Fei's momentum soared, and his strength soared nearly 3 times. As for Han Xian, he jumped up and threw another punch. This time, Han Fei's strength soared, so he certainly wouldn't be sent flying. Han Fei stood still, and the void behind him broke again, revealing the connection between the real world and the endless void. Bang! 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 Han Fei counterattacked with 80% of his strength, which was nearly 400,000 waves. But when he punched out, Han Xian opened his hand, and thousands of arrays seemed to have turned into one. Han Xian was pushed back 100 meters by the punch, but he said with a smile, "Remember what I said? Strength doesn't mean everything. Your strength is indeed powerful, but it has been reduced to less than 200,000 waves by me. If you can't break my great Tao, how can you win with strength?" Han Fei frowned. In this case, even if he used all his strength, there would only be 250,000 waves left. He didn't use all his strength, but neither did Han Xian. Since he had casually taken his violent blow, he probably didn't unleash at least 50% of his strength. More importantly, the power of that 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass was too strong. He could easily create thousands or tens of thousands of arrays. These arrays were randomly combined and created different powers according to Han Xian's will. If Han Xian mastered enough arrays, he could almost simulate all the array techniques he saw. Although the simulation was just simulation, he could simulate anything. This was simply crazy. Bang! 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 Knock, knock, knock. At this point, the Venerables couldn't see through the strength of the two parties. They even felt that this was not as exciting as before. However, they didn't Expect that the power unleashed by this seemingly boring close combat was several times stronger than before. After a while, Han Fei shouted, "Uncle Xian, show me the strength of the top 10, okay?" Han Xian smiled and said, "Watch carefully." Swish. Han Xian grabbed an electric arc and hit it out with a spear. The lightning arcs were so strong that they left thousands of electric arcs in the void. They looked ordinary, but Han Fei was very wary as if facing a great enemy. Han Fei counterattacked with the draw technique. However, the saber that Han Fei condensed with the infinity water was directly shattered. He was pushed back dozens of kilometers in an instant. Han Fei's hand trembled slightly, and the web between his thumb and index finger was torn. Han Xian said, "In terms of pure strength, the top 10 sea establishers might not be comparable to you. However, the power shown through the great Tao can repel you. This shows that the Tao you walk is more meaningful than your strength. This also shows that the top 10's origin seas are not weak. After all, they can produce such powerful strength." After the lightning spear, Han Xian's combat form changed again. Still in that black armor, Han Xian casually picked up a battle axe that seemed to be condensed from an array, but it didn't seem so. However, the moment the giant axe was held in Han Xian's hand, Han Fei felt a violent killing intent. Han Xian jumped up, held the axe with both hands, and slashed down. The strength might not have reached 400,000 waves yet. However, Han Fei knew that if he took this blow head-on, he would be instantly cut in half. Han Fei immediately activated all Great Daos in one sword. Bang! Rumble! Rumble! The two of them were instantly thrown tens of thousands of kilometers away. At the place of the battle, the endless void was blasted out. A huge hole, thousands of kilometers long, appeared, and the onlookers were dumbfounded. Gulp. Shui Ran said, "Damn it. What kind of strength is this to produce such a terrifying power?" Jian Hui said, "Captain's combat power is probably in the top 10 of the sea establishment realm. I've only seen my teacher slash out such a huge endless void." Mushui Sisi, really? Jian Hui, don't joke around. That's the power of a sky opener. Lu Ran, yes. Jian Hui said, "That's certainly not my teacher's full strength. However, to be able to fight to this point, I'm afraid ordinary sea establishers can't resist them. I'm afraid the strength of these two people has entered the top 20 of the sea establishers in the raging sea." Top 20? Many people looked at each other. Wasn't this the top power in the raging sea? However, Jian Hui didn't know that his estimation was still a little conservative. Their current strength had long reached the top 10 of the sea establishment realm. Han Xian was pushed back and instantly rushed back, so was Han Fei. The two collided 7 or 8 times in a row. Han Xian said, "This is the third form of the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass. Han Fei, do you have any other means? If this sword is already your strongest one, then let's stop here. There are some special combat skills that we don't have to use here." Han Fei thought for a moment and nodded slightly. "Then that's it." Han Xian knew that Han Fei still had trump cards. However, trump cards were trump cards and couldn't be used casually. Therefore, as Han Xian said so, the battle was over. Han Xian sighed. Han Fei's physique was really strong, and his strength was really great. With the power of his great Tao, he could easily crush many sea establishers. If Han Fei were to cultivate for another 10,000 years. Oh. No, as long as he cultivated for another 1,000 years, his strength would probably improve greatly again. At that time, not only would Han Fei steadily stand in the top 10, but he might also enter the top 5. In the spectator area, everyone saw a battle that was not fancy, but the level of strength was completely beyond imagination. This made everyone feel that sea establishers were really too strong. However, most people didn't know that ordinary sea establishers couldn't be so strong. After the sparring, Han Xian and Han Fei took everyone back to the Nine Palace world. The uncle and nephew immediately went to drink tea. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "The 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass is indeed extraordinary. I want to know, were the armor and the battle axe transformed from the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass?" Han Xian knew that Han Fei would ask him this question, but he shook his head and said, "Of course not. They are only mid-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures." Han Fei was shocked. "Only mid-quality?" Han Xian said, "This is the power of the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass. It can spread the power of combat skills throughout battle suits and weapons, immediately raising them to ultra quality or even higher." Han Fei's eyes flickered. "Uncle Xian, is it difficult to make this 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass?" Han Xian grinned and said, "Why, do you want it?" "Ha ha ha. I won't keep it a secret. I can create another one in 20,000 years. However, you still need to learn and master the basic reserve of 100,000 arrays." Han Fei. 20,000 years? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. It didn't matter if he learned or stored some arrays. Although his current array storage was less than 5,000, Han Fei didn't think it would take him long to learn 100,000 arrays. Anyway, he had the time acceleration. However, it would take 20,000 years to create 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass? Who could wait 20,000 years? Han Fei immediately shook his head. "Forget it. 20,000 years is too long. I'm only seizing the day." Han Xian said, "Young man, don't be so hasty. After all, I haven't reached the sky-opening realm yet. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't take so long. Think about it. You're completely capable of inheriting my mantle." Han Xian tried to persuade Han Fei, but how could Han Fei agree? "If it really took 20,000 years, I would have long reached the sky opening realm." Just as Han Fei was about to refuse, his heart did a flip. In fact, it didn't seem impossible. It might have taken Han Xian a long time to create the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass, but the power of the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass was too strong. With this thing in hand, at least the level of the weapon in his hand immediately soared. This thing could enhance attack, defense, and speed. Any auxiliary power that could be unleashed by an array could be unleashed by the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass. To put it bluntly, this thing was a great killing weapon. Having one was like having billions of soldiers. If a venerable could fully display the power of the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass, he might be able to sweep across the cage alone. However, in the end, this was just an auxiliary weapon, an item fused with arrays. Since it was a weapon, even if he couldn't make it, what about the demon purification pot? Now, the 5th vine of the demon purification pot had just returned. Could it refine stronger weapons? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, no matter how good I am at refining, it's Impossible for me to surpass the demon purification pot in a short period of time. What if the demon purification pot could refine the 1,000 opportunities? Divine ghost compass? Then wouldn't he make a fortune? Han Fei immediately said, Uncle Xian, I think we'd better forget it. Besides, I'm still young. It's better for me to refine this 1,000 opportunities. Divine ghost compass myself. In this way, I can understand the secrets inside. Right? Han Xian immediately smiled and said, refine it yourself? It's not impossible. Although it may take a longer time, you are still young. Nephew. Are you tens of thousands of years old now? Let me see if you can make it in this life. Tens of thousands of years old? Han Fei couldn't help but look strange, thinking that he was probably hundreds of years old, considering the time acceleration. Han Fei didn't really want to discourage Han Xian, so he said, well, Uncle Xian, I don't quite remember my age. Han Xian said, just give me a rough number. Han Fei sighed. I'm afraid I'm already 500 years old. Puff. Han Xian spat a mouthful of tea on Han Fei's face. Han Xian? Han Xian exclaimed, how old? Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that I'd better not tell the truth in the future. Han Xian was stunned, murmuring, 500 years old? But you're already a establisher? Aren't you an unparalleled talent? Gulp. Immediately, Han Xian rose and pulled Han Fei up. Come. With your talent, how can you not learn the 9 palace world's wondrous techniques and arrays? Han Fei said, Uncle Xian, I think you'd better teach me how to make the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass. Han Xian said, hey. How can you not know the 9 palace 10,000 array technique if you want to refine the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass? With your talent, you should be able to learn it very quickly. Han Fei only had time to speak to Luo Xiaobai via voice transmission, lead everyone to cultivate first. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Before Luo Xiaobai could respond, Han Fei had disappeared. 2 years passed. Han Fei was trapped in a divine tower of the 9 palace heavenly palace. In this tower, Han Fei seemed to be in a sea of arrays. Every day, tens of thousands of arrays appeared, which Han Fei all needed to memorize and learn. In fact, in the first 3 months, Han Fei had memorized as many as 100,000 arrays. In the following period of time, Han Fei had actually been studying the Tao of arrays. In Han Xian's words, if he wanted to refine the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass, he had to first know the way to fuse multiple arrays. Only when he had an epiphany and could use arrays like his 10 fingers could he trigger the magical power of the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass in an instant. Han Fei had already fused small-scale arrays and could condense arrays into a line and then connect them. However, arrays were too complicated. There were too many basic arrays. Large arrays were especially difficult to fuse. After being trapped for 2 years, Han Fei could at most fuse more than 50 arrays in an instant, far from fusing 100 arrays in an instant as Han Xian required, let alone 1,000. Bang! On this day, everyone in the 9 palace world was cultivating and training. Suddenly, they saw a sword reaching the sky above the heavenly palace. Many people stopped and looked at it. Swish! On the top of the tower, a golden light flashed, and Han Fei had already appeared. As soon as Han Fei came out, he saw Han Xian drinking tea. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Uncle Xian, why are you willing to let me out? If you don't, I'll have to come out myself. Han Xian said, Han Fei, don't be hasty in cultivating this Tao. Combining 100 arrays is the foundation to operate the 1,000 opportunities divine. Ghost Compass. However, there are some things I need you to know. Oh? What is it? Han Xian handed a jade slip to Han Fei, which was like a newspaper, recording all the events in the raging sea during the last month. Han Fei scanned it with his perception, and soon something caught his attention. The intelligence said that there was a quake in the wild abyss, and Bei Luochen went there in person but couldn't enter, so he returned. After Han Fei saw this message, his heart sank. Only a few years had passed. But there was already a turbulence in the wild abyss? Then could it hold on until the day the monarch palace opened? Han Fei said solemnly, Uncle Xian, it's not that I don't want to, but that I don't have much time. It's only a matter of time for me to fuse 100 arrays, but my time can't be completely consumed here. Han Xian sighed slightly. Fine. With the foundation of arrays, it's not difficult to learn the 9 palace 10,000 arrays. The difficulty is in fusing arrays and constructing arrays at will. It's unrealistic to leave you in the 9 palace world. It's time for you to leave. However, remember what I said. Even if the yin-yang world and waterwood world are seized by supreme clearness and infinity, so what? As long as you grow strong enough, you can achieve what you want. Don't be hasty. That won't be worth it. Han Fei nodded slightly. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Xian. Han Fei scanned the arrays with his perception. All members of the Avenger, return to your positions. Han Fei transmitted his voice to everyone. After 2 years, when the crew of the Avenger heard Han Fei's voice again, their hearts skipped a beat and they knew that it was time. Originally, Han Fei said that he would only stay in the 9 palace world for a year. How much they could get here depended on them. However, in fact, this time had been extended to about 2.5 years. But even so, everyone still felt that there was not enough time. Even if they had been taking trials day and night, Xia Xiaochan was the only one who passed all 42 trials. The second most was not the half-kings, but Luo Xiaobai. In the early stages, Luo Xiaobai didn't go to the trials at all, but followed Xia Xiaochan to record and study them one by one. Now, she had completed 31 9 palace trials and was ranked second on the Avenger, even 2 trials more. Then Song Kaiyuan. Swish. 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 When figures appeared under the tower one after another, Han Fei scanned them with his perception and found that half of them had made a breakthrough. Even Lu Renquang and Luo Xiaobai had entered the peak of the Venerable Realm. However, it made sense. They only slowed down because they cultivated the purity mystic body. With enough resources, it was only natural for them to enter the peak of the Venerable Realm. Even if some people didn't make a breakthrough, their basic strength had definitely improved greatly. Han Fei said, I've given you enough time. I can tell that you've grown significantly in the past 2 years. However, this is far from enough. Lu Renquang mumbled, the main reason is that all the resources have been used up. Otherwise, our strength will be a level higher. Han Fei smiled. Today, we will leave the 9 palace world. Countless enemies are waiting for us in the raging sea. Therefore, we can't stay here for long. Everyone, enter my origin sea. The people Han Fei brought were already extremely strong in terms of perception and strength. It could be said that they were all the top people in the Waterwood world, Yin-Yang world, and the Cage. If they didn't finish the 9 palace trials in more than 2 years, they probably wouldn't be able to finish it in a short period of time. A moment later, when everyone entered the Origin Sea, Einar and Yennefer were still outside. Yennefer was holding Einar's hand. Since we came here together, we should leave together. If you stay here, I won't have anyone to play with. Einar smiled. Yennefer, I know that you are extremely talented. As long as you are willing, it will only take you a few years to enter the Half-King realm. I don't even find it strange if you transcend the tribulation to reach the Sea Establishment realm. But I am different. Since I know that I can't transcend the tribulation to reach the Sea Establishment realm, I won't be of much use. My brother is outside, so I have to be inside. Before Yennefer could persuade her, Einar said, Brother, aren't you going to keep your avatar here? Hanfei smiled bitterly and murmured, if my avatar is left behind, he will probably become the young master of the 9 palace world. At that time, I'll really have time to study arrays and feel the trials. If I have time in the future, my original body will come back. It'll be a great opportunity for me to comprehend and learn on both sides at the same time. Hanfei asked, Einar, are you really going to stay? Einar nodded. Brother, what senior sister Xiaobai and Uncle Xian said is correct. No matter what, the Inyang world and the Waterwood world are not the key. You are. I'll stay here with your avatar. At the same time, I need another way to grow. Hanfei looked at Han Xian. Han Xian smiled. Don't look at me. Girls have their own thoughts. Hanfei sighed slightly. Okay. Yennefer, enter my Origin Sea. At this moment, Yennefer had grown up into a slender and beautiful girl. She couldn't help but pout. Hanfei said, don't act cute. Hurry up. Humph. Yennefer chatted with Einar for a while, before she reluctantly entered the Origin Sea. At this time, Han Xian said, Hanfei, don't be impulsive when you go out this time. I have something to tell you. I have news about the Silver Moon world. Half a day later. On the tower of the 9 palace world. Han Xian and Hanfei's avatar were having a drink, and Hanfei handed over a jade slip. Uncle Xian, I wonder if this thing can help you reach the sky opening realm. Huh? Han Xian couldn't help being puzzled, but when he scanned it with his perception, the corners of his mouth cracked and he laughed. Ha ha ha. Brat, you didn't tell me about such a divine technique until now. I really want to slap you. In the raging sea, when Hanfei returned to this place again, he didn't immediately release everyone from his Origin Sea. The 9 palace world was the greatest opportunity Hanfei had encountered in the raging sea except for the martial emperor city. However, considering that it was his heavenly palace after all, and the one he encountered was his biological uncle, this opportunity was completely based on luck. Leaving the 9 palace world, Hanfei flashed with golden light and appeared hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. He had been in the inner sea for a long time. Now that he had encountered the turbulence in the wild abyss, it was time for him to go to the outer sea. In the past 2 years, not only had the crew of the Avenger consumed a lot of resources, but even Hanfei's own consumption was an astronomical figure. Although he had looted the Medicine King World's treasure house and obtained countless treasures and resources, 1/3 of the resources were used to consolidate his Origin Sea, which was almost turned into a paradise. Another 1/3 of the resources surrounded the demon purification pot, only for The fifth vine of the demon purification pot, to swallow energy in order to mature the second divine pill. Although this batch of resources was not consumed quickly, Han Fei wouldn't use them. This was the source of power for his second divine pill. The remaining one-third of the resources were used to expand his origin sea. His origin sea was already quite exquisite, with mountains, rivers, lakes, essence of the ground veins, spiritual stone mines, and spiritual heritage. But no matter how exquisite it was only 12,000 kilometers in radius, which was too small. Since he chatted with Han Xian last time and learned that the size of the origin sea was indeed one of the important sources of sea establishment realm strength, Han Fei had been expanding the origin sea for the past 2 years. Now, with the consumption of a massive amount of resources, the origin sea had reached a radius of 30,000 kilometers, but most of the resources in Han Fei's hands had been consumed. It was not that he didn't rob enough resources from the Medicine King world. Nor was it that he didn't rob enough resources, but that the resources were used up too quickly. Swish. Above the boundless sea, if anyone could watch, he would find that every 200,000 kilometers or so, there would be a flash of golden light. The speed was so fast that in a moment, it was millions of kilometers away. It was a miracle of speed. 1 day passed. Near the wild abyss, on a big ship of the fierce wind pirates, Han Fei stood alone. In front of Han Fei, an advanced venerable said in horror, "My lord, what I said is true. The wild abyss is indeed trembling, but it's far from enough for anyone to enter it. It's said that Bei Luochen personally broke in, but he couldn't pass through the barrier. In the end, he was forced to walk out and return angrily." Han Fei said leisurely, "Tell me something I don't know. For example, do you know where your captain is?" The venerable was horrified. Did Han Fei want to kill his boss? However, at this critical moment, who was willing to die just to cover up his boss? Whereabouts? He said, "My lord, the wild abyss has been in turmoil recently. Now everyone knows that there might be a problem here, so everyone who pays attention to this place knows that it's dangerous. It's said that none of the kings of the 10 pirate groups came in person this time. They only sent a large ship over. And the number of venerables who came here is also limited." Through the soul vibration of this person, Han Fei knew that this person wasn't lying. However, to be honest, the strength he showed was not something ordinary pirate team leaders could compare to. Although the captains of the pirate teams were also kings, they were not worth mentioning compared to a super powerhouse like Bei Luochen. Therefore, except for some people who would definitely go against Han Fei, not many people really paid attention to this place this time. Han Fei certainly wouldn't go to the center of the wild abyss in person, because it was unnecessary. Even if he went there, he wouldn't return. If he encountered an ambush, the other party must be extremely strong. If there was a sky-opening realm powerhouse, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Sure enough, Han Fei soon found that there was still a big ship from the Infinity World. There were more than 30 half-kings on the ship. Bait? At this moment, there were still people from the Infinity World. They were probably bait, waiting for him to kill his way over so that they could ambush him. However, Han Fei suddenly grinned. With his bad temper, even if he knew it was a trap, he might still fall for it. And now, he had learned the golden light movement technique. Even if there was a sky-opening realm powerhouse ambushing him, so what? Could a sky-opening realm powerhouse run faster than the golden light movement technique? On the ship of the infinity world, a young man stood at the bow. Behind the man, a subordinate said, "Captain, we've been waiting for almost half a month. Will Hanfei really come?" The young man shook his head. "It's hard to say. This person is eccentric. It's hard to say if he'll come or not. I hope he'll come to us. If I succeed in catching him, I'll have a bright future." Someone said, "Captain, in my opinion, the Avenger probably doesn't dare to come. Otherwise, why hasn't he shown up yet?" The young man sighed slightly. "Whether he comes or not, we can't slack off. Perhaps the Patriarch has other arrangements." All of a sudden, the man felt that the spiritual energy and energy within 1,000 kilometers had almost disappeared in an instant. He quickly came back to his senses and saw a void-breaking sword light rushing over. The terrifying sword shadow swept across half of the sea, containing all kinds of great Tao powers. The young man hurriedly crushed a jade slip. "Patriarch, Patriarch. He's here. He's here." Then, the young man shouted, "Come on, activate the ship array." With that, the young man threw out another jade slip without hesitation. This jade slip shattered in the void and turned into a huge figure. The figure had white hair. The moment he appeared, his eyes narrowed and he pointed. Ultimate black moon wheel. Hanfei's pupils were constricted. A blow of the sky-opening realm? Humph. In the void, Hanfei's figure appeared, and he shouted, "Old dog infinity. Even if your true body descends, how can you protect the people on this ship?" Swish. Hanfei didn't even look at all great Daos in one sword or Bei Luochen's black wheel. His figure disappeared with a swish, and then with a flash of golden light, he appeared directly on the big ship of the infinity world. The moment he landed on the boat, more than 30 of Hanfei's clones descended. Seeing this scene, the young half-king couldn't help being horrified. Why was this person so ferocious? How dare he get on the boat in front of the Patriarch? As Hanfei slashed out, the entire ship was instantly annihilated, and all the venerables on the ship exploded. No one survived. Rumble. Rumble. When Hanfei killed everyone on this ship, a terrifying explosion set off endless waves. At this time, the phantom of Bei Luochen turned around and tried to keep Hanfei. Hanfei reached out and picked up the sun-moon shells on these people. Then he combined his clones and slapped Bei Luochen. Bang! Hanfei's slap resisted Bei Luochen's blow for a moment, which made Hanfei smile. It seemed that Bei Luochen wasn't that invincible. As a sky-opening realm powerhouse, even if it was just a clone that contained a blow of the great Tao, it wasn't something he could resist with a single blow. But in fact, he could still resist a little with his strength alone, which meant that Bei Luochen wasn't invincible. He just took advantage of his higher realm. Hanfei suddenly pinched his fingers and knew that someone was coming. At this time, Bei Luochen's projection was about to dissipate. It was already rare for a projection to release two streams of power to break his all-great Daos in one sword and fight Hanfei head-on. At this moment, Hanfei looked sideways. More than 800,000 kilometers away, a figure appeared in the void and disappeared in an instant. The moment their eyes met, Hanfei sneered in the void. "Old B** starred, I'm here. If you dare to touch my Yin-Yang world, I'll slaughter your infinity world. If you dare, let's have a try." With that, Hanfei glowed with golden light and appeared hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. After a second, a figure broke through the void and arrived. When this person broke through the void, blue light crisscrossed and the void changed, and his figure shook several times before he stabilized. This must be what the old turtle said. In the world, speed had a limit. This old man came too fast. Beiluochen looked around but failed to find Han Fei immediately. He had looked around 300,000 kilometers, but Han Fei was nowhere to be seen. Hearing what Han Fei said, Beiluochen narrowed his eyes and didn't speak for a long time. Although the wild abyss was turbulent, nothing happened, but Han Fei still came to the martial emperor city as soon as possible. With Han Fei's current speed, it was too fast for him to come and go. As long as he wanted, he could cross the outer domain and the inner domain in a day. In the martial emperor city, Han Fei went straight to the intelligence center, not caring that others would see him. He was here to buy intelligence. In the inner room of the intelligence center, Han Fei said, "I want to know about the turbulence in the wild abyss this time." Yan Meng smiled. "That's easy. 3 million ultra-quality spiritual stones." Han Fei threw out a level 5 Dao pattern pill. "Is this enough?" Yan Meng, "Yes." A fish skin map fell in front of Han Fei. Han Fei took a closer look and was relieved. It mentioned that there were anomalies in the wild abyss, and Beiluochen personally went there to try to project a projection over, but after half a month, he didn't get anything. In his fury, Beiluochen attacked the wild abyss, but was swallowed by the Yang Great Millstone. Seeing that it was useless, he waited outside the wild abyss. Seeing this news, Han Fei was relieved. It was too naive for Beiluochen to try to cast a projection over. Chen Huangdian had done this before, but only an explorer-level projection could descend. Han Fei didn't know if Beiluochen was stronger than Chen Huangdian, but it was impossible for him to shake the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world with his projections. No matter how weak the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world were, there was more than one king now. How could they be afraid of this mere projection? Han Fei wasn't worried at all now. After reading the information, Han Fei smiled and said, "Does the martial emperor city have any thoughts about the time when the Yinyang world reappears? If you do, how much is it?" Yan Meng said, "This matter can't be classified as intelligence, its value can't be calculated, and the martial emperor city can't see through the wild abyss." Han Fei nodded slightly. It didn't matter. Once he left the wild abyss, Han Fei knew nothing about the inside. He didn't know what the cracks in the cage were like at all. He didn't even dare to go in again. Otherwise, if he went in and out, it would affect the structure of the cage and cause the cage to break sooner, which would harm the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world. Leaving the intelligence center, Han Fei came to the tower and asked, "Is Senior Marshal King here?" Buzz. A phantom appeared. It was the Marshal King. His true body hadn't appeared yet. Even Han Fei couldn't see the king of the martial emperor city at any time. It was already a great honor for him to see this phantom. The martial king said leisurely, "Are you going to ask the martial emperor city to do the second thing for you?" Han Fei said bluntly, "I want to know if the martial emperor city can protect Xia Xiaochan when she is transcending her tribulation." Xia Xiaochan had been in the half-king realm for a long time and had stayed in his origin sea for more than 300 years. She cultivated and visualized day and night. Whether it was her physique, soul, or even combat power, they had all reached the limit of the half-king realm. Xia Xiaochan had broken through all the 42 trials of the 9-palace world in a row. She could do it so easily because she had reached the limit of this realm. Now, Xia Xiaochan was in a similar situation as Han Fei used to be, and the energy in her body was too much. Xia Xiaochan had told Han Fei earlier that she was ready. However, Han Fei felt a little uneasy. It was not that he lacked resources, but that it was probably not easy for her to transcend the tribulation here. So he came to ask the martial king. Originally, the martial emperor city had promised to do 3 things for him. Now that one of them had been completed, there were only 2 left. Normally, the martial emperor city would definitely gladly accept it. After all, Xia Xiaochan was going to make a breakthrough in the territory of the martial emperor city. Who dared to cause trouble? However, the martial king pondered for a moment and said, no. Han Fei couldn't help but ask in surprise, why? The martial king said indifferently, well, when you return to the martial emperor city, Chen Huangdian said something to me. He said that one day you would definitely ask me to protect Princess Mingzhu to transcend the heavenly tribulation. However, the first 8 tribulations are easy to transcend, but the 9th tribulation is difficult. This tribulation is an inner demon tribulation. To transcend this tribulation, 2 things have to be done. One is to destroy the soul-sealing world, and the other is to revive her mother. The soul-sealing world is secondary. You can destroy it in the future. However, her mother's recovery has a lot to do with Princess Mingzhu. She has to do it. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. Do you mean that she has to return to the Merman royal family to transcend the tribulation? The martial king said lightly, yes. Han Fei couldn't help being silent. If these words came from someone else, he definitely wouldn't believe it. But since they were from the martial king, there was no reason not to believe it. The martial king added, besides, the Merman royal family has already failed once, which was the failed marriage between Princess Mingzhu's mother and the one behind the soul-sealing world. This time, Princess Mingzhu married you and almost became a traitor of the Merman royal family. Even if she wants to go back, she might not be able to go back now. After all, Chen Huangdian doesn't have the final say in the Merman royal family. Han Fei couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If that was the case, wouldn't Xia Xiaochan have no hope of transcending the tribulation? Wait a minute. Han Fei suddenly asked, why did Chen Huangdian tell you this? The martial king said, I don't know. You have to ask him yourself. If you make this the second thing you want the martial emperor city to do for you, it's almost the same as asking the martial emperor city to slaughter the Merman royal family, so this matter is impossible. Han Fei sighed slightly. Thank you for your information, senior. Han Fei didn't expect this matter to be so complicated. Half a day later, in a non-route area, Han Fei sat cross-legged on the Avenger. Luo Xiaobai, Xia Xiaochan, Zhang Xuanyu, and Lu Renquang were all summoned by Han Fei. Lu Renquang chuckled. Are you going to give us extra lessons? Why don't we call senior brother Da Shui and the others out too? Zhang Xuanyu seemed to find that something was wrong, not to mention Luo Xiaobai. There must be a reason for Han Fei to call them out alone. Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but ask, have you been to the martial emperor city? Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes. Xia Xiaochan immediately frowned. Why, they didn't agree? Luo Xiaobai glanced at Xia Xiaochan and then at Han Fei. What is it? Even Lu Renkuang realized that something was wrong. He stopped grilling and looked at Han Fei. Han Fei said, "The martial king didn't agree to protect you to transcend the tribulation. Girl, do you know what's the connection between you and your mother?" When Xiao Xiaochuan heard this, her face couldn't help but sink. She had wanted to ask Han Fei to have the martial emperor city protect her to transcend her heavenly tribulation, because her tribulation would definitely be accompanied by the sky cicada flapping its wings and chirping. At that time, not only would the Merman royal family know, but the people of the soul-sealing world would also know. There were definitely many people who wanted to ruin her heavenly tribulation. But now, the martial king flatly refused. This was a big problem. Last time, Han Fei wanted to return to the Yinyang world and attract so many strong masters, but the martial emperor city could solve it. And this time, she just wanted to transcend the heavenly tribulation, but the martial emperor city refused. It could be seen that this matter was bigger than she imagined. Tribulation? Luo Xiaobai was surprised. Xiaochan, are you going to transcend the tribulation? Zhang Xuanyu asked solemnly, are you going to transcend the tribulation so soon? Lu Renkuang asked, why is the martial emperor city unwilling to protect you? Xiao Xiaochan said, I have a feeling that Chen Huangdian wanted to keep me because of my mother. But she's in a deep sleep and no one knows when she can wake up. If I can wake her up, Chen Huangdian should have told me, but he didn't tell me anything before. Han Fei said, I called you out this time because I have an immature and bold idea. I was wondering if we could discuss it. Hearing this, Lu Renkuang immediately said, if you even think it's too immature, I'm afraid it must be quite dangerous. Otherwise, you would have done it long ago. Everyone nodded. After so many years, they knew each other well. According to Han Fei's personality, if he could solve it, he would have done it long ago. Luo Xiaobai said, tell me about it first. Han Fei hesitated for a moment and said, Uncle Xian told me about the situation in the raging sea, and Xiaobai, you've also analyzed it. I know that our current peak combat power is still a little weak. Even if we can barely gather a few sky-opening realm powerhouses, it will directly cause internal strife in the human race and give other races a chance. So, I'm thinking, can we cooperate with the Merman royal family? When Han Fei said the last sentence, Xiao Xiaochan looked at Han Fei in shock. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang looked at each other and widened their eyes. Only Luo Xiaobai was briefly stunned. Then she composed herself and said, let's say we can cooperate. Tell me why first. Han Fei looked at Xiao Xiaochan. Girl, how many people are in the sky opening realm in the Merman royal family? Xiao Xiaochan thought for a moment. As far as I know, there is only one on the surface. If what you said is true, that Chen Huangdian is really a sky opener, then there are two. Han Fei pondered for a moment and said, there are two sky openers as we know. Even if there are no hidden sky openers, with two sky openers, the Merman royal family is already an extremely terrifying force. Our ally, the Sword God of the Sword God Palace, is also in the sky-opening realm. In this case, if we can join forces with the Merman royal family, at least we can protect the Yang world and the Waterwood world. Let Xiaochan transcend the tribulation and resist supreme clearness and infinity. Xiao Xiaochan asked in surprise, why do you have such an idea? Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment and said, if the Merman royal family agrees, can you persuade our allies to accept it? Han Fei shook his head. I don't know. Luo Xiaobai asked, why do you think the Merman royal family will ally with us? We don't have a sky opener. The sword god is a powerhouse of the sword god world after all. Although we are allies, he doesn't have to do so much for us. Zhang Xuanyu said, if you do this, will you be despised by the human race? Lu Renquang nodded hard. Why don't we give it a second thought? Didn't you say that we should wait for the monarch palace to open? What if we get great opportunities there? Han Fei had this idea because he wanted to help Xia Xiaochan transcend the tribulation successfully. Even the martial king had refused his request, so it was probably not easy for Xia Xiaochan to transcend the tribulation. Did Xia Xiaochan have to return to the Merman royal family? As the martial king said, Xia Xiaochan had been taken away by him for so long. Even if she returned to the Merman royal family, she might not be treated well. In that case, why not temporarily ally with the Merman royal family? Except that he was a little unwilling and couldn't beat Chen Huangdian. Everything else seemed to be beneficial to him. The only problem was, why should the Merman royal family cooperate with him? He had too few trump cards. The only thing he could use was the power of the vast ocean navigator to find a route. Han Fei said, no, if this method works, use it. I have to talk to Chen Huangdian. Xia Xiaochan was lost for words. Are you crazy? You'll start fighting as soon as you meet. Xia Xiaochan thought to herself, Chen Huangdian is already in the sky opening realm and you still want to talk to him? Do you want to be killed by him again? Luo Xiaobai said, have you thought it through? If we really join forces, you will lose your reputation in the raging sea, and even become a traitor. Han Fei chuckled. Whether I'm a traitor or not, everyone will tell in the end. But this is an opportunity. I have to try. Otherwise, even if all of you on the Avenger become half-kings, so what? Even if half of you can become kings after entering the monarch palace, so what? Our peak combat power is still not enough to resist supreme clearness and infinity. Lu Renquang asked, do we have to resist them? Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, we are real enemies. I have a way to leave the raging sea, and supreme clearness and infinity will try their best to get it. In addition, supreme clearness and infinity had led other heavenly palaces to attacking Yang and Waterwood, so we are really mortal enemies. Zhang Xuanyu asked, since we can cooperate with the Merman royal family, is there a chance for us to cooperate with supreme clearness and infinity? Han Fei shook his head. Even if we reach an agreement, do you think we can be truly united? If it weren't for the fact that Xia Xiaochan was the princess of the Merman royal family, he wouldn't have cooperated with the Merman royal family because the two parties had no basis for cooperation. However, Xia Xiaochan's identity and the unknown connection between Xia Xiaochan and her mother had set the foundation for cooperation. Luo Xiaobai said, since you've already thought it through, just do it. Anyway, due to supreme clearness and infinity, the yin-yang world is trapped in a cage. Tens of thousands of years of accumulated resentment can't be resolved easily. Xia Xiaochan said, even if you want to talk to Chen Huangdian, you can't go to the Merman royal family. Chen Huangdian is too temperamental and unpredictable. Han Fei said, am I that stupid? In the Martial Emperor City, the top 10 pirate teams were stationed all year round. In the Merman Pirates, Jiao Fengxian was floating in the water cultivating. Suddenly, someone said via voice transmission, Captain, bad news. Han, Han. Han is outside. Humph. What's the big deal? Don't you know that I'm cultivating? Who is? Outside? The man quickly swallowed and said, Captain, Han, Han Fei and the princess have come. Huh? Jiao Fengxian was stunned. Why did Han Fei and the princess come to her? Immediately, Jiao Fengxian's figure flashed and appeared outside the cultivation field. As she scanned around with her perception, she saw that it was none other than the princess outside. Outside, Xia Xiaochan and Han Fei said, I spent some time with Auntie Fengxian, and we were on good terms. Don't bully her later. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, Can I suppress her? She is a king anyway. How can she be afraid of my suppressing pressure? As they talked, a graceful figure in multiple layers of gauze appeared in front of them. Unlike Xia Xiaochan's cute and fierce appearance, Jiao Fengxian was very charming. Jiao Fengxian bowed slightly to Xia Xiaochan. Greetings, Your Highness. I didn't expect you to become a half-king only after decades. Congratulations. Xia Xiaochan said, Auntie Fengxian, we're here to ask you to deliver a message to someone. Jiao Fengxian was briefly stunned. Oh? Your Highness, you don't have a good reputation in the clan now. Many sea establishers have a bad opinion of you. And even that one is very unhappy about you. You'd better ask me to deliver some valuable message. Otherwise, I'm afraid no one will listen to you. Han Fei said, It's simple. Just ask Chen Huangdian to come over for a chat. Jiao Fengxian glanced at Han Fei and couldn't help but laugh. Han Fei. Do you think you can meet Master Chen Huangdian as you want? Who do you think you are? Han Fei chuckled. Believe me. This meeting is more important than you think. It will even affect your entire race. Jiao Fengxian chuckled. Why should I believe you? Why don't you convince me first? However, Han Fei shook his head slightly. You are not qualified. For a moment, Han Fei and Jiao Fengxian's auras collided, and everyone around felt the suppressing pressure. Even Xia Xiaochan felt her shoulders sink. When Xia Xiaochan looked up, she saw that Han Fei and Jiao Fengxian were looking at each other as if they were about to see through the void. After dozens of seconds, Jiao Fengxian snorted and looked at Xia Xiaochan. For the sake of the princess, I can deliver the message for you. Just wait. 7 days passed. In a courtyard in the martial emperor city, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were making dumplings. Suddenly, a voice sounded leisurely, I heard that you have something to tell. Me? I hope this trip is worth it. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan both looked up, only to see Chen Huangdian standing on the roof. Han Fei didn't care at all. He continued to make dumplings, saying lazily, I thought you were very hard to invite, but you still came. Chen Huangdian didn't respond to Han Fei, but looked at Xia Xiaochan and said, It seems that you're about to transcend the tribulation? This is a little beyond my expectations. But it's not too surprising. Are you going back to the Merman royal family, Your Highness? Xia Xiaochan remained silent with a dark face, and Han Fei chuckled. She can go back, but not now and not in this way. Chen Huangdian smiled evilly. I think you're asking me to do you the favor. Aren't you? Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, Of course not. Sooner or later, I'll beat you up. Chen Huangdian shrugged slightly. Since you're not asking me to bring the princess back, why did you invite me here? Plop, plop. Han Fei waved his hand and threw a pile of dumplings into the pot. Then, Han Fei extended his hand, and the vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand. He said, "Do you recognize this thing?" Chen Huangdian glanced at the vast ocean navigator. Although he had a guess, he wasn't sure. He said indifferently, "Continue." Han Fei said, "If my guess is correct, you people know why the Yinyang world entered the wild abyss. Since you know it, you should know what I'm holding. I'm not afraid to tell you that this is the way to leave the raging sea. Supreme clearness, infinity, your merman royal family, the 100 demon clan, and the undersea human race. If any of the above know that I have this treasure, they will definitely try their best to snatch it." Chen Huangdian chuckled. "Do you think I'll believe you?" Han Fei said, "Let's make a bet, okay?" Chen Huangdian said, "Tell me about it." Han Fei said, "There are 36 heavenly palaces of the human race. There are, respectively, 13 ones in the inner domain and outer domain. I think you know where the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world are, right? As for the remaining 8 heavenly palaces, which are Mindless, Silver Moon, Beast King, Parting Grief, Flying Feather, 10 Color, White Cloud, and Ashless, do you think it's possible for me to find them with this thing in my hand?" Chen Huangdian, "That's the business of your human race. What does it have to do with our merman royal family?" Han Fei said, "Stop pretending. Everyone wants this thing, including you. Merman royal family." Chen Huangdian chuckled and said, "If you want to trade with this thing, I can. Let the princess transcend the tribulation safely and even send her back. The question is, are you willing to give it to me?" Han Fei also smiled. "Of course not. So, I'm here to negotiate with you." Chen Huangdian smiled. "Tell me, what if I'm tempted?" Han Fei said, "The merman royal family forms an alliance with the Yinyang world to resist supreme clearness and infinity together, and I can take you out of the raging sea. After that, we'll go our separate ways. Of course, you'll have to help Xiaochan transcend the tribulation." Chen Huangdian looked at Han Fei as if looking at a fool. "Nice try, but why? Should we block the supreme clearness and infinity for you? Just for your empty promise and the vast ocean navigator that hasn't proved its value?" Han Fei sneered. "Do you think I would still need you merman royal family when I become an emperor? Do you think I would let you merman royal family off when I conquer the 36 mystic worlds and wipe out all my enemies? If it weren't for the fact that Xiaochan is from the merman royal family, I wouldn't have found you as my ally." Han Fei poured a big bowl of cold water into the pot and said, "I asked you to come here today, but I didn't expect you to agree. I can wait for you to come to me when I find all the heavenly palaces that disappeared." Chen Huangdian smiled contemptuously. "Even if you find all those down and out heavenly palaces, so what? Can you defeat an emperor?" Han Fei sneered. "Chen Huangdian, is that all you've got?" Han Fei's eyes turned cold. "I can sacrifice the Yinyang world and the Water Wood world. When I become an emperor, I can take revenge on my enemies one by one. But if you give up this opportunity, you will forever lose the chance to leave the raging sea. Besides, we will be mortal enemies then."